to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Since it's my birthday, Riv was kind enough to let me take a crack at the cold open in the PTL. Here goes nothing. Coming up on Primetime League, we break down the LCS playoff push. Vitality's Kasing takes on the 1v1 challenge, and I get freaky on the street. Make a wish and blow out the candles. Boom! Happy birthday, freak!
Primetime League starts right now!
Can Uzi get a penta on Bane? Sure, he's been locked up. It will be. Uzi gets himself a pentakill.
There goes the Nexus turret, and that is it. The Rocks Tigers will be defeated. Samsung wins it.
Echo Fox, somehow they've won the game. I cannot believe that.
Hello and welcome to Primetime League, the unofficial LOL Esports party headquarters. I'm Riving Business III. That's the birthday boy, David Freak Turley.
I'm 29 years young, Riv. Woo!
Done?
Yeah.
Got it. As an early birthday present on Saturday, Echo Fox and Dignitas gave us all an incredible gift in the form of an epic 67-minute match that ended with Big and Hard coming in the back door to shatter the Nexus, while Froggen and Keith donned their overalls and farmed their way to all-time CS records. Froggen's 764 CS and Keith's 738 now rank first and second in total creeps killed during a single game across the premier regions.
Guys, let's all have a moment of silence for those poor and brave Void Spawns that gave their lives to make this all possible.
Well, Froggen farming like it's the Fertile Crescent is nothing new. Mid lane Nautilus is for most of the world. And when I say most of the world, I mean everyone except Chalgu's Doinby, who played it 3 times last year. But that was the exception, and right now, mid lane Nautilus might just become the rule. So far in 2016, mid lane Nautilus has been played 13 times across the LCK, LPL, LMS, North American, and European Challenger Series. He's been on the winning side in 69% of those matches. In fact, Nautilus has had more success in mid than his 54% win rate in the top lane and 47% win rate in support. So I have to ask you, what is making Nautilus, the biggest guy in armor, the most flexible dude?
I like that. It's a good line. The fact that he's just kind of overpowered right now, honestly, he's, as far as 6.4 is concerned, pretty insane. 6.5 has some nerfs to the damage on his Riptide. But the thing is, Nautilus is a tank that scales very heavily off of gold. He doesn't get any innate resistances, but his shield scales off percent max health, so all the things that you can buy make that very effective. Also, when he's up against mages very frequently, it turns out banner band's actually insane, which works really well there as well. In fact, most of the mid lane Nautilus builds we saw were counterpicks to mages, and then the goal there was get banner like first item, get his rot portal afterwards, and now that also to sort of add more complexity to why this is working in the mid lane especially, is normally mid lane has been a carry role, but now that we're seeing like Kindred and Graves and more carry junglers come out of the jungle specifically, you can now give up damage in the mid lane and rely on your jungler for that. And so the landscape of what champions are good has made Nautilus work in the mid lane, and just in general, he's just so good that you pick him all the time anyway.
Well, I can't wait to see it. And while we've seen not of the Titan of the depths in the LCS mid lane so far this split, we can at least listen in on pros in the newest edition of Mic Check.
Facing my old team, man.
It's my old team as well.
I mean, you've been in every team in LCS, so. That's actually true.
Mic check, please.
Are we playing with jackets off or on?
Off.
Everyone stand up at the same time and put your jacket on.
Okay.
I will start, okay? And then you can follow.
Wait, why do you take off your earphones?
You don't need to take your earphone, you know?
I can't hear you. You don't need to stand up either, actually.
Really nice synergy, guys.
Relax. Focus on your breathing, alright? I want you guys to show the world what you guys are capable of. Because when I believe in you, then you have to believe in yourself. And that is the only thing that matters in the end.
We can check, we can check.
Poppy.
Nice.
Kogi.
He's dead.
Kogi.
Nice.
Yeah, we can keep going. Lucian.
Keep going.
Lucian. Nice.
Go Baron. Go fight.
Yeah, if I win this game, can I get a cat?
No.
Okay. If I win this game, can I pet your cat, Eugene?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just backing up.
Yeah, just defend.
Let's try and hold our base. Actually, they're gonna go Baron.
Nice.
Running.
They're chunked.
Nice.
I got him.
Nice.
We're good.
I'm on the way.
We're running over. Oh shit.
We got one.
I'm saving you, Jensen! Careful. Nice.
We can do better.
Let's go.
What's the most important thing about today?
Object.
Yeah.
Don't look at the gear.
Oh, he's here.
No grid. No grid.
Nice, nice. Forky flash. Dope.
Oh, nice.
Good job.
Q.
Q cooldown.
Hey, we need reset.
Okay,
Can
not bad.
make sure they don't do Baron.
I have a TP.
They won't Baron.
Okay, I go. I'm coming.
Make time, slowly. Listen, no kick, 80, no flash.
I think that's low.
Can you guys finish it before Zed goes?
we can finish it. I can W him too. Stop taking. I can W Elise. Who's on
I'll
Elise?
be there.
Que pero ne just pego, okay?
Zed's right here. Zed's W. Zed's W.
Q. Nice.
You guys got his zone. Yeah, we're all dead. I can kick him in a second.
Just keep focus. Keep focus.
Just zone.
Nice.
Hey, can you guys end?
No, just
40 seconds. Actually, I think we can.
We can finish. Yeah, we can. What?
Yeah.
Watch jungle.
Watch out.
Yeah, focus.
Watch out. Wait, minion.
We got 20 seconds on Jin. Hit base.
Hey, turret.
Buckle-kun.
Nexus.
Nice. Dude, just like a sprint.
A fantastic set of LCS games last week, and looking forward, there will probably be more. But I can still hear Yamato saying, I believe in you, and you will do well. So we're going to use that. Anyway, we're down to the final week of the LCS Spring Split, which means it's time to check in on the records that are in jeopardy of being broken. Wild Turtle is on Bjergsen's heels in kills per minute. He only needs 13 this weekend to gain that .002 KPMs and strip the Burger King of his crown. That's only if Immortal stays true to their current average game time. At 31:02, they are all but locked in to break CLG's old record by almost 3 minutes, which is pretty crazy. Not only are they lightning fast, but they are just as deadly as well. With a team KDA of 7.19, Immortals are tied with Fnatic for the most bloodshed in a single split, which is great for play-by-play casters. I've been loving it. One record that will be tied is the NALCS record for fewest losses in a split. Last week, Immortals locked in the #1 seed in the playoffs, while CLG, Cloud9, and TSM secured their postseason positions. Energy, Liquid, and Echo Fox are all in the mix for the final 2 playoff spots, while Tip and Dig are battling to avoid joining the Renegades in relegation. Now, across the Atlantic in the European LCS, the landscape looks quite a bit different. Both of the first-round buys are still up for grabs, with G2, H2K, and Vitality all looking to finish in the top 2. Europe loves their ties. On the other hand, all 6 playoff spots are locked in, with Element, Splice, and RockApp fighting to avoid playing in the next week's promotion tournament. Well, we already know the not-so-giant Giants will already be there. While Europe does love ties, there has to be eventually a #1 seed in the playoffs. In an effort to discover who that top team could be, we turn to you, the viewers, and your Twitter accounts. On Monday, we asked you which European team or team with 60% Europeans would finish the regular season in first place. The results told us 2 things. Some PTL viewers should live under a bridge and eat goats that try to cross it. #1. Thanks to you guys. Secondly, you think H2K is the best team in Europe right now. Which is a pretty good guess. Now, to see if Shox and Deficio agree with you about H2K and me about your resemblance to Trundle, let's send it over to the home of the European LCS.
Hello, PTLers. We are here to preview Week 9 of the European LCS, the last week already. We wanted to talk about what we think will happen, and we thought it would be a good idea to look at who we think or what we think the standings will look like. This is after tiebreakers, of course, as we like them over in EU.
Sure.
So we'll see what happens. I'm going to start with mine, and let's make it more interesting. Let's connect a bet to it. If my standings are correct, on the next PTL, you wear a garment of my choosing. And if you are correct and I'm wrong, then I wear a garment of your choosing. Does that work?
That is a deal.
Yeah.
And it can be anything.
It can be anything. Okay, so my standings, without further ado, I have H2K at the first place. I have G2 second. Then I have Vitality. In the battle for fourth, I have OG over Fnatic. UOL sixth, and seventh goes to Splice for me.
Few changes for me in my standings. I have H2K #1 as well, but I think honestly it could be G2 just as likely. Then I put Vitality, of course, and then I have Fnatic as #4. There's not even a discussion for me. Origin #5, Unicorns #6, Elements, I think, will take number 7 because, again, it's a bit like H2K G2, just almost the opposite in the sense of like that's 2 really good teams fighting for first, and then we have Splice and Elements who's been struggling, fighting for number 7. I think Elements, honestly, it looks slightly better, slightly more consistent, and that's why if it is a tiebreaker, I give it to them.
Well, the head-to-head is 1-1 between Elements and Splice, and if we look at their matches, Elements is playing Fnatic and H2K, and Splice is playing G2 and Vitality. So honestly, I don't see them walking away with a win either way. I'm gonna say Yamato's crew can take the tiebreaker for 7th. I mean, you gotta make some bets. I mean, you gotta make some guesses here.
I mean, it's good we have some different things because Elements and Splice, again, I think it's the same as the 50-50, right? No one can really predict 100% who's going to win. Same with the first one. The 4th one, however, I feel like is the one where Fnatic has looked like the clear-cut 4th best team in Europe right now, and Origin are still looking pretty bad, honestly, in the way they're playing. So when they play each other this week, I think Fnatic is going to win that game, and I think they're going to win it fairly easily. Yeah, to set the tone for that, so Fnatic now owns the head-to-head and is playing Elements on day 1. We assume they're going to win. OG is playing Giants day 1. We assume they're going to win, so that matchup will decide it. And I think that OG can push it to a tiebreaker. More because I knew that you were going to pick Fnatic and I wanted a chance to win this bet. However, I feel like if they make use of the strengths they have, which they have as the only team, that they can change in their mid laner. They could, if they wanted to. But they put in a mid laner who's either not practiced or not really ready in FLICKR, or they keep playing Power of Evil, who clearly right now doesn't fit with the team and just been sick for a full week. It's almost a weakness. Like, no matter who they pick, it's a liability in a sense. But I guess people are arguing that FLICKR provides leadership. You know, he changes the mentality of the team. And I mean, the game was just a clown fiesta of them last week as it was before. However, they managed to win. There's something must be there. However, Power will be playing as far as we know. So I'm still going to go. You got to take some chances if you want to win the bet. First place team we agree on. And I think that's kind of odd, actually, because G2 in my mind is a bit stronger, yet I'm going for H2K as number 1. I feel like it's because we're boring, you know. We are. G2 is like well, fine, I am, but you're apparently the same because you put H2K first. Like, G2 is like the party animal. H2K is the guy that's sitting at home reading books and so on. And if they had to go in, G2. Well, yeah, sure, you can be G2 in this, but like if they had to go into a competition for whatever, I think the safe bet is just like give it to H2K. Yeah. But I honestly almost feel like G2 is just as likely to win that match. Well, their head-to-head is also 1-1, and they have G2 has Splice and UOL, and H2K has UOL and Elements. So if it goes to tiebreaker, we called it for H2K, apparently. So 50-50. You know, G2 fans don't hate us. No, they're great. It could just as likely be G2 taking that one. I know you're listening. Oh, yeah. We'll see what happens, and you guys will see as well. So we'll see you in the LCS.
Well, Shox and Deficio seal their bet in a legally binding contract. It's time to see how well you know the pro. Back on Tuesday, LOL Esports tweeted out a close-up of these sound detectors, and if you guessed they belong to the Unicorn of Love's mid laner Fox, you were wrong. These auditory cones actually belong to UOL's AD carry Steel Back. It has been a tale of redemption for the Unicorn's marksman, as his return to the European LCS after being benched by Fnatic last spring has been nothing short of fantastical. Steelback is currently tied with Emperor for the most kills in the European LCS and is second to Forgiven in KDA for 80 carries. Not too bad. You can watch Steelback and his mystical mounts try and work their magic when they take on H2K in the European LCS Match of the Week this Thursday.
Well, now it's time to let your fingers do the talking with the Primetime League Twitter question of the week. Last week, we asked your fingers which LCS team will have the biggest Baron power play, and for a chance at the Hall of Fame, tell us how much gold they would earn within 100. Well, the answer was Energy Esports with the Baron power play of 6,549 gold. And after a 2-week dry spell of no correct answers, we finally have a winner. So congratulations to Rar Princess for correctly guessing Energy. Unfortunately, your gold was off. But even though I almost want to put you in the Hall of Fame anyway, I won't, because that would be cheating, and we are rules followers here at PTL. Either way, though, everyone else, we've got a new question for you for this week, so we can get this one. In honor of Wild Turtle's chance to dethrone Bjergsen in the kills per minute record this weekend, we want to know which LCS player will have the most kills per minute this weekend. For a chance at Hall of Fame, give us their total kills for the week. I'm going to say Wild Turtle himself at 13 kills. Hopefully I am right. If you want to play along, be sure to hit us up at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag PTL. Get your guess in before game 1 of the European LCS. And now for a totally different game, let's head back over to Berlin for Kasing's 1v1 showdown.
It is time for another 1v1 Me Bro challenge, and today we are joined by Vitality support Kasing, and we're going to take a look at the effect that he brings to PTL. Thanks for joining me. Are you excited about this segment?
Yeah, very excited.
All right, did you watch the one with Perks? Do you know how this works?
Yeah, kind of.
All right, well, I'll walk you through it, okay? It's pretty simple. It's 1v1, right? You and me. You have 90 seconds to answer as many questions as possible. I have quite a few of them, all right? You're going to get 1 point for every correct answer that you get right. And if you don't know because you're just not smart enough, you can say pass, and then I'll move on to the next question. Are you keeping up with me?
Yep.
All right, cool. Now, Perks, when he did it from G2, he got 11 correct answers in 90 seconds. I'm going to see if you can knock him off of the PTL leaderboard before you try and knock him off of the LCS leaderboard. And I can see some nerves in here. I can see some nerves. Right. Let's just get straight to it. All right. 1v1 starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, now. What is Thresher's passive called?
Damnation.
Ooh, good start. How many hard pillows and how many soft pillows do you sit on in the LCS?
One hard, one soft.
Well, I guess you would know that one. Right. Which of these is not a type of pillow? The Daikimakura, Koshari, Abrazador, or husband?
Koshari.
And what is it? Do you know?
Egyptian.
Oh, it's Egyptian food. I like this. I like this. Okay. What is your favorite pizza topping?
Salami.
Salami. Good. Not really my thing, though. What is the best Thresh skin?
Blood Moon Fresh.
Ooh, good answer. Okay, we're up to 5. How much health does the Relic Shield give?
75.
Correct answer. You are going to kick Perk's butt. Who is the only team besides Fnatic to win a European LCS championship?
Alliance.
Ooh, okay, good one. Trick question. What is Big Ben?
A tower.
No, incorrect. He's actually a Bell quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I'll give you the correct answer anyway because you're both right. How much of the Earth's 36.8 billion acres of inhabitable land does the Queen of England own?
6.6 billion.
I'd love to know how you know that answer. Do you ask for permission or ask for forgive and agree?
Forgive and agree.
Okay, you're sticking with the League of Legends. What's your best pickup line?
I love you.
Oh, I'd get a new one if I were you. NA or EU?
EU, of course.
No, wrong answer. The correct answer is LCK.
Oh.
Who's your favorite EU LCS pro to beat?
Perks.
Perks? I think you may have done it. How much mana does Thresher's box cost?
150.
Oh, it is 100. You end on such a sour note.
Oh my god, it's 100?
It is 100.
Oh, sorry.
Dude, how could you not know this? Right, we're going to tally up the questions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh, thank
Can someone verify with me if that was 12? Confirmed 12.
Oh.
So you beat Perks in PTL.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
All right, first one for that one. Perks, dude, that's it. So that about does it here. And with 12 points, Kasing has won the 1v1 Me Bro for PTL Europe. You can watch Kasing try take on the rest of the top of the table LCS teams this Thursday and Friday. He will be taking on Rocket and Splice for a chance to knock G2 off of that top spot. We'll see you then.
CLG or C9? Who cares? H2K, G2 or Vitality? Yeah, whatever. What really matters heading into the last week of the LCS Spring Split is fantasy. And if you're like me and you're already crushing all of your leagues, or at least one of the 10 that you're in, the next 2 minutes maybe don't mean so much for you. But if you're still in that really tight fight for like first or second place, maybe the info right here is what makes the difference between you being a championship winner and a loser with the second place ribbon. So let's talk about players that are going to be awesome in fantasy in week 9. Hybrid, G2 support. Now, I've had him in my lineup for like 7 weeks at this point, but legit, he is the number 3 support in all of fantasy. He's against Unicorns of Love and Splice. Unicorns are pretty solid team. Splice, not so great. Honestly, though, G2 gets kills, he gets assists. Great player. Next up, CLG mid laner Huhi. Oh, yes, this guy is actually doing pretty solid. Overall, CLG's opponents are going to be pretty beatable. Energy and Team Dignitas are going to be pretty solid. Long games expected as well. Honestly, he's just done pretty well overall as a fantasy mid laner. He's worth putting up in most lineups. And then finally, someone to put on here, the jungler of Vitality, Shook. I know we've given some smack talk to Vitality playing low-kill games, but that's gone up in recent history. Up against Splice and Rocket, these are also some fairly easy teams to beat. Vitality should go 2-0. Players on that roster should get some decent points, and Shook, I think, is a cornerstone here. He's just in a lot of these kills. So those are some of the good players. Let's talk about some of the bad. Let's go to the sour. hate to say it, but Yellow Star on TSM has not been good in fantasy. He hasn't been doing great in the league overall. It's unfortunate, but this has just not been a point of strength here for TSM. Also, Immortals and Energy it's just an incredibly hard schedule for TSM. It's going to make things really difficult for Yellow Star over here. Also, his teammate Svenskuren, unsurprisingly, he's not been great on TSM either. And of course, this schedule is very difficult. I think if you have like Bjergsen and Doublelift, you can maybe keep them, but these guys I think definitely drop off. Hanser maybe as well. And then finally, the last person to talk about dropping off, light it up here, Power of Evil from Origin. Look, he's a good player, and Origin were a really good team, but look, I actually picked him, I think, first round at the beginning of Fantasy, and then I dropped him for Perks, because realistically, it's just not going very well right now for Origin. Giants are a beatable team, Fnatic a bit harder, and there's just better supports out there to pick up, like Huhi we talked about earlier. That's what I would suggest for your lineup choices. Hopefully you guys win. Good luck, have fun, and hopefully the kind of fun that Reckless has on Jhin. Right now, we're going to head over to Jat for a deadly flourish of knowledge and a League of Learning curtain call.
Hey everybody, Jat here to bring you another League of Learning. And this week we're going to be talking about Jhin. Again, when Jhin first reached the LCS, we did kind of a overview of some of his kit, but we didn't get to go in depth on some of the things. So this week I wanted to talk specifically about his passive and how that interacts with his item build. So quick overview of the passive itself. Depending on your level, you gain 2 to 40% bonus attack damage. Every 10% crit chance you get increases your attack damage by another 4%. Every 10% attack speed increases your attack damage as well by another 2.5%. So everything pretty much increases attack damage. And also, he gets 4% more movement speed on crit per 10% bonus attack speed he builds. So that's pretty complicated. What does it mean? It means buying attack damage is the best way of increasing Jhin's damage, and it also means that buying attack speed and crit, while they do help your damage, they contribute greatly to your mobility on Jhin. So to talk about some of the math we're going to be doing in this segment, these are our values for what we're going to be calculating. 1% attack speed, 25 gold, attack damage is 35 gold, and crit is 40 gold. We also have values for movement speed and lifesteal because that's going to be in some of the item builds. An example of just stat conversion would be a static Shiv. If you're not Jhin, that item gives you exactly what it says in the shop. 35% attack speed and 30% crit chance. But for Jhin, it converts to 20.75% bonus attack damage, 11.25% of this thing I'm coining as crit value here. Basically, Jhin only rolls for crit on 3 out of every 4 attacks, and when he does crit, it's for a diminished amount of damage. So this is kind of the value I have on 30% crit chance when converted to 11.25%. And also, because of the attack speed and crit chance on static Shiv, he will be gaining 14% move speed on crit on top of the 10% he'd be getting from every passive. So he's going to be going about 24% faster every time he crits. So, now that we have that under our belt, let's look at a full-ish Jhin build. Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, Essence Reaver, and Phantom Dancer. What those say they give you is 130 attack damage, 80% attack speed, 100% crit for a converted gold value of 10,550. Then we look at Jhin. He gets 328 bonus attack damage out of that, a 37.5% crit value from the conversion, but he also gets a bonus 32% movement speed on attack, since he does have 100% crit and will be critting on every single shot for a much higher gold value, 14,240. But that's not really the build that you should be going for if you're just looking for damage. Switch out the Phantom Dancer for a Bloodthirster. Now you're looking, and Jhin can gain 404 bonus attack damage, 26.25% crit value, only 14% bonus movement speed on crit, which won't be on every single attack. And that converts to a much larger gold value of 16,365. So this is just kind of a math example of what we outlined earlier, where Jhin can get a lot of mobility from building the Zeal items like Shiv and Phantom Dancer. But if you're really just looking for damage, you should be focusing on the BF sword items and the high AD ticket items. It's another big reason that Deathfire Touch is insane on Jhin, because a build like this gives him 404 bonus attack damage, which applies the ratio on the Deathfire Touch mastery. So this was just the passive of Jhin and some of the complicated item conversions, but I enjoyed talking about it. I hope you did too. I hope you learned something, and that'll do it.
While the Virtuoso gets set for another week of killer performances, let's head around the world of LOL Esports for a look at the BFingest matches of the week. And there's no better place to start than the most badass league on earth, the LCK. Last week, the Rocks Tigers lost their first match since they came up short versus SKT in the World Championship. Interestingly enough, they lost to the 2014 really but not really world champions, Samsung. I know, it's not really, but we're trying to make it work.
No, it's fine. The connection is there, Riv. I'm proud of you. It's a really good one. Of course, on a related note, last week, the defending world champions and IEM champions as well dropped a game to the Africa Freaks before they did finally win that match. But that's not the funny part. The funny part is that single game win by the 8th place Freaks actually means that they've now beaten SKT 3 times this spring in total games. And that's more than any team outside of Korea not named Edward Gaming had done all year. So pretty solid stuff. I hear SKT was real good in 2015, and even in this year so far as well, 7-0 IEM, obviously a pretty top caliber squad.
It's a little bit. Sandbagging.
Yeah.
So this morning, SKT continued their winning ways by destroying the LCK's second place team, Jin Air. SKT dominated both games, ending each in just under 31 minutes and only falling behind 1,700 gold momentarily in Game 2. That pretty much means the pocket change to them.
Yeah.
That means heading into Week 10 of the LCK Spring Split, the standings shake out just like this. Even with the Tigers giving up their first loss, they sit comfortably in their #1 spot with Jin Air's loss to SKT last night. With 3 weeks left in the regular season, CJ Entus and Samsung Galaxy battle it out for a 5th place spot, while Longzhu and the rest of the teams have their work cut out for them.
It's going to be a tough road ahead for a lot of these LCK teams to try to get themselves into the standings, but with Rocks tumbling for a little bit for the first time and SKT finally climbing the standings, it sets the stage, I should say, for our BF match of the week, and this one is going to be huge. So last time these teams did face off, Rocks Tigers kind of crushed them. They got revenge for the World Championship Finals over there against SKT, and now it's SKT's turn to come in as the underdogs and try to upset Rocks Tigers. Of course, not a familiar position for these guys.
Sounds kind of weird.
I know, being on the outside looking in here, but SKT honestly are looking pretty hot. Once they came back from IEM, they've won 2 matches in a row. Not only did they beat Africa Freaks, but they also crushed Jin Air, who are the #2 team. So hey, if you can crush the #2 team, then you battle #1. Maybe they finally play up to that level.
We'll have to see. It's coming up soon. You can check out the LCK BF match of the week on Friday, March 18th at 1 a.m. Pacific and 9 a.m. Central European Time. So while the LCK heads into Week 10 and the LCS to Week 9, the LPL is getting set to kick off Week 7. And with 4 weeks of matches left to go, the LPL standings, they look like this. Uzi and the Chaogu Reapers bounced back from a rough IEM to win both of their matches last week, thanks in part to Uzi's pentakill on Vayne and holding on to the lead of Group A.
Meanwhile, over in Group B, Name finally got in a game for Royal Never Give Up, also including a match where Insec went Master Yi in the jungle, which was, they came back from like 16k down, by the way. The game was actually insane overall, but Royal Never Give Up does stay on top of Group B because of this. Also, LGD is no longer the worst team in China, so, I mean, finally, LGD has stopped sandbagging. Maybe they're just going to win Worlds now.
And one other note out of the LPL is that former Samsung Blue Star, Dade, and Chaogu have parted ways. It won't have a big impact on the team or the league as he never really got in a game for the first place squad. Now let's cross the Taiwan Strait and check in on the LMS as they head into their second to last week of matches. And surprise, but not really, AHQ is still in first place with 0 match losses and 1 tie.
They've lost a single game in roughly 20. It's a pretty good record. It's actually better than Immortals are doing.
Hoping to do that
as far as game score. Yeah, exactly. That'd be great. 9-1, that'd be nice. The Flash Wolves are comfortably in second. TPA is in control of third. Machi and Hong Kong Esports are fighting for the final playoff spot, which would be 4th place here.
That's right. And now it is time for, what are you doing?
Well, you see, Riv, I need to talk to some esports fans about what they know about the North American European LCS. All right, look, I'll see you later, but it's time for Freak on the Street. True or false? I'm gonna ask these folks behind me some questions about the LCS. Of course, that's true. Let's check it out. Huni made top 4 at Worlds on Origin last year. False. Huni's really good at making grilled cheese sandwiches. True? Yeah, that is true. Solid stuff. Aframu won a hot dog eating contest in 11th grade.
True.
Actually false. We made that one up. Yeah. Darshan can sing really well. False. Darshan is a great singer.
False.
Actually true. He's a great singer. Yeah. There are 2 X's and sticks say true or false.
True. Good. There are 2 Z's in perks. True or false? False. There are 2 Z's in tabs. False. Oh. Are you ready to play some true or false?
Same.
Kobe's real first name is actually Kobe.
True.
No, what? Kobe picked a screen name for his love of Kobe beef.
True.
Also false. Now I understand why you're a Renegades fan. You're getting a lot wrong. After my great set of questions with you, you are now my biggest fan.
True.
Really? I'm actually surprised because I feel like I'm doing terribly right now.
You are, but I'm still your biggest fan.
See, that's the mark of true fandom, by the way. I'm not the best and you still care. Just like with TSM, man. I'm proud of you. That was a sick burn, true or false?
True.
Yellow Star has been to every League of Legends World Championship.
True.
Yellow Star has been to 3 semifinals of the World Championship.
True.
Yellow Star won the Season 1 World Championship with Fnatic.
False.
You know what position he played in the Season 1 World Championship?
80 carry.
Nice, good job. All right, see, I'm proud of you for that one.
That wasn't true or false. That's not allowed.
All right, Freak, my turn. True or false? It's time for the biggest plays from around the world of LOL Esports.
True.
True or false? Uzi can now call it the Penta.
Also true.
Same.
Dropping into number 5, it was Energy's Moon with the Baron steal.
Energy's already taken plenty of steals this season. Elise has Smite, and Moon is a superhero.
It's down to 1,000 health. Dardoch was knocked up by the Baron, so he's unable to chain his Q with his Smite. So Moon just executes it from 1,000.
Charging into number 4, Xiaogu's V was a hero as he sent all 4 of his enemies back home.
There's the death mark. Mako once again is going to have to, just can't. The Mikhail's just not going to quite do it as Deft now trying to auto attack. Look at this ridiculous. Oh, wow. Full team ultimate out of V. That'll disengage it. Are you kidding me? See you later, team fight. And see you later, inhibitor.
At number 3, FLICKR conquered the battlefield with his Shurima Shuffle.
And now SK Telecom chasing FLICKR already with the Disc of the Sun, where the turret used to be. Nice Emperor's Divide, gets Kuzan and Pilot. Now it's the knockups though. FLICKR gets very low, but SKT all over this team fight. Trace, the last one standing. That's a double kill for FLICKR. What a play on that Azir.
This play onto the backline, remember, 2 of these range carries completely ruined by the flash Emperor's Divide.
Man, FLICKR just turns that Emperor's Divide into a double insect kick and puts both carries right in the middle of his team.
Xiaogu Swift tossed Death's Kog'Maw back into the void with a perfect explosive cast in our number 2 play of the week.
Mako's just doing his very best. Oh my God, are you kidding? Again from Swift. Incredible explosive cask.
Just like revel in this. Straight in the face, gives him the trophy. Stellar.
And tumbling into number 1, it was Uzi with the pentakill.
Here comes S17, gonna sit right on top of it. Zhonya's there. It's QGR gonna try and re-engage the fight. Swift, he's gonna move in as now S17's gonna lock down Uzi, who's trying to fire away, but a massive brawl multi is gonna combo in with the help of Gragas and Uzi. They've already taken out Ghostu again. S17 should melt here on the front lines as the damage is just far too much. Uzi gonna get himself a triple. Chimin gonna be the next target. That's gonna be the quadra. Can Uzi get a penta on Vayne? Shu, he's been locked up. It will be. Uzi gets himself a pentakill.
Well, you know, if I had one wish for my birthday, it wouldn't be for a pentakill. It'd be for a million more wishes. Who wouldn't? But then I'd use one of those wishes to remind you to send in the biggest plays from the week to us. Tweet your nominees to @LOL Esports, use the hashtag #ThePenta, and you can make my wish come true.
And if I had one of those wishes, I'd use it to help a very special young man suffering from what scientists are now labeling as an addiction to punning. You can learn more about this very serious subject in this week's Last Hit.
Yo! Goodbye to Keith. His life was McBrief on that one. Oh, that was a perfect pillar. He thought he could win. He was so low, but he healed too much. A lot of the gold's been going to Apollo. If anyone's going to sort of dig them out of this hole, pun not intended, it will be Apollo.
Really? Not intended? You expect people to ever believe that it's not intended?
These puns, while terrible, might seem like a harmless bit of fun. But beneath the surface of these jokes lies a silent killer. According to neurosciences, Puns can be a sign of a severely damaged brain, something that we were already starting to suspect around here. Patients who are constantly joking could suffer from orbitofrontal damage and circuit dysfunction that may promote pathological joking as a compulsion. It could be as bad as your dad's dad jokes, your boss's inappropriate innuendos, or just your teammates' bad puns. We all know someone that suffers this terrible affliction. Won't you help stop this epidemic before it does tons of brain damage? I'm Rivington Bisland III. And remember, it's all fun and games until somebody you love gets hurt.
I'm losing my mind.
See, this is what happens when I don't tell puns for a day.
Vitality's Kasing takes on the 1v1 challenge, and I get freaky on the street. Make a wish and blow out the candles. I legit actually got started by that.
would say like all 5 players in the team actually like stepped up big time.
If we win every remaining game, we are 100% top 2.
For us, it's really important to be top 2.
I think Phoebe is probably the best mid laner right now.
Here we go, on to half of the package has been delivered. This is a cut and dry kill.
Our matches against H2K and G2 are going to be a real test.
Every team in top 6 can take a series out of anyone.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 9 of the European League Championship Series Spring Split. We're coming to the far corners of the globe from our studio in Berlin, Germany. As we can see, Mithy and the rest of OG sporting a new haircut and preparing for their first game of the day, as well as Giants. And with just 2 days left to climb before playoffs, it all comes down to this very hype trailer we had there as well for Week 9. Hello, I'm Eve Schok supporter, here to preview today's matchups with the help of James Stress O'Leary and Mitch Kreppel Voorspoels. As said, Week 9 is upon us, and the just 10 games left on the slate. It is all about seeding. Of course, all 6 playoff spots have been secured, and it's all about the different races now at the top of the table for that 7th place spot and 4, 5, and 6.
So many races on, even down at the bottom of the table as well. We found out earlier in the week which teams were going to be locked into their seeding for promotion. So now the race is on at the bottom. Who's going to be the ones that are going to end up facing Huma? Because that's not an opposition I'd want to take on.
Yeah, for me, just the battle between Fnatic and Origin is probably the one that is least decided, I feel. And it can swing both ways. Because the top matches, Unicorns of Love, they play some really tough opponents in the top. Everybody's kind of expected to win. So I'm really looking forward to the Fnatic and Origin, how they do this weekend.
Well, what about the top? Because obviously H2K and G2 looking like they will lock in that top 2, but they could be ending up in a tiebreaker versus each other for that first spot. Also very exciting.
Yeah, we have to remember that these teams are not only looking at just finishing top 2, because once they get to start thinking about playoffs, the first seed is obviously not going to face up 2 and 3 in the semifinals. That means whoever wins that match, if H2K wins, for example, they avoid both G2 and Vitality in their race to the finals, and will meet one of those teams in the finals more likely. That is definitely a coveted spot, so that tiebreaker may be very exciting to watch.
Yeah, definitely a lot at stake here this week, and hitting Summoner's Rift on the big stage is also patch 6.5. All champions are enabled, however, not the biggest patch we've seen coming in here for changes wise, but a couple of things changing in the meta.
Yeah, a couple of small nerfs to a lot of the champions we've seen at the top. So Kog'Maw, haven't seen him in the last couple of weeks, but a slight nerf to where his attack speed comes from in his kit. The TLDR from it means that more attack speed slightly earlier on is needed to get that big spike that we were seeing from Kog'Maw. Other slight nerf, Nautilus, slightly less damage on his Riptide. It's not enough to take him anywhere out of that top lane. He's still going to be a highly contested pick, just ever slight change to his trading potential.
Yeah, those were the meta kind of changes. Then we have some non-meta champions. More important for me, what I'm going to look at is like Soraka and Urgot. Used to be like the bottom lane in Season 2 as well. Soraka's play pattern completely got changed. So right now I believe you max Q and then you carry over that heal that you get from it with your W. So this won't really see much play in Europe, but Adrian, hopefully he's reading that over in North America. So he doesn't screw up his Soraka play right there. Other than that, I like Urgot overall as a champion. I think he is surprisingly deceptive. I think that's the best way to describe him, especially if he goes for a very armor-heavy CDR build. He could be like kind of a pick like Rammus, you know, that does really well in some of these triple AD carry compositions. So maybe somebody practiced him, because the change on his reverser right now, adding the fear to it, makes him stronger in teamfights.
A couple of changes to his ult, but for another team fighting ult that we're maybe expecting a little bit more. Jarvan had a change to his ultimate. The damage now applies to everybody in that Cataclysm, not just to the target. I still don't feel like he's top tier. He's probably going to be seen in games where maybe Elise and Nidalee are banned, but it's a champion that we're expecting to see maybe crop up.
Is Jarvan top tier in your hands, or?
He's like the only jungler I can play, really.
All right.
It's like that and Rek'Sai. Other than that, no.
Okie doke. Well, as we reach the end of the split, we want to look back at how far we've come since January. Get on Twitter and tell us which pro do you think will be most integral to their team's success heading into playoffs or whatever they're fighting for, and why. Be sure to send your tweets at LOL Esports and use that hashtag EULCS so we can see what you think later today. For now, though, for a look at what's to come in Week 9, let's check in with Trevor Quickshot Henry.
Thank you very much, Sharks. And as Week 9 gets underway, let's quickly take a look at the matches on the slate for today. We will be kicking it off with the Giants taking on Origin. The day will play out and it'll end up with Splice trying to upset G2 Esports. Now, these games are all incredibly important, especially as the week continues, because there's some must-win matchups across the board when it comes to tiebreakers, when it comes to those seeding battles, and which teams are most likely going to be playing those extra games. So let's take a look at the standings table and figure out exactly where those races are on. Right at the top, you've got G2 Esports and H2K. They are battling for first and the very important seeding in the bracket. In the middle of the table, you've got Fnatic, Origin, and the Unicorns of Love. They are battling for fourth. I think maybe more accurately, they were battling to avoid sixth place. I'll get to that in a few moments. And then finally, Splice and Elements. They're fighting for a guaranteed spot in the summer split, trying to skip the promotion tournament altogether. Let's take a closer look at each one of those races, starting with H2K and G2 Esports. I think this one's pretty clear-cut. These two teams have got a 1-1 head-to-head record as they've traded games in the split. H2K will be facing the Unicorns of Love and Elements this week. Those are two games that I think they are heavily favored to win. And G2 Esports will be wrapping up the day with Splice, and they'll face UOL tomorrow. So I think both of these teams will both take a 2-0. And what that means is we're set up for a best-of-1 tiebreaker for first or second. I think it's fair to say there is some outlier cases where if either of these teams drop games to their opponents, Vitality's in with a shot. They're only one game behind. Vitality's playing Rocket and Splice. So if these guys mess up, Vitality's in that race too. Next, in terms of racing, it's the fourth place. And this is a little bit more challenging because, of course, fourth plays fifth in the playoffs, sixth plays third. So it's very important to place higher up. Let's start with Fnatic. They've got themselves a 0-2 versus the Unicorns of Love, meaning that head-to-head breakers they're behind. They're 1-0 over Origin, and they'll be playing Elements today, Origin tomorrow. So for Fnatic, if they beat Elements and my predictions come true, that game against Origin could determine that fourth and fifth seeding. Let's take a look at Origin. They're 2-0 over Unicorns of Love. They're 0-1 versus Fnatic. They play Giants and Fnatic as the first game they're busy setting up on stage. As we've already alluded to, Friday's game's important. Now the tough one, Unicorns of Love. Despite their head-to-head over Fnatic, they're behind Origin, and they've got the toughest schedule, guys. They're playing H2K and G2 Esports. So in order for Unicorns of Love to win, they have to pick up a victory in some tough matchups. That's if they want to stay in the running for fourth. I don't really think they have what it takes. So in my opinion, this battle comes down to Fnatic versus Origin tomorrow. It could decide everything in that fourth and fifth seeding, and we could also be in for another best-of-1 tiebreaker. Finally, another quick and easy one to understand. It is the battle in seventh place. It's a battle for that safe spot and avoiding the promotion tournaments. It's Elements and Splice. They've got themselves a 1-1 head-to-head record. Elements will be playing Fnatic and H2K, incredibly tough. Splice will be playing themselves G2 and Vitality. If either Elements or Splice pick up a single upset victory, they all but guarantee themselves a spot in the summer split, bypass the promo tournament. I don't think that's likely, so I think we're going to see a tiebreaker to determine who is safe and who's going to be playing Huma or the Copenhagen Wolves. Right, now I've run through the possibilities. I think it's time for some predictions. This is what I call my quick picks. First and foremost, H2K and G2 will be a tiebreaker. I think H2K is going to win that tiebreaker, and they will walk away winning the regular season. Run through the rest of the results. Vitality, I reckon Fnatic's going to beat Origin on Friday. Origin, Unicorns of Love. And in the tiebreaker between Splice and Elements, I think Splice are down to take it. Finally, Rocket and Giants is one last one to remember, because if both of the teams lose today, whoever wins Friday's game will take home 9th place and better seeding in the promotion tournament. So there is still hope for Giants and their roster change to pull another win. Playoffs are right around the corner, guys. The tickets are available for quarters and semi-finals over on lolesports.com. Go check out the website and figure out how you can join us here in Berlin. As we head over to the casters, we're going to hear from Soaz as he's going to talk about the issues that his team is facing as they head into the playoffs.
We had a lot of problems in terms of like communication, and our problem is mostly about like what do we do after the map is open. We don't really know what to play for when we don't have to play for turrets or something like this, so we are just like running around without like really a plan or something to do. Sometimes we tend to like not even call targets, so like the communication is not so good, really bad right now, but it's improving compared to like the 2 last months, so we have to take it step by step, I guess.
Hello and welcome to the Caster Desk and happy St. Patrick's Day. I'm Richard Polscam and I'm here with Martin's official longer as Giants and Origin load up onto the stage for our first game of the day.
100% correct, and thank you to Quickshot.
Yes.
For his predictions in there and the quick picks as well.
Yeah, there's another word that rhymes with quick that I can't really say on broadcast, but
Yeah.
I think more accurately describes those.
We don't like quick picks. We don't like
No, we do not. First, let's take a look at those first 2 teams. A quick look, if you will, Deficio. On the blue side for the 10th place Giants, it is Smitty J in top lane, Jungle Wisdom, mid lane Peppy, ADC Sunstar, with support Hustlin and Coach Lothar.
Yeah, new guy joining Giant. We can talk more about him later because now we want to talk about Origin. Introduce the players, of course, with Soas up in the top lane. Amazing is still in the jungle. Power Weevil is back as the mid laner. Sven AD carry, Mithy support, and Barley is still the coach. Now Origin does have an analyst working for them. We've seen it if you guys also watched the little show they do showing some behind the scene footage. The analyst is there. He's just not on stage with the team. I don't know why.
Yeah, we will be getting into Champions League very shortly with these guys. But yeah, to talk about Giants as well, with now Hustlin coming in, it's kind of a sad story because like Pepe is the only Spanish guy left on the lineup when we used to have this full Spanish team, and that was their thing.
Implying Alfred was Spanish, or didn't really change anything though.
I guess
Swedish
I
guy.
guess not, but I mean, the problem last week, man, was actually Pepe in the mid lane. Like
it
the
was.
last Spanish guy remaining was the guy who didn't have the good performance, and Smitty J actually did well, but when you have like a super fed Corki and Pevness is coming to your lane with the package, what are you going to do?
Not much you can do, and I want to see if Origin is just going to ban the Fiora, because Smitty J did have a good performance on it, and I feel like when you play Giants now, first of all, you ban normal S tier, so like ban Kalista, ban Nidalee, these kind of picks, and then maybe have like one target ban if they did show a good performance on a specific champion. I feel like Fiora is a justified ban. Otherwise, in this pick and ban phase, I don't think there's a whole lot Origin needs to be too afraid of.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of respect bans or fear bans coming out. Alistair and Lulu will come out from Roccat, from Giants rather. That confused me for a second. Yeah, Corki and Nidalee will be the first bans out. So as you mentioned, just kind of meta picks or meta bans coming out from Origin.
The top tier ones, you know. Corki is really climbed his way back after he got nerfed in 6.3 and he slightly dropped down, then some other nerfs happened, and now he's back up because all the champions around him got taken down a little bit, and it's just very generic S-tier picks. They're removing nothing there. Kalista as well, we talked about that one. So Fiora is open for Smitty J. Don't think it's going to be a first pick. Otherwise, Gragas, we've seen very highly prioritized by a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Poppy as well. Now that Nautilus has been nerfed a little bit, I think Poppy is going to rise even more as a top lane. She was already really strong. A lot of teams just favored Nautilus above her, but he's been nerfed slightly on 6.5, so I think maybe she takes his step at as the #1 top lane pick.
Maybe. A lot of the damage was nerfed off his E, but he still does a lot of damage in those
you can't kill him in team fights.
No, you can't kill him in team fights, I know that for certain. And we'll see what the priority is going to be from Giants now. It probably won't be top lane.
Predicting Giants pick and ban phase is almost impossible, I feel, because they change it almost every single week. It's something completely new. We've seen Braum first pick before, but that was before it was even cool to first pick a Braum. Because they banned Alistar themselves, he had to take the second best support in the pool. And it's for Hustlin as well. It's a comfort pick for him. You know, his first game on stage with Giants.
But what do you give over now? Is that like the jungler now you'll get like a priority jungler, like Elise is still up, Gragas is still up.
I definitely go Gragas
priority.
100%.
We've really seen like a lot of first rotations like Quinn as well, which has been kind of odd coming out.
Yeah. Not the biggest fan of the early Quinn pick. I like Gragas. I think he's the jungler just behind Nidalee. Again, if you have like a tier list of picks right now in competitive, I feel like he goes like Nidalee, then it goes Gragas, and then you have that pool of like Elise and Lee Sin. Depending on specific junglers, even Kindred, some people would put up there.
Yeah.
We talked about Poppy, and I think this is a super strong first rotation from Origin.
Yeah, I really like Poppy in the top lane right now, as you're talking about Nautilus as well. We might even just see Giants pick up Nautilus a little bit later, see if there's any other priorities they want. Nautilus still do fine into Poppy, but yeah, Poppy has definitely risen in popularity on 6.5.
And I also like Poppy as a pick into Fiora. You can actually do well early on in that laning phase as Poppy and pressure Fiora quite a bit. So it might also just be an early pick to say, oh, you want to play that champion, Smitty? We will have a slight advantage now with the Poppy.
I dare you.
Oh, This is a champion who has been buffed on 6.5. Not the Yasuo, the Sejuani. I'm not sure if we are going to see it a lot, but it does look better. Obviously, after the buffs here, more damage on permafrost in the early game. Also, her auto attack reset is a lot easier now to pull off, a lot faster, so it's better for early trading. They're baiting us.
No. Well, I really want to see a Sejuani come out at some point because it could actually be good. She's always been on the edge of being good.
Right.
And then has never quite made it. Sivir, however, has definitely come up the rankings in terms of the power rankings of the picks. Her ultimate is still good. Critiche is absurd. And Graves gets picked up as well. I can go into top lane or jungle.
Yeah.
See where it goes, though.
Graves is another one. It's a pick over in NA. They put a lot of focus on. I even saw it first picked in some of the games last week. And one of the main reasons is just the change to the item build most people go for now. You go Death's Stand into the Phantom Dancer. And like the damage you can deal is insane. Reload time is much better. And again, you get not only the fact you get the bleed effect instead of the straight up bursts.
Yeah.
And then also you reduce the damage of the single target you fight against with the Phantom Dancer. It's super strong for dueling. And also with some of the nerfs to like Nautilus and some of these picks which became unkillable, he obviously does better as a top lane pick.
Oh man, there we have it. The Jhin coming out along with Thresh in the bottom lane for Miffy. So yeah, more people bringing that to the table now that Rek'Thai showed everyone how it's done in IEM, picking that as well in the LCS, though he did have that game where he sat top lane for 20 minutes and the game ended. But it wasn't their favor, so he didn't really do anything.
I mean,
but yeah, great to see more Jhin come to the table. And now looking for the response from Giants, trying to shut that down. But there's already a really nice front line coming out from Origin, which will make it difficult to get to the Jhin.
Yeah, with the Jhin, Nautilus comes in as suddenly a fine pick to go for. Even a Sejuani if you want, because against Jhin, you want hard engage. You want things that can land CC onto him because he's a low mobility champion. He will get movement speed, of course, but he has no dashes. So fire Sejuani ulti towards him and he has no flash, well, he's gonna get hit. And then you can just pile onto him with Sivir ulti as well. So there's a lot of options. Obviously, Graves, as we talked about, could go top lane.
Hey.
The build we've seen, and
the anti-bait. So they did actually come up with the Sejuani in the end. So yeah, I'm very looking forward to see where that's going. That means Graves will be going top lane now.
yeah, Graves top. Again, I like the new item build. That's what I'm expecting to see from Smitty J. We can talk more about it in-game as well once we see the items get completed. But we talked about Sejuani. Gotten some good buffs here.
Yep.
A Runic Echo is what you build. So it's a bit like Gragas in a sense. You build the AP item in the jungle, so you speed up your jungle clear a lot.
Yeah.
And then you just build tank right after. And you become a very, very strong team fighter. And we talked about the Jhin as well, lacking that mobility. So when you have now Sejuani ulti flying in, you have a Sivir buffing up the team, getting to Sven should not be the issue. Obviously, there is a good front line in front of him, but Thresh is not a hard disengaged support. He will slow you down, but he won't instant disengage the fight. This is a good pick, though. The Varus into Azir. Azir does pretty poorly against very long-range poke. Because Azir is a champion who wants to sit back for most of the fight and just land consistent DPS. And then if he finds an opening to all in and like shoot you back with the wall, he will go for it. He rarely gets that opening against Varus. And also in the laning phase, Varus can push in the lane and chunk the Azir very safely. So it's a very good pick. It's an old counter pick into Azir. Now that Azir is back in the meta, it's been played a lot more. So I like the fact we've seen some new picks here. We see just new focus. There's no Nautilus in this game. He wasn't banned, he wasn't picked at all. He's still a good pick. But I think just other champions kind of climbed a little bit further up the ladder than him.
Yeah, for sure. And also the Varus and Power of Evil, like kind of coming full circle because he went to like those long poke champions after being like the playmaker of Syndra, and now he's going back. He's just like, hasn't been working out, and let's go.
First time he played it was the spring final in Madrid. He pulled it out. A lot of people after said, oh no, that pick, you know, cheese.
Yeah.
Clown Fiesta pick, you know, that's never really going to happen. Suddenly, China and Korea were playing it as well.
Faker plays and it's like,
Faker
okay.
The Ku Tigers played it quite a lot in the mid lane, and it is a very strong pick. It still is. It has been hurt a little bit by the item changes that happen with no Last Whisper anymore and Brutalizer being on, but it's still super strong, and it's good into Azir.
Yeah, I feel like once you have the Faker seal of approval, people are just
Then
like,
it's
oh
okay.
no,
Then
it's
you can
good.
play
It's a good pick. But yeah, we'll see how it works out as we get into game. Azir as well on Peppy has not really had a good win rate in LCS, 0-4 currently. But we'll see if Peppy can make it work. I always feel like this composition was like a very easy composition to run up until the Azir. It's like Sejuani goes in, Sivir pops ultimate, Brom's there for frontline, Graves will split push, he has this build. And then now Azir has to make really strong plays on top of that. Well, send your predictions on these compositions and how you think this game is going to go. Hashtag GIA win and hashtag OG win on Twitter as we get into this game. And we'll see which team actually comes up on top. This is an important win for Origin because they really need to start fighting for that 4th spot. And this win will help them do that as we get into game here. And Giants, there's not a lot to play for other than getting their team synergy on point moving into promotions. Maybe there's a slight possibility.
Slight chance. If they go 2-0 and Rocket loses both the games, we might get Giants climbing above them in the standings and therefore not being in the last spot. And also the last seed coming into the promotion tournament, which is next week, of course.
But they are throwing everything to try and make that happen because really they just need to get that synergy down because last week didn't have a fantastic performance. This time bringing in another player and now you basically have a different lineup and then Peppy. So it'll be tough to execute, you know?
It's always a very tricky thing when you look at a team who's losing a lot and you're like, well, they have to make changes. And they did. But then you have to question, did they do it fast enough? Should they have been able to identify the problem maybe all the way back in week 4, week 5? Potentially made some changes there, or some more changes, that is. Obviously, they did make a jungle change, put in Beton Yoke, and now they actually replaced him again for Wisdom. So it's always weird. We understand Giants are doing this because they want to see if they can prepare for the promotion tournament. Obviously now this year the promotion tournament is no longer after playoffs. You will have less time because it is on Thursday we start. And if Giants is number 10, then they will play on Thursday. And you have to win that BO5 or you're out of the promotion tournament.
It's really scary for these teams if you get down there. But see the Ludless coming out, actually the Spinny J as well. So is that actually very common for Graves on the top lane? Because we're seeing some other interesting things that will hit as well, but sometimes we see Fervor, we used to see Thunderlords, and that, disappeared.
So again, this tells me he's going for that, I'm going to call it new item build, even though it's actually been around now for a few weeks. With Graves, where you go again for the Death Dance, and then the Phantom Dancer. So with the Warlord's Mastery here, again, it's an all-off passive, basically. You get so much extra sustain, and you can just stand, and because you can reduce so much damage from the enemy with Phantom Dancer and your own passive as well, you can actually become a legit bruiser early on in 1v1s. And also in teamfights, if people don't burst you down, you will lifesteal quite a lot back. So I really like it, because you will be playing aggressive, you will be in your face, you want to really hit that shotgun straight in their face. And that means you have to be able to lifesteal back and, of course, survive that initial burst. So I think it is much better for him now, and I think it's why he's really become a great top lane pick now. He was always solid, but then a lot of teams didn't want to play him. I think now he is actually very strong.
And that's even with the fall-off of the damage on Q. Like, can you imagine if he still had the damage on Q and he had the decisive build? Yeah, he would be one-shotting everyone. We also had Deathfire Touch. We do have a hook in the bottom lane onto Hustlin. And Miffy will get a lot of damage down there. Sven will follow up, and there's the dancing grenade. I was always looking for that last auto attack as well, because he was coming in with the swag walk, and he was ready to go. But maybe he'll get the snipe, but Hustlin's a little too high HP now. But that was not a good start to this game. A lot of pressure being put down mid lane as well. That Deathfire Touch is starting to add up the damage. Amazing, potentially looking for a dive behind here.
I'm very surprised Giants didn't opt in for lane swap here, because 2v2 bottom lane, they're going to lose. Big time against double range in Jhin. Let's see, mid lane.
Flash E, first blood over to Power of Evil. As simple as that. Amazing will take one more tower shot. Oh, single digits. Full control. I actually don't even know if Peppy hit him, so he would have gotten executed, but...
So again, there's a few early game things here we didn't talk about because we were looking at masteries and we were talking about Graves. And of course, Giants before. One, no lane swap. To me is a little bit odd from Giants because, again, they have a weaker 2v2 bottom lane, which is super, super difficult to play into. And also, Mithy and Sven are still one of the better bottom lanes we have here in Europe. Graves also does fantastic in lane swaps because he's so fast at pushing down the tower, standing melee range to it, hit him with all the bullets. But then also in mid lane, Peppy not running cleanse. Against Gragas and Varus, it sets up very easy ganks for Origin now. Hard to do anything against the dive itself, but later on, once you get level 6 for Power of Evil, you land that ulti onto Peppy, and then Gragas comes in. There's not really much Peppy can do. He's running TP instead, so he's playing for more outsider lane, I always want to say. But I think Cleanse would have been a better choice for him.
So if anyone's interested, that was Amazing surviving with 2 HP. So as he got away from that tower, exactly 2 HP. And to expand upon your point as well, Deficio, last week we had 9 out of the 10 games with lane swaps, and now we don't have a lane swap in this game. So we actually had a whole lot last week. And then Giants didn't opt to it this game, even though it probably would have been the right decision. So we'll see how this game works out for them. But Wisdom goes into the enemy jungle, takes away the Krugs on the top side, and Power of Evil rotates back into mid lane. There's not a huge CS advantage, but in terms of pressure, Peppy's always being shoved back to his turret.
Yeah, again, Origin should always be able to play around mid lane and bot lane in this game and just invade that enemy bot side jungle. Sivir will often stay even in CS. She's very hard to completely deny CS because she's so fast at clearing out the wave. You give her like 2 seconds basically.
Yeah.
Boomerang and then ricochet and then boom, wave is gone. Problem for her is this: Sivir really wants to be able to constantly push you to your tower and then like slowly chip away in your tower. That's not gonna happen in this Jhin lane at all. So yeah, you might not deny her the full amount of CS, but she won't take your tower. Then going into mid game, she can struggle then to deal damage against these big tanks like Gragas, like Poppy. You see, gank in mid, Peppy has to flash instantly.
But now he doesn't have the flash to the hook. Miffy doesn't quite land it. Was hoping Peppy might try and juke back into it there. And more damage gets put down by Power of Evil.
This was the setup we mentioned though. No cleanse. Super easy. Just go in and gank it. Try and land the ulti from Power of Evil. Instant forces to flash. You saw Amazing was nearby as well. So Peppy is gonna struggle because the river is lost. It is fully controlled by Origin. Wait for Power of Evil's ulti to be back and then you can just go for another gank in mid. Sejuani wants 6 and she has it now.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see that first Glacial Prison come out and lock someone down. Peppy still found a way in mid lane, going for the double Darrens in fact, so also went for the biscuits.
Yeah, it's a bad recall timing for him, or back timing, because he got ganked. Obviously, he got killed on the tower.
Can't go for main components.
He didn't even get to pick up the wave that was pushed into his tower beforehand. Also, Power of Evil running the cleanse, making it difficult for Sejuani to go in and help. I think we should just see Wisdom instead. Either you gank the Jhin lane, or you go up and you try and snowball your Graves, because Graves will become a fantastic strong split pusher. Poppy is, of course, very difficult to take down, but ganking mid lane should not be an option for Wisdom here.
Well, Amazing is going to utilize that pressure he has mid lane to allow Power of Evil to come in here and try and take this one away. Wisdom did not get the smite, and it's going to be smited away by Amazing. So if it didn't get onto Power of Evil, that would have been super greedy. But they still have theirs to go back to when it spawns in a minute. But still taken away from Wisdom, and more importantly, Peppy.
Funny enough, before as well, Wisdom sneaking down bot lane with Rift Herald buff. Once you walk into the bush, you will still buff the minions.
Yeah.
So
it's like,
you can't really, they're like, huh, what's going on here? The minions are getting buffed around, and I don't see Rift Herald on any of these guys. I wonder who's down here.
Yeah.
Poor Wisdom don't have to recall. He's back top now.
Oh,
so
mid lane.
Trying one more time. That's the gank here mid.
Yeah, locked down with Chains of Corruption. Amazing has his ultimate ready to go. Peppy doesn't have his flash, but Amazing and Power of Evil were going into dark territory, so they didn't see if anyone was around the corner, just in case Wisdom comes up with their ultimate. But there's the flash and the Arctic Assault onto Soaz, looking for the ultimate to lock him down. But Wisdom should be going down here. Amazing in this one-on-one, keep his verdict, will keep Smitty in place. He'll flash over the wall. Soaz trying to block the damage, and Amazing will blast Smitty away. Doesn't quite get the angle on that one. Oh, sniped down in the bottom lane. Sven landing a big hit with the curtain call. In top lane, Amazing's looking for it. Comes in with the Drunken Rage, looking for another couple auto attacks to make this one happen. But Smitty J manages to get away with his life.
Hey, see some of the good lifesteal he's going to get on this Graves here with the Keystone as well. So still felt difficult to take him down even though he was low. But we mentioned it, Sejuani, you know what? Either you gank the Jhin, tried before, gave it away with the minions, then went top lane because the next one was ganking the Poppy, get that Graves rolling. They do pick up the kill. And in the end, only lost the support, which obviously had nothing to do with the first gank. There's this 2v2 lane with Jhin and Thresh. Like, Jhin is such a strong laner. And this is a big problem for Giants. They're really far behind this 2v2 bottom lane. Just hook onto Hustlin.
So
low, and then I guess Sven is gonna miss a few of his curtain calls here. Let's see. One onto Sunstar. Second.
That one was flashed.
Third. Fan up, and then the last one with the crit. Boom.
All right, pretty solid ultimate shots coming out there.
We like it. Sunstar didn't manage to block the last one. So some missed synergy there between the Giants' bottom lane.
Maybe even Sunstar was just like, I don't even know if I want to take this. Like,
yeah, I don't know, man. You probably cost me a few CS before.
Yeah.
I don't know. Think you deserve it.
Was that quite the Deficio level Jin we're seeing in this game?
I would obviously nail all 4 and
Yep.
get both of them.
Exactly.
So I would have missed every single one.
Yeah. Would have predicted that flash. No. The bottom lane, though, Giants are pushing this one in. Hook lands onto Hustlin again, and Sven will deal the damage. Unbreakable Glacial Fissure will put some CC down, but Amazing is there for the counter gang. Smitty J comes in from the top side, made that the double kill coming out for Sven. Now Wisdom in a bad place. The flash, the flay. Amazing doesn't have anything to keep him in place, but Jin does, and Power of Evil in from the mid lane. He arrives, Income with the piercing arrow, and that'll be a fast kill over to Origin.
And this is the expected thing with Giants. It's a lot of solo queue, you know. It's very hard to coordinate properly. They straight up walk down bot lane, start pushing in the tower with Smitty J as well. Mithy shows up, minion wave dies, he just hooks in Hustlin, who disengages way too late. Snare from Jin, obviously coming in. Jin and Thresh, a lot of good synergy. Add in a Morgana if you want instead of the Thresh, that's pretty nasty as well. Just pull under you, W, you instant snare, and there's very little you can do. But Origin just very easily coordinates the defense here. Look, he mini wave dies, last one Mithy, times the hook. Hustlin hasn't been able to disengage in time, snap on the tower. And now there's really nothing Giants can do because Amazing is already here. Power of Evil is already roaming. It's a great play with the Lantern, by the way, from Mithy and Sven on the bottom side. And now you're caught behind the enemy tower. The setup is just a little bit too predictable, and it's hard to really judge Giants too much with so many roster changes, communication problems. Issue for me still is they have 1 week to fix all of this before the promotion tournament starts.
To be fair, it is Giants playing against Origin here, and while Origin have been kind of firmly in the 6th place, kind of the gatekeepers stopping all the bottom 4 from getting into the top 6 for a while, they have looked definitely a little better in the last week with FLICKR, but yeah, still, Giants will still, it was a very weird week, but Giants will still have those issues going against some of the other teams, especially the Challenger teams coming up. So very excited to see how they perform against the top Challenger teams after we had the Challenger Finals on Tuesday. Power of Evil still farming down the mid lane.
But just to add to your example with Origin, struggling but then getting slightly better, they've still been struggling a lot in the early game. So like in the last 6 games they played, they won 4 of them. Only 1 game they had a lead at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
This game they should have a lead at 20 minutes, so we can add on for the last 7 games they played. 2 of the games they have a lead at 7 minutes. They're going in.
Smitty, I don't think you want to be there anymore. There's no chance for him even to react. There was no flash. What's he gonna do? Can't even pop the collateral damage. And he just goes down. They kind of came in for the gank the first time round. It was like, no, we're gonna leave you. Just kidding, let's go. And Smitty went down. Just another death in the top lane. Destiny just bleeding out all over the board. 13 minutes in, and Origin are in full control.
Well, it's funny with Giants because we talk about leads at 10 and 20 and so on. See some action. Oh, Wisdom steals away the Boobuff. But Power of Evil steals away their lives.
Peppy not in a good place. Nero's Wisdom. One more auto out from Power of Evil. He just rocks up, throws out the auto attack, and instantly picks up a kill. Peppy will have to flash over the wall. Someone is being burnt left and right.
So for Giants, this split, 10 minutes. On average, they're down 700 gold. It's bad, but it's not terrible. You know, you can survive that. At 20 minutes, on average, they're down 4,300 gold.
Less survivable.
So, obviously, when you are a bit solo queue focused with new members, and also before where the synergy wasn't there from Giants, and they really struggled when it came to actually having game plans and following them. Once you get out of the first part of the laning phase, that's where you start seeing the roams from supports. That's where the jungler starts setting up tower dives. That's where it always goes wrong for Giants. They don't have any plan in the mid game, and they fall so far behind. They've never really been able to claw their way back into the game and then have these late game victories. And also Pepinero's been struggling because everyone around him obviously is also underperforming. So it's tough to expect anything, honestly, from a single member on Giants. And so far, it is going as expected.
Well, Origin have had other issues as well themselves. Not all of them are really showing themselves this game because they generally have pretty good solo performances. Like CSD at 10 is really good from Sellers and Sven, but then they have really weak goal difference at 10 because they're not taking any towers, not taking any objectives, they're just doing really well in their lanes. This game, they're doing really well in their lanes, but then they're taking everything away from Giants as well. They're taking the towers, they're taking the dragons, and they're just getting so far ahead from it.
And they have to. I mean, they have to be able to do this against Giants every time.
Well, Smitty J gets dragged into Sven. This should be a fish in a barrel. There's the kill. Wisdom is going to flee for his life.
One thing I really like about this combo, Jin and Thresh, is when a Thresh flays, obviously there's that small time where you're jumping through the air, slightly getting knocked up. It's actually enough time for Jin to charge up his W. It's a very strange skill shot because there's that charge up time before you fire it. But the flay duration where the guy CC'd is enough time for that
so you can chain
animation to finish, and then you fire the shot so quickly, then it's hard to dodge it, and then you just get snared instantly. So it's very good chain CC happening with this 2v2 combo, and again why I think you need to lane swap on it.
Well, Sven already with the Infinity Edge in this game, building towards the second item on this one. 4-0-1. 9-1 the team in total. Sven is going to be shooting down his turret with ease. 400 gold in the bank, clearing out the rest of the minions with the dancing grenade. Death Dance has been picked up by Spinny.
Yes, we got it.
We got it at the start of the build. Will he get to Phantom Dancer? That's the other question.
As long as he gets his heal, it's enough.
Okay.
Say that was what he was aiming for.
We didn't get the damage reduction though.
No, but it's more we can say he went for that build.
Oh, okay.
We talked a little bit about it. So, like, look at the CC chain here. So it's not the Mythic, but look at the Flay then. Okay, W is actually charged up even before that, but it doesn't matter. You can still do it.
We'll see it next time.
And then it's just super easy combo from OG, and they're so far ahead at this point. Mythic soaking up the ulti from Wisdom. Not really been showing anything about the new Sejuani.
Not really. I mean, the problem there as well, like Sven just saw him and it's just like, you gonna auto consult me, bro? All right, sidestep, and then there was nothing he could do from there. Like, they're just being outplayed all over the board to the point where it's so difficult to make outplays, and even if you land auto consult in that situation, when are you gonna do it? Like, Sven's almost full HP anyway, and Origin are just so far ahead in this game. It's crushing, honestly, and Giants, like, I don't know what they do. Should they stall out the game so they get more experience on the LCS stage? Like, what is the play here, Deficio?
I don't think there is a play. I mean, try and maybe set up a trap like they're doing now, and then see if you can land 3-4 man Sejuani ulti into AoE damage from Smitty J, put Pepe, in a good position to deal some damage. You have a strong team fight composition here, so you might just have to say, you know what, we weren't planning on team fighting this early, but now we don't have a choice. Group together, try and land that ulti from Sejuani, and then see if we can take the fight. Like, surprise Origin. Honestly, that's the only way out. You have to team fight your way out, and that's what they're trying to do here.
Well, that was a Flash Arctic Assault, or Arctic Assault Flash, and Power of Evil did burn both of the summoners and his ultimate, so they did get a decent amount in the mid lane in terms of a trade, but Wisdom also used his ultimate, I believe. So they are still falling behind. Mid lane, kind of interested in the item build because obviously with some of the items being nerfed for AP or AD casters, it's gone for the Ghost Blade in the mid lane for the arm penetration, extra movement speed, etc. And the Mirror Mana.
Yeah,
well, building towards it, Mana Ring.
More of Immortals as well, super good early item.
Yeah.
If you're against AP champions, also gives the armor penetration, so some good options still for Power View, which is not the same punch.
Yeah.
Lacking
it was very clear what it was before.
Yeah, it was very simple. Just stack full armor penetration and then start shooting everyone.
Yeah. Wisdom going back to base. Probably could have walked back, honestly, from there. You're riding on a boar as well, so it's like, it's not even you doing the effort.
So you're not walking back?
No, you're riding back. Oh, Pepe. Well, Hustling, gonna block one, block two. He might die for this, though. Where's the fourth one going? Who you gonna nail? The minions. Didn't land the fourth one, but they were full HP anyway, so not gonna make the most out of the missing health damage. That was a big crit on to the mid lane. This tower is just down. And Smitty J, he's also down. Sunstar, he's putting out a little bit of damage onto Soaz, but 18 minutes into this game, just on the horizon of 19 minutes, and Origin are pushing into the base, onto the inhib. That will be going away. Origin, they don't need to push any further. They could if they wanted to, but they're just going to back off, sweep the jungle, maybe even set up wards around Baron. Dragon, they can do whatever they want. Rest in peace, Pepe.
Yeah, Giants are sadly sticking to the trend with this new roster of being very far behind, very early in the game. G2 beat them in 20 minutes and 52 seconds, and last week, at 15 minutes, they were down 5k gold. 20 minutes, they were down 9,000 gold.
Are we on track?
I mean, we're
past.
we're actually looking worse right now.
Okay.
The sad thing is also, well, the tough thing for Giants is that Origin is running this poke comp with like Varus, Jhin. Once you get this far ahead, like there's nothing you can do because it's just insane with the amount of poke, and then chain CC, Varus ulti into Jhin W.
Oh man.
It's just scary. Land one long range ability and then Jhin can snipe you.
Yeah, like the threat range from like Origin is so scary. Like you could be in your base and just get sniped 100-0, like if everything lands.
It also helps when you are 12,000 gold ahead.
Sure, yes.
Makes it a little bit easier. You don't have to really be too afraid. Giants had this comp where it was so so focused around having engages from Wisdom and then just try and blow someone up and pop Civil ulti and like kind of rush at the poke comp.
Yeah.
But obviously that doesn't work when you're this far behind. And
nice deadly flourish there.
Sven snipes out Peppy.
Yeah, Jin definitely has the best skill names, like, so far. Deadly Flourish, Curtain Call.
You mean QWER?
To the color caster, yes, but it's all the pizzazz, you know, coming in. I really wanted to see Jin. I mean, there's only like 46 in the world. That was a really obscure anime reference, which you will not get to Vicious.
No. I tried to watch 5 minutes of that anime you told me about.
Attack on Titan.
Attack on Titan. It was just this kid running around crying in the city.
No, that's not, no.
And he got kinder boring after 5 minutes of him being angry about something in that city.
You've got to watch the whole episode, Vicious. You can't judge Attack on Titan the first 5 minutes. Are you kidding me?
I will watch the entire episode.
You said that a month ago.
One day.
All right.
It takes time. I watch 5 minutes, and I quit for 2 months, and then I watch another 5 minutes.
Wow.
I'm trying, man. I'm really trying.
Yeah, I get that. Top lane, that'll be the flash away from Soaz. He's going to be charging up the
I'm going to get a lot of angry tweets, by the way.
Yes,
because
you will.
A lot of people like Attack on Titan, and I would probably like it too if I actually started watching.
That's why you've got to bash on like an obscure anime, and then it's just like, I haven't heard of that, but yeah, if you hit the mainstream ones, that's not the right
I
point.
like the concept.
Yeah, okay.
It seemed pretty bad. The action scenes were pretty cool.
In the first 5 minutes.
It was just a little kid running around.
You can't see me, but I would be facepalming right now. Origin onto the Baron. This will be going down. No vision at all.
Yeah,
there's the Zeal, so we know, and the 2 daggers.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we know he's going towards Phantom Dance. He may actually finish it before game end because there's so many minions going into the base now. He's split pushing bot lane while Hustlin is dying in the top side. They knew Baron was being taken. Sunstar, over half his health gone. Hammer shock out from Soaz, and that's just enough to finish him off. The damage out from Origin is actually disturbing. I'm surprised, but like, you don't expect to get half health by a Q coming out.
And snipe some more
Actually
Peppy.
depressing. Ooh, big crit in from Sven. It's really just who can get the most damage out of one ability right now and style on the person hardest out from Origin. It's just, they're putting on a show just like Jin. In with the curtain call, lands the first, the third. Looking for that fourth, lands straight onto Hustlin. He's going to be dragged into the team. Protect the fancy points, boys. Let's get onto those Nexus turrets and finish out in style. 22 minutes into this game, and Origin run all over Giants.
In a second.
In a second. They've got to pad the stats first. Nexus down.
Yeah, not a whole lot to talk about. Smitty J did finish his Phantom Dancer, so that was something.
Oh, okay.
Expected.
Yeah, as expected.
Origin!
And without XPK as well, with Power of Evil coming back into the lineup.
Not quite an H2K chant yet.
No.
They keep it
It's the evolution, man. They'll get there.
It'll go like... No, wait, it doesn't fit in because it's only OG. So it wouldn't be like OG
Yeah,
what?
OG what?
It's like, yeah, what?
Again.
Yeah, OG what?
OG again?
Oh, what? OG.
It doesn't have the same ring to it.
Maybe that's why they just say Origin.
Yeah. Also, they haven't had as much time to adapt to the chant.
True, they haven't won as many games.
Yeah. H2K have had more time to make that happen. And at some point, I'm sure Origin will be on the same tier. But as expected, players knew what was coming. And again, another important win for them in the race for fourth.
And that's the big thing, right? Going into a game like this for Origin, it's not really about how you play almost, because you expect to win almost no matter what. It's just getting that win, go home now and prepare for Fnatic tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because as long as every team that we expect to win today takes home the victories, we will get all these fights now as like one match deciding who's going to be number 4, who's going to be number 5, who's going to be first, you know, who's going to be number 7.
Yeah.
So Origin got the win they needed. Go home now, prepare for Fnatic. Fnatic's playing next game against Elements. It's going to be the same deal. They are expected to win. Still think Elements will put up more of a fight than Giants.
I mean, they pulled up sets before, you know, versus Giants who have not done as much of that. But yeah, we talk about momentum sometimes as well, but like there's not a lot of momentum that you carry from this game. You get the win and kind of like, I don't know, the cart or whatever is just like on the hill and it's rolling down the hill, but you know, it needs another shove. So that was a weird analogy. But yeah, the Jin as well was cool to see from Sven. He did well and yeah, solid performance. what can we say? We're going to send it over to Pyrotechnics, who is on stage with a man from Origin.
Thanks very much, Pulse. I'm joined by the tallest member of Origin. Of course, it is Sven. A really good game today. It was clinical. You guys closed out without hardly losing a man. So I want to ask you about Jin, because it's going to be a little bit more interesting going forward, I think. We've really only seen Reckless pipe up about this champion over here in AU. What are your thoughts on Jin?
So Jin has a lot of good things to his kit, and he has a lot of bad things. Like, you have no mobility, so if you play against champs like Malphite and this kind of poppy dive champs, it can be really hard. But he's really good at setting up picks or ganks with his root and his ult. So also he has strong lane phase with Thresh. So it's like a go-to choice for me after Lucian, Kalista sometimes. So yeah, that's where the Jin comes from.
Go-to for you. Do you expect going into playoffs to see this a lot more across the board in Europe?
I think a lot of EU players have Jin as their third choice as AD carry after Kalista and Lucian, or Ezreal for that matter. So I think Jin is going to be played a lot more, especially since Kalista is banned so often. So yeah.
All right, well, looking forward to seeing more of it. Now, let's talk about tomorrow, because you're going to be facing down Fnatic in a rematch from week number 1. Looking ahead to that matchup, obviously today didn't present you guys with too much challenge. How are you preparing for Fnatic tomorrow, and considering all playoff seeding implications, how do you expect to do?
I think we're going to be fine. We prepare for Fnatic like we prepare for every other team. It's not we prepare for Giants and Fnatic and every other team the same way we do for everyone. So we go over drafts, we do scenarios, and if we win tomorrow, it's really important for us, because having a better playoff seeding could mean a lot for our first match. So we're going to do our best to win tomorrow.
That's what I like to hear. Good luck and have fun. Congratulations again on your win, Sven. For now, though, we're going to send it back to the analyst desk to further break down game number 1.
Oh, that was cute. I just want to touch on that. I'm not buying what Sven is saying here. I prepare as much for Giants as we do for Fnatic. More importantly, because if you look at the bans, they ban out the Corki and the Kalista themselves. Lucian then gets banned out. He plays Jin. He goes like, yeah, Jin. Doesn't
Third
matter.
pick.
I pick it, he says it at least twice. After Lucian and Kalista, I pick Jin. Twice the memo to Fnatic. So I don't know. I feel like they're trying to send a message here. Or otherwise, I feel it's ill-advised to give away this much information in a crucial matchup against a team that brought Jin to the stage.
Unless you're very, very confident.
Well, I mean, there's no reason after that game not to be confident. I mean, the only death they even gave up was Soaz dying in a 2v1 where he took someone with him. And
It's to be expected.
and then Amazing nearly got the second one as he came in the backside. So it's to be expected in that situation. You close the game out so clean, and you just showed the gap between where you are at the table and where the bottom teams are.
A lot of it was a resemblance of the very strong OG. Obviously, a lot of pressure coming down from Amazing on that champion loves to play Gragas. Let's take a look at one of the dives that sealed the deal and got the game totally in OG's favor, although it was looking like it before as well.
At least what we conclude here is that Giants initiated the play that ended the game. Sadly for them, it was Origin that ended up winning. This obviously, the failed dive here, just executed beautifully, knowing the limits here. Lantern comes out just to keep Jin safe, and Origin is just toying with Giants, who are they're in phase 1 of build a team.
Yeah.
Rudimentary plays set up a minute in advance, and then no plan B. Whatever happens, we focus on the play. We have to execute it. Previous to this, there was a couple of nice outplays in the top by Soaz, the little dive in the mid lane. The only thing that I really liked from Wisdom was that he kind of changed his pathing once Gragas was in his jungle. He went to the top side and attempted a dive. Sadly, it didn't work out. After those 2 or 3 kills and then this play, the game was over.
And from that play, I don't want to summarize too much from Hustlin. It was his first game in an impossible situation. One player's never going to come in and turn that around. He was going forward. The rest of the team were kind of going back under a turret with no minions. It's an individual misplay, but we've started now to see 2, 3, 4 players playing on a different playbook from everybody on Giants now. They're not on anywhere near the same page. And if they want to beat the likes of Copenhagen Wolves and Huma, the one thing you can say about those 2 teams is they were somewhat on the same page.
And it's also just so hard for Giants to find any progression on the stage, because in the last 3 games, they've got 4 kills. That's it. So the game starts, we practice the first 5 minutes, and by that point, it's almost over if you're the Giants. So it's so hard to practice, and then it has to be so demoralizing when you get to the scrims. The language barriers there too. So I hope they find a magic fix, because otherwise the next week will be incredibly rough.
Yeah, it's Thursday already, and to illustrate it, they haven't gotten any dragons, no first blood, nor first towers with their new lineup. 9k gold deficit at 20 minutes. There's almost nothing to build on, sadly, so indeed they have to find that magic fix. Let's hope that they are able to do better. Finally, OG, obviously, there's not a lot we can take from this game to look forward to that game versus Fnatic. Anything you guys got? Jin is good. Nils' Jin is good.
They look fine with Power of Evil. I mean, it's easy to look fine when you're winning.
I mean, PoE played, Varus played it well.
But it was Varus again.
It was an early dive. Other than that, I don't think the good thing for OG is that Fnatic can't take much from this match either.
Yeah.
So their prep, they know
true.
that their prep is still the same coming in. So they didn't reveal anything except that they played Jhin. But hey.
Hey, surprise. That's the bottom line. Indeed, we need to take a quick break, but the action is just getting started. When we return, it is Elements versus Fnatic. And before we go, we'll hear from how reckless how he found himself picking up the Virtuoso of Summoner's Rift. How topical.
Well, basically when Jhin was released, I told Daylor that I could kind of feel that this champion had an insanely high skill cap. So if I were to spam Sulk games, if I were to spam scrims, I would get so much better than others. And I think it like just worked out super good. Not only for me as a player, because I felt really comfortable playing it, but also for the team. Because for once, they didn't really have to adapt around me, because Jhin is the kind of champion that can just adapt around everyone else due to the kit he has.
Welcome back to the European LCS. No, they're just not shouting at anything. They're shouting at OG because they're in the fan meet over there. Well, welcome back, you guys. Elements and Fnatic are going to take their places on stage. Let's look at that matchup. OG holding up their part of the bargain for the game tomorrow against Fnatic, and now Fnatic is up against Elements. When we look at Elements last week, they did really good things, and then they did really shaky things. The first thing that comes to mind is that game versus Splice that they had in the palm of their hand, but ended up losing. That they shouldn't do that far into the season.
Yeah, they just ended up team fighting against a comp that they really shouldn't have. And they had this conversation themselves where it was like they didn't really want to do that, and then they get these objectives, and then finally, oh, let's fight. Oh, wait, that was the bad decision. So late in the game in what should have been a one game for Elements, just really disappointing.
It just felt like as a team they had shown some growth in the early game. They had gotten understanding of, how to play it out, but then they just got too eager. Too hot-headed, too hot-tempered, and they picked their fights. It ended up costing them. It could be incredibly important because their battle for 7th seeding is very, very likely to end in a tiebreaker unless they can pull off an upset against Fnatic, who really looked good last week.
But then they did really good things against the Unicorns of Love. The team composition they drafted, I believe that was the game where it was like Rammus for Vizicachi, and they go for the Trundle on the opposite side, and Unicorns ended up looking fairly shaky. But anyway, they just showed both sides of the coin from Elements last week, and I hope we get to see the better side of Elements, because then I think they can actually give Fnatic a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, why not go for those comfort picks and try to play out the game as good as possible? Exactly. Versus Fnatic, obviously, we looked at them after IEM where they looked to have improved. They went 1-1 last week, and what definitely comes to mind is the fact that in general they were up about 2k gold rather at 15 minutes and 5k at 20. Even in that Vitality game, they looked really, really strong.
They absolutely did. And part of the reason is because they got things that are just so hot right now for Fnatic. They were given their comfort picks. Vitality said, we're going to give you everything you want. And if you look at Fnatic right now, their sort of dream composition is this Rammus, Lee Sin, Corki, Jhin, Braum, all of these comfort picks that, Vitality basically said, look, we're going to give you some of them. We're going to give you the Corki, we're going to give you the Jhin. Fnatic showed up on them and Vitality said, we're still better than you. So it was good to see growth from Fnatic, but they need to do more if they want to break into that top 3 bracket and impress us even further.
And start by beating Elements. The teams are ready, so we're going to check in with the casters for picks and bans.
Cheers, guys. And as the players load up, let's check out those starting lineups. Let's just check them out on the Elements for the blue side. It is top lane Steve, jungle Gideus, mid lane Iker, ADC Mr. Rallis, support Spraddle, and coach Nick.
On the red side, Pulse.
We're going to check them out.
We're going to check out some Fnatic players. Gamzo in the top lane, Spirit in the jungle, Fibberman in the mid lane, Reckless AD carry, Cly is support, and the master of memes, Daylor, is behind them. Probably
We got a new one this week, or?
Oh, I don't know. I think we kind of run out. I saw some other ones, but they were pretty dark. They were pretty dark.
Oh.
So I think we wait for Daylor to deliver.
Okay.
Or Twitch chat.
Yeah. Either one or. Either or. We'll see how it works out in this Champions Select. But
looks happy.
He does, and he has, good reason to be.
I mean, it's easy being Daylor right now when you prepare to pick a ban phase, because most of the time you kind of go like, all right, we want Corki, Jhin, Lee Sin, okay, Braum, sure,
got a
okay,
call.
okay, Rammus maybe, yeah, okay,
no,
fair enough.
Rammus.
So it's been pretty simple the last 2 weeks for Fnatic with the pick and ban phase, but it's been working.
Yeah.
And Vitality gave it over to Fnatic and said, we will pick the strongest meta composition, and you will get your comfort picks. And then we will see if we can beat you anyway. And they did manage to beat them in the end, but it was a very, very tough game for Vitality.
So what's the play from Elements? Should Elements be like, well, we know your formula, let's start taking away some of these picks. Let's take away maybe a top lane, or take away the Lee Sin, put Spirit on something different. Or do they just say, let's ban Graves, let's ban Kalista. What else did they used to be good at?
So I wonder if they're also going to ban Jhin, because I think Reckless performs extremely well in this champion, and it's still difficult for a lot of teams playing around it. We saw Giants in the last game just opted to 2v2 lane, got absolutely destroyed in the lane. Fnatic banning Corki themselves, it is, again, one of the most standard first picks we have. Nidalee is banned, so Graves could be a first pick for Gilius if you want to sit up there. But we know he's a Lee Sin player, which is why that champion might actually be higher priority than normal. In like a first rotation for Fnatic to say, okay, we want to stay that way. We talked about the Gragas boy though, and he's locked in.
There he is. And now waiting on those first 2 pickups from Fnatic. They have so much to choose from. And in terms of priorities, like we were talking about as well with Lee Sin, maybe that'll go up in priority as Gideus also plays it. Top lane Poppy, it's just a good pick. Lucian actually gets picked up as well, so opting towards, away from the Argent and going to Lucian.
2 games today. Origin and Fnatic are both picking Poppy, first rotation, above Nautilus, above Rammus. again, with the nerfs to Nautilus, I think Poppy is the #1 top lane pick right now. If you want this big tank up there with backline threat as well. So I like the trend we're seeing. We talked about it in the last game. Lucian, I feel like there's more also takeaway from Rallis.
Yeah.
You banned Kalista. In this case here, even Corki, which is another champion, Rallis has played quite a lot. You didn't steal away the Lucian.
I mean, it's still his most played champion. It's just that he's been opting towards Jhin over the last couple of weeks. But waiting on those pickups from Elements. Look at the Trundle and the Alistar. So they've already shown their hand, and the Trundle will be going top. Alistar will be going into support.
The most banned champion against Elements is Alistar. Because Spraddle on Alistar is just a completely different player compared to Spraddle on almost any other support champion. It is really his pick. Very aggressive on it. He understands when to engage. This is now where we need to see if 9 weeks of practice from Elements is paid off in terms of synergy when engaging team fights. Because you have Alistar, Gragas flying in, trying to get the backline of Fnatic, knock them back into the damage shield of Elements, and then of course you got another pick we're going to see a lot in Trundle, because now when obviously Poppy is being played even more, we're still seeing all the tanks, Trundle is a great counter pick into them.
Sure.
Oh, you're going to get extra stats even as a Poppy? Well, I will then steal extra stats from you, and then Trundle late game, even in these fights, becomes so difficult to kill.
Make it work, make it happen.
It's
and Soraka, it's happening. Soraka picked up for Fnatic. That'll be going on to Cly. So Soraka, Lucian, we NA now, boys.
Yeah. It's a pick that has a few changes coming in. Q is obviously different now, giving the rejuvenation. Then you then also give O2 AD carry, so extra sustain coming in. Definitely a lot better right now for Soraka, but obviously W has been nerfed quite a bit, honestly. But then it's working a little bit different. Max Q instead.
Yeah.
Give over the regen to your AD carry. It's still Soraka. She's not very exciting. There's not going to be any flashy plays other than her running extremely fast to someone and saving them. And like flash and then heal. Like, all right, congratulations. She is extremely weak in lane swaps though. Because when you're level 4 Soraka, you don't heal for anything. I was about to say something else, but you don't heal at all. And you're against like a level 10 or level 11 mid laner almost at that point, and he will just completely out DPS whatever healing you can do. So lane swapping is definitely an option for Elements, and also with the Ezreal pick, they are basically telling us we are looking for the lane swap. So we will most likely see a slow-paced early to mid-game if they get the lane swap.
Yes. And we'll touch on that as we get into the first couple minutes of the game. Maybe we'll even see Fnatic try and preempt the lane swap, something like that. But we had the final 2 pickups from Elements completing out the composition, which was Ezreal and Lissandra. So
team fight,
that
boys.
will be Lissandra going to the mid lane, and yeah, team fight, and just try and get in there, get the engage to happen, and then Ike will pop his ult and zone people away. Will he lock it in? Yes, he will.
Again, Azir, we see him more and more on 6.5 now. Big reason is obviously all these tanks here in the front line kind of protecting the Azir, making sure the consistent DPS he's known for, he can stand there and deal that damage. Also, overall, disengage I feel is very strong because so much is focused around like diving that back line. You know, Gragas engaging in, Alistar jumping in as well. Azir wall can really ruin your day. He's not the greatest pick into Lissandra, I feel, because Lissandra is one of the ones who can actually dodge around his wall very easily, because with her E is basically Blink appearing up behind him or in front of him. Obviously you run Cleanse against it, but in there just W from Lissandra locks you in place and then you are a target. So I want to see how Febman plays this one, because I think Lissandra does have a lot of options of locking down Azir.
Yeah, very, very possible. And you also have to take like the context of this match into account as well. Fnatic up against Elements, and Fnatic have been performing so well over the weeks coming back from IEM. They had a 1-1 week, but then they really challenged Vitality, so looking definitely better after that one. Going up against now Elements, where like I feel the skill disparity, especially mid lane, could be huge. So I mean, it's Lissandra. She can sit at a turret, just farm out these minions, but there is the chance for Azir just to go ham and just kill her constantly.
Of course, and just push in tower. That's what Azir does. He just constantly pushes in, and then he keeps hitting your tower over and over. Get on Twitter, by the way, hashtag ELWin or hashtag FNCWin. If you like Azir, if you like Lissandra.
Well, we'll be getting into game very shortly, guys. So as Deficio said, hop on Twitter, throw in your predictions and how you think this one's going to go, because this could be a very messy game, or we could have not a lot happening for 15 minutes. It all comes down really to how we see the first couple minutes go, and if they will go for this lane swap.
Yeah, and it's fun with Fnatic, because they actually really changed up pick and ban now. It's not because of bans. They clearly just want to come in, steal away some picks, and again, new patch. So like no Lee Sin, which was picked last week for them, both the games. No Braum, which was picked last week as well for them, both games. No Jin, obviously stealing away the illusion from Mr. Alice. Poppy's the only one we see again from Gamsu, and we're going to keep seeing that, obviously. Elements are setting up for the lane swap. First step is getting some deep wards in. Steve, does he take the trophy? No, he already skilled Q. So he cannot force a flash from Gamsu, but will get deep vision. Fnatic now knows, okay, Elements are on top side, and that's where the mind games really start, because now with Elements stay on top side, which is the normal thing, especially because minions are spawning earlier still, or do they recall and be like, mind games, we ward top side, but then we recall and send the AD carry bottom side.
Oh, double.
Crazy mind games and
Yep.
Weldon is proud because of all the mind games.
Legal Weldon, but we'll be heading back into their jungle now, so will the mind game happen? We'll just have to see. You said it was the trophy. It's actually going to be the traffic cone in this game.
Oh, yes, Policeman.
Yeah, Policeman Trundle. There you go.
Steve keeping the control. Elements did decide to play it standard and stayed on the top side of the map. They also didn't see Fnatic at all run past the ward, so they're basically saying they are very high chance on the bottom side. Therefore, we will stay top. They get the lane swap we mentioned, because you don't really want to play into standard lane, especially not against double range. You know, Lucian, Soraka lane, super annoying to deal with. So I 100% understand the swap itself. You know, Trundle is pretty good at pushing down towers.
He is.
It's a bonus. It's a small thing, but it is a bonus.
Frozen Domain, pretty good. Lots of attack speed, lots of chomps, lots of damage.
I guess technically he actually doesn't get level 2 by the time he's on the first tower, so never mind. Sucks for you, Trundle. You can just stand and smack it with your...
Trudgeon.
Whatever it's called. What was the American phrase for it?
Something, was it Nightstick?
Nightstick?
Stress was telling me, and I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, Nightstick? No, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. But I think he's right, though. Anyway, Keystone Masteries. Anything out of the ordinary? I don't really think so.
No, standard.
Win speakers for Alistair. Looking for those team fights, of course, because they have a team fight competition versus Bond of Stone. Jungle is the same. Mid lane, Ica opting towards the Thunderlords. And that's it, really. I guess the other one is Feather been going for Thunderlords as well. Some Azirs have been going for Feather Battle, because you actually stack it up and applies.
That has been changed. Sadly, it's been hotfixed.
No
longer possible for Azir. That's why Thunderlords is the way to go now.
That was so fun.
Yeah, it lasted a little bit of time, and then people figured it out, and they're like, yeah, nope.
Kind of busted.
not intended, let's change it. Ica under pressure. Now this is going to happen. Lissandra in lane against some of these long-range champions like Azir will struggle a little bit and get pushed down, but it shouldn't be enough to like set Lissandra super far behind. Just expect some damage on that mid tower.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Steve taking up that top turret, and as you mentioned, we're just going to have these ones exchanged. Mid lane is just going to be even as Pevin pushes it in. He's low on mana, so he may be doing the old recall fairly shortly. Reckless has acknowledged that this is a farm game, so what are we going to do? It's call time. And he'll be going into the top lane now, putting the strong lane up there to push this one out. And Spirit, he's
Wait a
at
minute,
grand old time.
Where's Elements going with the bottom lane? Did
teleport
Gamsu push out the bottom? Yeah, he does. Okay, Gamsu's pushing down a massive wave, so that's why Elements are swapping the AD carry support now. They ran to the lane, saw that Gamsu was pushing, and they're like, hold on, we can just put Trundle down here. He's going to take this massive wave. That's why Spirit, by the way, is staying nearby, because they want to make sure Gamsu can push it all the way into tower. Elements react a little bit too late on it. That's why Steve is not here yet. And Spirit is just here to make sure Gamsu doesn't get ganked, so he can push it in. And Steve won't be able to set up a massive freeze that's going to last for, you know, minutes and minutes and minutes. It's going to be pushed in, but he will still pick up some of this farm, and it should be very even between them.
Well, Gamsu missed the cannon, though. That was a lot of gold down the drain, but Steve, he's going to be receiving the wave. Yeah, can't get the freeze, but at the very least, he'll be getting the experience in some of the farm.
Problem is for Elements, because they ran to bottom side, they obviously didn't gain anything with Mr. Alice, and then they had to run all the way to top side. Have a big wave coming though, and also took Grump on the way to stay even in experience. And now we get standard lanes, just past the first few early levels. And Steve will be able to slow push out this bottom side, and it's very even with the team. So we see this more and more. Top laners will wave clear once they kill the tower. Just want to see if they can get extra farm, so just keep pushing the lane. If the enemy team doesn't react in time, they send a dual lane to that lane anyway, and they just push it back out, and you just gained like, what, 5-6 extra CS, maybe even more. You can just swap around on it though, because now you have Gamsu in a really bad situation, because he can't get to last of the minions. He's afraid of overextending. So he's sitting in that super annoying spot where he's still keeping the wave pushed, He's just missing out on some of the last hits because he has to get so close to tower to do it.
Can't get the bounce down. That's not great. But if Gilius shows in mid lane, because he's thinking about going in, and I believe he stepped over a ward as well. No, he didn't. He's good to go. So Gamsu has the general position of Gilius, but he could have been in the bot side. Ica goes towards the Abyssal Scepter, which, I mean, makes sense in this matchup. Makes sense in a lot of mid-lane matchups
I mean,
nowadays.
yeah, it's a bit of a no-brainer almost. It's like, strongest AP item early game? Yeah, I'll probably take it in almost every matchup possible. I've even seen on Azir, you go like, either just go Negatron Cloak into Nash's, or you actually go straight Abyssal and then Nash's second. But Febvin is not really going to be under pressure, also against the TP, and he has Cleanse, so I think for him just going straight Nash's so he can actually pressure the lane, which is what he's looking for. He's opting for the more aggressive route. He wants to push the lane over and over and over, and hit the tower over and over and over. Could get ganked though. Gragas Sandra is a lane that will destroy him, especially when he goes Nasher, because he's obviously super squishy.
Yeah, as soon as Gilius hits level 6, it's just like bam, there's the ultimate, Ica with his own Glacial Prison, and then, or Frozen Tomb rather, and then bam, you are pretty dead.
Gilius here is selling his top lane a little bit. He needs to be at bottom side of the map, because on top side, there's nothing. It's just 2 Fnatic members and minions. Bottom side, Steve wants to push this wave out now, but he's actually losing a bit of CS himself. Just again, small amounts. Because Gilius is on the opposite side of the map. He needed his jungler there to back him up. He's now going to get Mistral and Straddle. But it's kind of lousy backup because they're not here to help you. They're actually here to take away everything you own, push you away.
That doesn't sound good at all.
Yeah, no, it's pretty terrible backup, honestly.
Well, 73% over to Fnatic. Definitely had the fan vote in this one. Makes sense. Elements, of course, they pulled the upset win against Unicorns, but...
See, Rylas took already 1 CS. Okay,
oh, what the hell, man?
Yeah, no,
where's the tax?
Yeah, there's 2.
I mean, he is the policeman, so...
So he shouldn't get taxes, or he should?
I don't know.
I mean, he should.
He should, yeah,
the
absolutely.
police does pay taxes.
Yeah, that is true, Deficio. They're now going to come in and actually get a gank onto Fnatic. The flash, the E, the first blood over to Rales. Clyde's getting chunked down. He's trying to put the healing down onto his allies, but he's going to be flashed after. Steve will come in, but now Febvin coming in this 1-on-4 will get the kill, the second kill, in for the double. Ica face plants the wall. Rales should be able to pick up this kill, though, and Febvin accepts his fate. 4 kills over 2 Elements.
What an absolutely insane play from Elements here, just pushing in the lane. All right, the lousy backup worked out. It gave Steve a kill and 2 assists as well. They move in with this big wave that sent down Gilius. You know, they're moving everyone down. Steve as well was already on the bottom side. And Fnatic just getting completely caught under their own tower. 4 kills for Elements. And we talk about how if everything goes as expected in the standings, you know, then Elements and Splice will play a tiebreaker, and then Fnatic and Origin will play tomorrow for 4th place. If Elements are able to upset Fnatic now, it ruins everything.
Actually ruined. Not for Elements, though.
I mean, for them it's awesome, right? But for everything we had expected.
Yeah.
Which is all that matters, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that was an extremely messy last fight. But, yeah.
Yeah, no, we have to see that again because...
Yeah, for sure.
I didn't get to see if one of the Fnatic members were really late to the party, maybe. I'm actually just going to go back on... I'm going to cheat and go back on my own screen.
Okay.
To see it again.
Well, we should be getting it very shortly.
Yeah, Elements is with 4 members on the bottom side, obviously, and we have Gamsu, Spirit, and Clyde already here to defend. But it's just a 4v3 dive. Straight up, you know. Soraka is super squishy, Spirit gets caught as well, and super good coordination from Elements with this dive. And this is what we wanted, you know, 9 weeks of practice, no roster changes from this team. They came into the split and said, you know what, boys? We are better than what people say about us. You know, people are like, oh, Elements, oh, no. I mean, that lineup.
Hey, they proved the point.
Instant relegation, you know. They started out winning 3 games against the other bottom teams, basically just beat everyone around them. And then ever since they kind of struggled to really get a foothold of the league, but this is the kind of stuff we want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. As a quick update, you probably put 2 and 2 together as you saw Febby on screen, but he had some mouse issues, so we're just swapping that one out, and then we should be getting that one ready to go. Spirit's just looking over and is like, nice mouse.
Yeah, I like your new mouse. He wants a new mouse as well.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a further.
Yeah, we're going to unpause, and he's going to be like, actually.
Can I get that mouse?
Yeah.
We should have a replay coming up of that dive in the bottom lane.
All right, we're getting it right now. So break this one down for me, Divisio.
I mean, it's very simple, honestly, because it's 4v3, and it's a super good setup into Spirit, who's out of mana as well. Just knock him into wall, chain CC, and then you take him down. And look, Steve is tanking the tower this entire time. So there's actually no threat on the other 3 Elements members, and Steve even stays alive until Fibben joins and kills him. And then Ike is like, I want to join as well. Smack into the wall. Rallis and Gilles is enough though.
Yeah.
Pick up the kill, and honestly just a little bit disrespectful almost from Fnatic, saying, oh, 3-man we can defend against 4, even with Ike also roaming down. He had TP as well in case they needed that one. And just super good setup. Also when you have Trundle, Gragas, Alistar, like 3 very tanky, even early game members to set up this dive. Beautiful setup from Elements. And
beautiful setup, but definitely disrespect from Fnatic, because as you said, like it was a 3v4, and they were like, we can hold.
Yeah,
I mean, we have Soraka.
Right there,
it's like, oh wait, no.
You just have to leave. You have to step back. The problem for Fnatic, and the reason they probably said we have to stay, is because Steve had TP anyway.
Yeah.
So if they abandoned the bottom tower and Reckless were the only man pushing top tower, Steve would just TP there. And this is a problem with lane swap in this meta. Even if it goes into standard lanes, after the first tower goes down, it's still part of the lane swap.
Yeah.
And we are in a meta where if you don't mirror what the other team is doing, most of the time you are doing something wrong and you will get punished. So because Fnatic weren't pushing with the 3-4 men on top side and just trading towers, they put themselves in a situation where they could basically get killed on the tower by 4 men of Elements. And only the AD carry were pushing on the other side. Meaning that you can always TP in with your top lane and just take the entire wave, and AD carry can take tower. So it is one of the reasons we get all these trades with like suddenly 4 towers down at 10 minutes. Because it is just a safer option, and in almost every situation, the better option.
I think the worst thing out of that was not like a 4v4 or 4v3, because Iker wasn't even involved in the action, because he had that move where he kind of like face planted the wall. It's kind of when like you walk into some glass, like a window or something, and it's just like, oh, I want to be part of the part. And then you hope no one saw it. We did, unfortunately.
And you can also hear it because it's like boring.
It's like bang, yeah. So he was.
I
walk
into weird glass, by the way. It says boring. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, it depends on the window, I guess. I've done it before. It hurts a lot. Like you don't expect it, and all out of a sudden, it's just pain on your face, and that's what Iker felt right there.
Great.
Yeah.
Problem is, it's a wall. Like
It is.
You can't see through it. Anyway.
No, and it didn't make a sound. It wouldn't make.
No.
It wouldn't go boing.
It wouldn't, definitely not. It'd be a weird wall. We can talk about some beautiful stats here that Spelsy prepared for us.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a very good point he made during the week here about Cly coming in for Fnatic. He's a guy who's been somewhat criticized. I think rightfully so. He's a better addition for the team than Noxiac. Mainly because Cly gives more to the entire team when it comes to like vision control and also communication. He fits better with the team in that sense. Like he's one of the supports who wards the most in the league, a lot more than Noxiac did, and also made Spirit actually step up his game when it came to vision. So those two together have clearly better synergy in terms of how to set up the map, and also I'm sure something Daylor and the rest of the Fnatic coaching staff has been working a lot on, because it was a big issue for Fnatic earlier. Always behind in vision, forgetting the blue trinkets. That doesn't really happen anymore. But with Cly, we have to be able to look at his individual performance from time to time, where I feel like it has been very shaky, very inconsistent. He has a great game, and then the next game he misses almost every skill shot on Braum, and he gets caught out quite a bit. So there's definitely still some new things, but he is a rookie, young guy.
True.
And at least he's been able to add vision.
He's been able to add value to the team, which is like the best thing, right? Because yeah, as you mentioned, he's a rookie. He's only really been in like amateur level teams before as well, like a lot of tournaments kind of even below like Challenger Series, like Nordic Open, that type of stuff. And then now he comes into Fnatic and actually does benefit the team in terms of vision, actually helping out Spirit as well. So it's actually good to see that.
He needs to buy more pinks, though.
He does.
But that goes for all of Fnatic. We've said this before.
And you say this about everyone as well.
No.
More pinks.
Vitality and H2K.
More pinks.
And like Vitality H2K is 5 pinks every back.
Yeah. Okay.
Back at 2 minutes, 5 pinks. Instant. Not quite, but almost. G2 is a team where we're always looking at it, coming later into the game. Do they forget it? Fnatic is another team who's doing it very often, where it's small things, and when you play yourself, you forget it, because buying a pink ward, it's not exciting.
No.
It's like, oh, do I have to sell my Dorn's Blade for a pink ward?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not combat stats.
It doesn't feel great, but you have to do it, because pink wards will win you games.
And it's so cheap now, because like before,
75 gold.
Yeah, it was like the same as a green ward, and you used to pick up more than one of those. So just think of those in those terms. If you're a new player, you won't remember those, but if you're an older player, then it's not so bad.
You have to be a very new player. Only happened this year.
Yeah, very true.
So last year we still had the old vision system.
Had those pinks.
Still waiting for Febiven and his mouse.
We are. We apparently have like 1 or 2 more minutes before it's resolved, so it should be very soon. I see all the Fnatic members looking over. It's like
they all want to look at the mouse.
Yeah. Febby, he's not even looking at his mouse. Go on, man.
He's focusing. You know?
He is, yeah.
Listening
He's got to get into the zone.
The great quotes of Yamato Cannon. Close your eyes, breathe. Think about your breathing for 5 seconds. That's
and then they
how
win
he
the game.
gets Splice to focus.
Yeah.
Well, they won some games.
We were looking at the correlation as well between Yamato wearing turtlenecks and the win-loss ratio. There seems to be no correlation.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
It was kind of sad. I just wanted to say it because I wish there was.
I like how we're talking about Yamato Cannon. I know I brought him up in an Elements versus Fnatic game.
Good job.
But talk about Ica instead. Because Ica right now, if you look at just purely stats, is the worst performing mid laner in the EU LCS. I think maybe Peppy is close to him.
I don't think that's an unfair statement.
And Ica overall it's been up and down, you know, in the way he's been playing. And overall, no, he's not been looking great in the mid lane. It's been an issue for Elements. They've been losing lanes before around the mid lane, and then they would snowball to the side lanes, where a guy like Rales and a guy like Steve has actually been performing really well. But then it would kind of fall apart around the mid lane. This game, it is dead even between him and Febiven in terms of farm. Now, Febiven did pick up the 2 kills just before the pause. But farm-wise, it is even for Ica. Now we need to see if he's able to engage some of these fights here, create some picks for Elements.
And we're really looking for those team fights as well, really, because when they jump in, he doesn't even need to cast his ultimate on someone. He can just go into the back lines, pop his ultimate on himself, and then create a lot of pressure that way, and maybe zone Reckless and Feb in the way, something like that.
I mean, yeah, Elements has a few options, you know.
Yeah.
You play 1-3-1 because you run double TP and you have a Trundle, so of course you play 1-3-1, and then you use it basically to collapse in these fights here. Trundle in fights late game is very underrated in a lot of ways, because he's going to steal all the stats. He's so hard to kill, and when he gets the max rank on his pillar as well, the cooldown just drops down so much. He's super, super hard to deal with. But a lot of people look at him as like almost a pure split pusher. He does offer both things, which is very nice. So Elements definitely have the option to play 1-3-1 now to have gotten this goal lead as well, and then collapse into these fights.
Yeah. We're just jumping back in game for a couple seconds just to see if everything is resolved, and they haven't repaused, so I'm going to say it's resolved.
We back, boys?
Yes! Okay, back in game, ladies and gentlemen. Going to take down this red buff. Klein throwing out the bananas, and the Spilings chiming in 60 gold over the Spirit.
Oh, let's see. So Gamsu now obviously died at tower, has to push out the wave one more time. Steve, thank you very much. I was about to talk about him.
Yeah. You got the setup from the crowd.
I mean, again, it's the funny thing as a top lane now. You push out this wave and you recall instantly and you go take the bot wave and you just do that over and over. You just keep running around and looking for where the waves are coming towards you. Unless they want to do another 4-man push, which looks to be the case for Elements. There is TP for Gamsu, so this is not going to be as easy as before, because now Gamsu can actually TP in. Reckless could not TP before. So now Elements should recall and put the Trundle on bottom side. Take this wave here and slow push it out one more time, so you keep extending that goal lead. And he's running, but he's going to be slightly late because they look for the option. Could be maybe go 4-man top. Let's see what might happen. Remember, there's no TP for Steve, so you don't want to fight if you're Elements. You do not want to fight on top side.
No, and Rattle does not want to get hit by the damage here. He's going to be jumping in onto Spirit, get some CC. Oh, Gamsu, steadfast presence will stop him in place. Keep his verdict, will do a little more stalling. And Spraddle, he's trying to get out of here. Spirit will follow up Gamsu. The Hammer Shock doesn't land. The Cocoon goes on to Gilius. Now Reckless has joined the fight. Fevin from the mid lane. Culling will live up to its name and pick up that kill. Fevin looking to land the Emperor's Divide onto Ica. Look at the damage though onto Fnatic. Everyone is on critical. HP flashing up red. Piercing Light will come across. That'll be another kill over to Reckless. That's a 2-for-0 so far in this fight. Ica looking to trade up against Reckless, but he'll be getting the short end of that stick. A 2-0 over to Fnatic, evening up the scoreboard.
So many low members in the end here. Maybe we saw some Soraka highlights, potentially some clutch heals.
Yep.
Problem is, Elements should never be in this situation. You just sent your non-TP top laner to the bottom side. Why are you in the enemy jungle here? You have no business in this jungle, and suddenly Sparkle gets caught out. The chase is on. Look here, all 5 members of Fnatic are nearby. Almost getting out. Gamsu even flashing forward, Q's the wrong way. Still alive, but now Gilius is the man getting caught out, and Ike is not really able to join. 1 kill, it's going to be 2 kills, and then Spider also stays around thinking he might be able to do something, just add in a heal. Crazy ulti from Rallis on 4 members, but everyone is still alive, and then snipe on Spartal. And this is just Elements not sticking to what the game plan was supposed to be. Let Trundle go catch waves and farm it out and just make sure he stays ahead in CS, because he's going to be a split pusher. He's going to beat this Poppy 1v1, and then they invade into enemy jungle.
Over Riga.
And suddenly, it's 4 for 4.
Because Elements had such a big lead, it was going to be hard for Fnatic to come back in, but it was just a simple punish. The team followed up.
And it's just like the win for Elements by being in that jungle was so minimal. It was like place 1 ward.
We got some information. Great.
And then maybe you were setting up a potential trap, but you had no clue where the enemy team had their wards. So if you were standing on a ward or not, you didn't know, because there's only 1 sweeper on the side of Gilius. And now, gank on bot lane.
And bot lane, Steven is 1-on-2. Keeper's Verdict will knock him up real quick. That's going to be a teleport in from the mid lane.
Holy moly.
Steve is turning it around onto Gamsu, who'll pick up the kill. Now Spirit has to run away on 8 legs, but Iker is here to lock him down as well, waiting for those ultimates to come out. Iker has his ready to go. Steve, he's going to be charging after Spirit with the frozen
you don't
domain.
make Steve angry.
And you don't make Steve angry. You won't like him when he's angry. Spirit will turn around, try and put some damage onto Steve, maybe make this kill happen. He'll go into human form, but Iker will make sure he goes down for the count, and he'll be picking up the kill.
Oh, Fnatic not respecting the TP from Iker. Remember, it wasn't used before on the dive on the bottom side. Now, Cly
also getting caught out. And he's going to be healing himself, but Dalos sitting in the sideline saying, no heals, no meals. And right now, Cly is down. Oh! He's free from Gilius, but will knock him away. He gets the lockout, but Feb been flashed preemptively.
And one of the good things about the cleanse, it works against the Gragas body slam as well, and then he cannot body slam instant shoot you back with the Q. Gets flashed though, gets damage on the bot tower here, this mid tower, I'm not sure what I'm talking about. This is a mid tower. And Steve, 2 kills now on this Trundle. Titanic Hydra incoming. Very little Gamsu can do in this 1v1. He's 2 levels down at this point.
Not good.
We've seen this before
Very
from
not
Steve.
good.
I think he's been a good top laner for Elements this split. Obviously, we're not putting him top 3 or anything, but he's had a lot of stable performances.
Consistent performances, and Rallis as well. Rallis has been consistently good. Definitely performed well in the first couple of weeks, and has just generally just been there, picking up kills, doing well in these games. And now he's 4-0-1. Landed a great ultimate in that other team fight around the top side, which actually was almost a quadra had he been able to follow up. Reckless, he's out of mana. Steve is just going to trudge him to death. Clyde's there with the heals. He's going to flash heal. Starcore will come out as well, and there's some more healing for Reckless. But that almost went real badly. Here's the banana. Whoa! Lands onto Reckless, but he got the healing out from the banana carrier herself, Soraka.
MVP Cly with the heal before. Respecting the fact that Ezreal could ulti. Rallis showing he can't snipe. He actually had a ward there to spot him, I believe. No, actually no, it's a red ward. So I'm just lying to everyone.
Can you not?
But like, no one wants to deal with Steve now. He's just sitting in that lane and like, Gamsu, you want to take him? No. Okay, let's send up the AD carry. Nope, that's not going to happen.
Oh, you're out of mana? Nope.
And you want to put 2 members up there? Well, then suddenly Elements can do something on the other side of the map. So Steve is a monster.
Yeah, and the whole team as well. Like, they're hitting item spikes. Mid lane has picked up the Abyssal Scepter, moving towards its next item. Iceborne's being completed in the bottom lane. Rallen's still continuing to stack up, going towards the Mirror Mana. Like, Gilius is now a massive tank. Like, is very difficult to chunk down. And honestly, he's big. Elements have been just playing like pretty well. Okay, they made a mistake when he went into the jungle, but the team fight was actually not badly played. And Gilius in the mid lane with the flash predict, you know?
And it might be bad for Elements to be ahead in gold at 15 minutes. They're 1-4 this split. When ahead in gold at 15 minutes, they've only won 1 game and lost.
So they should be behind.
So maybe they're like, all right, give him some gold, quick. Like, just give him some gold, and then we can maybe win the game. Still, that's been the problem for Elements. That's why that call before where they lost 2 kills as well happens, because the shot calling kind of falls apart for them. They're not very good at following a game plan into the mid game. I saw a little engagement.
Oh, Gamsu, he's caught out. There's a true shot in from the bottom lane. Gilius, ultimate once again. That's the 3rd ultimate in a row which has blasted people away.
Well, I think he tried to see if you can snipe out Reckless, but the heal came in.
The heal came in. I don't think it was enough damage anyway, but at the same time, mid lane, okay, Fevin, he used the cleanse and he jumped away, but the correlation is still there. Yeah, but Element's been playing well. that being said, like last game they played in the LCS was against Unicorns. They picked up that win, but then before that they lost 5 games in a row. So it's not been going super well for Elements, but this is still a better performance, especially against Fnatic, who were actually like even overperforming in the week back from IEM. So it's just interesting to see how all these teams are kind of jockeying for positions right now.
Elements is the new Rocket, because every week on Twitter, a lot of the Elements members go like, oh yeah, great week of scrims, you know, we did really well in scrims, we were ready for the LCS. They walk on stage, and then like, does pretty well for like 10, 15 minutes, and then it's like completely falling apart.
Yeah.
They make a wrong call, you know, engage a wrong team fight, or get caught out. They fall behind, they lose the game, and they're like, oh well, we messed up again. I just want to see one game, you know, where they're able to actually execute a 1-3-1 like they have now, and just play it clean. Don't overextend. Don't try and go for vision when your top lane doesn't have TP, because then Elements actually has a pretty decent team.
Do you think that because like in scrims when you're like falling behind and you get like 10 kills early, the other team will just like, you know, quit out FF and then they'll go next?
Most likely.
Do you think that's the problem? It's just like, oh, we know how to play up until the 17-minute mark because we've been you know, playing up to there, and then teams just quit out.
I mean, that's some of it. It's also just when you play at home in a scrim where it doesn't really mean anything. It's just a lot easier for you to try and test your mechanics and go really aggressive on plays, and oftentimes it will work because you also surprise the other team, and maybe they're playing the same way and they're opting into these really risky fights where everyone is just trying to test the mechanics.
Yeah.
You don't do that when you play on stage. It's very, very different. Obviously, you're afraid of making mistakes. You don't want Reddit calling you out, or maybe Paul's calling you out in his cast. And you also, normally as a team, it becomes a lot more of like, oh, careful, careful, don't overextend. You know, oh, we don't know where the jungler is, so don't go for that play. But in a scrim, you're like, I don't really care, I'm gonna go for it anyway. Yep. And then you get the kill because the jungler wasn't there anyway. And it's awesome and you snowball. But in the LCS, you're like, no, don't do it. We have no vision of the jungler. Don't want to risk him being there, and you could die. It happens very often, so it's normal for teams, especially in Europe where some of the scrims are very bloody.
Yeah.
Like, teams are just going completely crazy against each other for like 20 minutes, and then if you're behind 5k, you just surrender, go next.
Yeah.
Sadly not the greatest practice.
Not currently, because you look at G2 in like the early weeks, they were closing out games like super fast, like pre-30 minutes they were just closing out games, and then they actually made the conscious effort, let's actually just play smarter. And now you look at pretty much everyone or every team doing well in the European LCS, and the games are longer.
And less kills.
Yeah, less kills.
And often
games.
a funny stat, I think, as well, was the overall damage per minute from EU mid laners is a lot lower than we see in other regions. And a lot of it that comes down to, first of all, we have earlier in the split a lot of fast games. Like the average game time, let's go all the way back to week 1, was like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Of like all the games. So obviously when you have these quick games, you get less damage per minute, because late game, when you're 6 item, you deal so much damage that you can make up for everything in the early game. We didn't get those long games. We still don't get them very often, so we don't get that high damage per minute. But also a lot of the teams are playing very macro focus now. So it's more about hitting towers and like pushing in minion waves than straight up going for kills.
Yeah.
And then obviously you don't get very high damage per minute.
But it's still trending upwards though, because you talked about 30 minutes at the start of the split, and now it's like 38, 36. Like 36 was in week 7. 38 rather, and then 36 was in the last week, so it's still almost like a 10-minute difference. Well, not 10 minutes, 8 minutes and 6 minutes.
Great math.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Well, not much has happened the last 3 minutes or so. It's just been the 1-3-1 from Elements we talked about. Dragon is spawning. They have the first one, so they might be looking to just extend that. I think it's super good to get the second Dragon now, because especially when you play 1-3-1, it's a lot of just getting a few hits on towers every time. Getting the burn damage from Dragon has a lot of value when you're chipping down these turrets. I like the setup, and also when you have full control, because no one has been able to sit top yet. IK is ready with home guards in base in case anyone comes in, but Elements have very poor vision control. Like, how is Fnatic able to have double pink in their own jungle when Steve just pushed that wave all the way to the tower in the bottom lane? Elements should have been in that jungle, taken those pings, put down their own ward, so if they saw Fnatic move close to Dragon, TP and engage.
Yeah. Oh, Ica going to be taking away his own blue buff here. But that also shows like kind of the difference between like Elements and some of the top teams. It's like they would have instantly made that call, would have been a lot cleaner. Mid tower hasn't even gone down yet in this game, and Elements looking to pressure down that middle lane. Steve, traffic cone, say stop, and Ica will tell Clyde also to stop, but he's behind his turret already.
This is the difference, right? Elements didn't have to set up for the Dragon that could allow them to set up a TP play and get an open team fight in case Fnatic had moved close. So then they panic a little bit and say, we actually want to fight. We are ahead in gold, you know, 4 kills on our Ezreal, fully stacked tier. We want to fight right now. And it becomes a very forced engage. Just straight up the mid lane, you know, claw over the wall, flash onto Clyde, who then flashes on his own tower, and the engage fails. Flash used, ulti used from Ica, TP used from Steve because he had to go catch a wave, I believe, after. Or maybe he actually TP into the fight, but suddenly you force it too much, and now you slow down the game, because now Ica is not a threat without the ulti, without the flash.
Yep.
And Fnatic can push up on tower.
So, I mean, something we need to keep track on. Actually, this engage in mid lane. Fevin pops the ultimate, but he's already down. Now Gamsu that happened. Follow up. He goes just down for 1 and 0. Like, Elements were just punished him as he was walking up to turret.
Spraddle on Alistar is not afraid of flash engaging onto you every single time he has the chance. Or just actually just comboing you on the tower. Febvin wanted to see if he could poke down tower. Now Gillis setting up a dive.
Gamsu charging up his ultimate. He's going to be knocking away Ica, who did have his ultimate, but they can't protect the tower. Just stop Gilius in his tracks, knocks him towards the wall. Steve following up onto Reckless. Looking for another snipe. Not this time.
Every Gilius ulti is like trying to snipe it.
He was so close though.
If that was really close. But they get tower anyway. The point is not even getting kills here for Elements, it's just pushing them off turrets. Take the first one, take the second one. I like the plays they're showing here in Fnatic. Because Gamsu fell so far behind, because they stayed at that bottom lane tower in the lane swap, in the second part of the lane swap, and lost like 3-4 kills, they've been behind ever since.
So something I want to know is, like, yes, Elements have been punishing really well, but Fnatic have made a lot of mistakes this game. Like a bot lane where they went for the 3v4 trying to stop people, randomly dying mid lane, top lane engage as well. Look at this, it's just a good punish.
It is a great combo from Spraddle. This is why his Alistar is banned so often. But still, you need to respect that.
Yeah.
And don't just walk up to tower there with the Alistar with Flash standing right behind the tower. So sloppy mistake from Fibber, and that's why he dies, and then suddenly 2 other towers are falling. 4k gold lead for Elements, or 3.5. And they have TPs very soon, so wait 1 minute, go back to 1-3-1. And just TP in behind them. Just flank TP in behind them. You have great engage with Gragas, with Alistar, with Lissandra. Your Ezreal is very fed.
I was about to praise Fevman as well. I was like, look at how much damage he's doing to Rylez, and then Spraddle, you know, rocks up and takes a bunch of damage as well. And he just gets caught. It's just like, okay, Fevman does all this damage, but if he's dying before he can get it out, then it doesn't matter that you have high DPS. And yeah, Elements are constantly punishing them, and they have a good team to do so. And they have a good teamfight composition like we were talking in Champion Select. So
yeah,
this could actually be a win here for Elements.
And now it gets boring, but now it's all about division control. You know, get the pink wards, set up that Baron, so when you have this 1-3-1 going, if anyone shows bottom side, you start that Baron. Because you want to force a fight anyway, you want to have these wards in enemy jungle, so when you start Baron, they walk down to stop you, you TP in behind him with Lissandra, with Trundle, and you just one-shot someone like Reckless. He has no QSS yet. Gillis managed to steal this one, and now Spirit.
Oh, he lands the cocoon, but
that's
no
about
one
it.
else there.
No?
Yeah, he got.
No one is bot lane, by the way, because there's no TP. So Elements are just getting a free bot lane tower, and no one can stop him right now because then Baron gets started by Elements.
Gamsu's trying to stop Steve in the top lane, but I really don't think Gamsu can actually beat Steve in a one-on-one now. Ica just hard chilling in bot lane, taking away these turrets.
But you can see Gamsu is building to try and stand toe-to-toe with Steve. Spirit, let's see what happens.
Well, Fevman's here maybe to defend, but
he dies.
Spirit, he's out of there.
But yeah, Gamsu's building to try and 1v1 with the QSS against the Trundle ulti.
Yeah.
But it's not enough because you can never kill the Trundle. He will always push you in. He has more pushing power with the Titanic Hydra. That's 1 kill, by the way. Baron being started. IK is sitting ready in base with home guards. They're waiting for Soraka, and is here to show. There's a ward at red buff he can go to. It's being pinked now by Elements. can just TP straight onto it, and they will get the kills. Where's the TP?
Well, Gilius is over the wall. I don't know.
Okay.
There it is. And Ica comes into the fight. The flash over the wall. There's the ultimate instantly cleansed out. Now he goes into Zonya's. Gamsu looking for the ultimate, knocks 2 away. Maybe Fnatic can make something of this, or maybe not. Gamsu will go down. 2 members are down for Fnatic. Now Elements, they are chunked. They won't be able to go for Baron. So ultimately, they sacrificed Gamsu for the Baron.
A little bit of a strange TP location for Ica. Took the mid lane ward instead, so it flashed over the wall. Instead of taking that one at red buff, you can see in your minimap. Definitely collapsed straight onto Fnatic. But they get another kill. No Baron though. Elements are still very far ahead, and now they have to wait for Ica to get TP for another player. So let's see, like he TP's down here instead. And therefore he has to flash over the wall. Get a combo, then he's onto Febren, who has cleanse as well. So he's not really able to lock in on target, but does a lot of damage and good zone control. You see how both damage dealers are not able to enter the fight for Fnatic because of Ica just standing right in front of them with this Lissandra pick here.
At the very least, the ultimate from Gamsu was good onto 2 players. Had he not landed that, it probably would have gone worse and would have lost more people. So that was kind of just kind of a band-aid at the end of that fight. Elements still very far ahead in this game, 6,000 gold. Definitely have the tower lead. Now going on to Dragon as well, going to be the 3rd of the game. Ica's just going to be piecing out, and now Steve is here in the mid lane.
And Splice is sitting and watching this game at the moment, probably very close to crying.
Yeah.
Because it was supposed to be Splice and Elements both losing their games this week and then play the tiebreaker for 7th place, which means you don't go to the promotion tournament. Talk about after, Gamsu's TPing in.
Looking for the flank, goes onto Rallas. The team isn't quite there yet, and Gamsu's getting burnt down. He'll keep his verdict, but that will just be delaying the inevitable. True Shot Barrage comes across, but Spirit is caught out. He'll go up, he'll come down, and he'll go down permanently. In fact, that will be reckless, as Spirit leaves him out to dry. He'll go into his side of the map, or the enemy side rather, and Elements will turn tail and go right towards Baron.
All right, just get another fight in the mid lane. This was actually started by Fnatic TPing with Gamsu. He's not tanky enough at this point. Rallas again, 3 items fully completed, has the QSS, and he's an Ezreal. Very hard to lock him down for a Puppy. Baron for Elements, and as I said before here, Splice, they needed Elements to lose because Splice are playing G2 and Vitality this week. So we're obviously not expecting them to win, and if Elements can close out this game, they sit as number 7, and therefore will not be going to the promotion tournament. Here's the fight. It's on to Rallas. Gamsu at this point gets collapsed on by so many members, and nice little traffic cone here from Steve onto 3 members of Fnatic, and just forcing both Febren and Reckless to stay really far back in this fight and not able to really enter and deal any damage, and therefore not follow up on Gamsu's engaging. The team fights from Elements have been a lot better in this game. I like the coordination. Big fan of Spraddle on Alistar, and also Steve on this Trundle here.
Yeah. I even like Ica on Lissandra in this game. Like, we've had a lot of kind of weaker performances on other champions, like Azir, that type of stuff, and there's definitely, like, just straight up lost lane. Like the Karma game, for example, down 40 CS. There was a point in lane where Bevin hadn't crushed him. It was like, it was equal farm, and then, okay, like, his engages haven't been fantastic, but he hasn't just gotten dominated out of lane. Now, Bevin, he just found Gilius, but Steve's in the bottom lane, just taking your turrets, taking everything you own.
Yeah, I think Gilius stepped in to put a ward down, and then Soraka's silence came down. And he probably got cocooned by Spirit, and then he just died. He couldn't flash out.
But it's the commitment. 5 people went onto him to pick up that kill. Steve takes the bottom lane turret. Now the inhibitor is exposed. Ica's in the top lane, just taking in a turret. With the added damage coming in from Dragon, he's gone away. Another 400 gold in the bank. Like, Gilius is actually fine to die there because Elements just picked up so much.
Yeah, he's obviously not expecting Fnatic to sit there with 3-4 members. That's why he just walks in to put down a ward.
Sure.
And then he gets caught out and dies. But as you said, Steve on bottom side, there's no one who can stop him. No one's been able to stop him since, like, what, minute 6? Remember, Fnatic were pushing that bot lane as well, with Gamsu after tower. Steve came down, took the entire wave, slowly pushed it up, got joined in by his team, which then ended up in the collapse, giving 4 kills for Elements. Really started to snowball, and they've been able to just continue pushing the advantage outside of one mistake, where they gave up 2 kills.
But still, Fnatic being on the back foot for a lot of this game, and it's just been so messy from them in terms of individual performances and just the shot calling and also the skirmishes they've gone for. Like, generally the mechanics have been okay, but like the decision making has been definitely not what we're used to when it comes to Fnatic.
I still hate Soraka. I know it's a hindsight thing, but my problem with Soraka is always when you play against 1-3-1 comps, she has no value. because she can't force anything. All she can is like sit back and wait for a team fight, and then she peels back with her carries and like try to keep someone alive. She's very good into poke, obviously, but 1-3-1ing, she has no playmaking ability, and she's only able to ulti to help a side lane. Obviously, it's more than just a Soraka pick itself, but it's one of the reasons it's not working out for Fnatic at all. Because Steve is just constantly split pushing over and over and over and over and over, and as soon as he got ahead, he's just been massive pain in the butt.
Yeah, and in the bot. So Fnatic kind of had this formula we were talking about, like on the analyst desk and coming into this week, and they kind of went a little away from it. Gonna hold that for a second as Steve takes some damage in the bot lane, but Gamsu may be caught out. Gideon was thinking of pulling the trigger and popping the ultimate, but they changed the formula very slightly in this game. Could they have not just done the same thing? Like Lee Sin was up, they could have just put like a tanky support bot lane, anything like that.
I mean, I think taking away Lucian was fine. I think early pick and Poppy was good as well for Fnatic. So definitely don't disagree on that. Then later on, yeah, we can talk about impact on Elise compared to Lee Sin. We can talk about the Soraka pick. I feel like those are picks we can question. And now Elements will just slowly push down this tower. There's not a whole lot Fnatic can do, because how do you engage with this comp? You TP in with Gamsu, and that's basically it. Everything else, not able to do anything.
I mean, Elements are just looking for a crack in the armor right now, and they're going to expose one in the mid lane as that tower goes down. Now both the inhibitors are exposed, and Fnatic, it's a tough situation to be in. Steve is pushing the bot lane, Elements and the rest of the team is pushing the mid lane. Febin's getting slowed down by the traffic cone. There's another one. And Ica looking for a chance to engage here. And Steve will be backing away, so both of the inhibitors drop, and here's the engage coming in from Gamsu, and Splatter will be in the backlines trying to zone him away. Steve will come in, and Splatter is actually dropping very low. Gilius will jump into the fight. Febin will pop the ultimate there, and that'll be the 2 kills going over to Fnatic. Now Ica, Steve, and Raz will be running away. Gamsu closing in from the side flank, but I'm not sure if he can catch up.
So this is where the Soraka will have a lot of value, because once we get to the 5-on-5 team fights, the silence from Soraka against Lissandra, first of all, when you see the claw coming in, very effective. You have to stop the claw earlier, so you don't just jump straight into the silence and you can't do anything. But also Alistar. Smartly, he flashed in, knocked up Reckless, then he got silenced, so he couldn't headbutt him back into his own team. And it just stops a lot of the combos from Elements, but that's purely in the 5-on-5 team fights where you get that value from Soraka, like we saw here in the last fight. They are still super far behind, like 10,000 gold, 2 inhibs down. Elements got enough, even though the gave up 2 kills. Like, look here now, so let's see where the silence comes in from Clyde, because it's engaged from Gamsu, and then Spartan combos in, gets silenced, so he can't headbutt back Reckless, and Reckless has time to then flash out. And now obviously the healing is very effective, because it's different targets taking damage, and that's where Soraka can just keep healing around them, also with ulti. And no one got bursted down in time.
Yeah.
And that's why everyone is now healthy and able to chase out. Rala's also out of mana, so tricky situation for Elements to fight in. They got 2 inhibs down though.
Well, that's the main point, right? Like, Fnatic are starting to maybe get the upper hand in some of these fights, but they're losing so much. Like, they lost the middle inhibitor tower and the inhibs themselves.
And now Elements needs to be careful. We saw Rocket in this exact situation against Origin last week. 2 inhibs down, mid and bot lane. Baron was about to spawn. They decided to try and go for that top tower, despite having lost the fight already, to try and push in that tower and get the last inhib, instead of just warding up the jungle and wait for the Baron itself. It's not that they can't win a fight here, because they're still very far ahead. It gives Fnatic a chance to actually take and fight near their own base with a tower alive. Wait for super minions, and then either once they are down defending it, you take tower, or you take the Baron.
Had that cocoon landed onto Rales.
This is good so far, because they're not engaging into a fight. They're waiting for super minions every time, slowly just hitting the tower a few times. So I like that. Don't overcommit like Rocket did last week.
Pushing up the top tower, but it's also like some sort of CC landing. There's the culling. Reckless putting some chunk damage onto Rales.
And now Baron.
And now Baron is up, and Steve is still pushing in the base. They're trying to get a pick down. Gamsu doesn't get the stun, but does get the Keeper's Verdict from the knock-up. Fevin wants to try and get in range. Steve still being chased down by Gamsu, keeping him split from the pack. He does have teleport, though, and he's going to recall back to base.
Both top laners with TP. Elements were just baiting out the Baron. Not as effective as it used to be because of the blue trinkets. So when you are sitting there, it's very easy for the other teams to just pop in, as we see here, the blue trinket, and spot that you're not doing it. You need to actually stand at the bush at the Raptor camp instead, because then the range of the trinket won't reach into the Baron pit. if you don't stand at that one, it's easy for them to move close, blue trinket. Every time. Now everything is on cooldown, so Fnatic has to get close to check. TP's coming in. This is the fight for Elements.
From 2 players, this is going to be a hard collapse, and Clyde's the first one to go down. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Ica will come in. There's the policeman, Trundle. Freeze, it's the police. That's double kill coming in for Ezreal. Now Steve will chase after Spirit as well. He wants to keep him in range, looking for the traffic cone. You want to stay where you are, and Steve will now rotate to the mid lane. And with 3 players down from Fnatic, Elements are looking in for the win.
They should be able to get it. Paul's here pushing for the last turn, and what an upset from Elements. Last week they beat Unicorns of Love, and now Fnatic.
Elements moving on to the Nexus, and this will be the upset against Fnatic, taking it as it comes down to the wire.
This is so huge for Elements. They should be happy. They can be proud.
They are.
This is what most likely secures Elements another split in the EU LCS, because now Splice has to win one of the 2 games they're playing against, either Vitality or G2, to even tie Elements and then force that tiebreaker tomorrow. If that doesn't happen, Elements sits as number 7. They push down Splice to the promotion tournament. Obviously you don't go into the playoffs, but you can now start preparing for the summer split instead. This win was the most important win Elements have had all split long.
And was not what the community, what we were expecting to happen in this game. The first 2 games, we were like, this is cut and dry. It's going to be 2 easy wins for these top 6 teams. And it just did not work out. You can start talking about Champions League, you can start talking about some of the problems that they had. But as you said, Elements punished them at every single turn. Maybe the vision control wasn't on point, but Elements, they didn't need to. They were just crushing them in teamfights again and again and again.
And then I like the way they were playing the 1-3-1 every single time, just waiting for teleports. The correct play in the end, where other teams have failed. 2 inhibs down. Go slowly push the tower top. Don't overextend on it. Just slowly push it. Okay, Baron is now spawned. Step back. Start the Baron. Or not start the Baron, but start setting up the Baron. Because they have to use all the blue trinkets. Once they're on cooldown, they have to come and check. TP in behind them. Boom. 1 team fight. Really, really good setup by Elements, and they're showing they're growing as a team. And this win probably just locked them in as number 7 in the EU LCS.
And that is so big, as we were looking at the race for 7th, but it's kind of already been decided kind of out of this one. But
I mean, Splice has to pull a massive upset.
It would have to be crazy. But also talking about that game, like, it was so funny we were in this situation where Rockout were in, and they didn't make that mistake. They was just like, oh, actually, we saw this last week. Let's just not do what they did and then finish out the game. So rare also you see, like, double TP come from base for the home guard, and it was just, like, such a perfect pincer movement.
And we've had, like, you know, this split where top 6 and bottom 4, there's been such a big
divide,
Towards the end of the split, we've seen some of the bottom 4 teams really start challenging, mainly the middle of the pack teams, so like Unicorns, Fnatic, and Origin. You know, Elements, as we said, took down Unicorns last week, now took down Fnatic as well. We've seen some of these surprises. Splice have also taken down Fnatic earlier. So some of these teams are clearly improving. And the amount of practice and keeping the rosters together for both Splice and Elements has really paid off towards the end, but it still isn't enough for Splice. And G2 or H2K, or G2 or Vitality, one of those teams have to lose to Splice.
It's going to be tough, but, I mean, maybe the groundwork has been laid. Like, you look at Elements, and yes, they beat Unicorns of Love, and you come out of momentum out of that win, but you're just like, well, okay, it was just one game, and Unicorns have been looking sloppy. Then you take a game as well against Fnatic, and then, like, maybe Elements will start taking some more names as we go into the final games tomorrow ahead of playoffs.
I'm going to take one more name, so
yeah,
that's
true.
Not a lot of names to take.
It's not plural.
Summer split.
Summer split. There's more names to take. Anyway, we're going to talk to some of the players from Elements as we send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pulse. We're joined here by Mr. Rawls and Steve after that monumental upset in our eyes. But after that win versus UOL last week and you guys on the upswing, how did you go into it? Because maybe you guys thought, hey, GG easy.
We felt like we could beat Fnatic, but obviously it's quite an upset if we beat them. But if Elements or Spire should win a game, it will probably be us against Fnatic. That is most likely. But yeah, against, I don't know. I think Fnatic is really strong, but they're kind of up and down at the moment. So we felt we could win against them.
And it looked convincing after you guys got a couple of kills under your belts. I want to talk maybe picks and bans with you, Steve. A couple of weeks now we've seen picks like the Trundle coming out from you. Was the game plan, well, Gamsu only plays tanks, let's go with the Trundle early?
Well, I have kind of the same champion pool as him, I would say, so... And I think, yeah, Trundle is a pretty good anti-tank, but recently people have been picking up QSS against Trundle to be able to side lane against him. But this means you spend 1.3k golds on an item, so you're weaker in teamfights just for one ulti of Trundle. And I can just ulti someone else in teamfights. But also, Trundle's ulti is lower cooldown than QSS later in the game, so I make him QSS once and then I can all-in him like at my next ulti, so it doesn't work that well.
Yeah, definitely looked like you were angry at some points in the game after those fights you went in. Your champion pick, Ezreal. Elements, you guys as a team have kind of a history of sometimes going in for a fight when you shouldn't or when the power spike is not there. I'm thinking of last week's game versus Splice. Now on Ezreal again, you can scale, but you decided to go all in for that early and getting the advantage. Why this pick in this composition?
Like Israel is pretty good against all these poppies and whatever they play, Nautilus, and it's kind of hard to play Misfortune or some no escape champion because you'll just die and they're just taking armor, and Israel is pretty good against it. Also, we're kind of a slower team, we're not that fast at finishing, and Israel is kind of good like that.
And I want to say the reasons we got kills, the bot lane was because they got Drake, they got low, and because of the position of the wave, it was like regardless of the champions we had, like didn't matter if we had Ezreal or not. I mean, yeah.
It looked very solid, especially with the Alistair play again. Just very confident on that dive. You guys playing with a lot of confidence past that. We spoke a little bit about, was this game, you're looking at it being an easy one. Where do you see yourselves right now? Do you see yourselves as 7th or higher in the rankings?
I would say we see ourselves as 7.
Yeah.
We won against Fnatic, but I still think they're better than us, and yeah, we should just be happy with fighting for the 7th spot right now.
But is there then not somewhere a feeling of, oh, damn, we could have done better? Because now in these 2 weeks, obviously you have that loss versus Splice, but you take down UOL, a top 6 team. You take down Fnatic. You guys have had outstanding performances throughout the split. Is there not kind of a sentiment of 7th again? We could have been in those playoffs, Steve?
Yeah, well, after losing to Splice, we just said we have nothing left to lose. Let's just go all in, just play the best we can, just unleash, you know, unleash the beast. So, yeah, I guess that's maybe the reason why we played so well.
Rallis?
Yeah, I agree.
Was the beast unleashed?
Is
that it? The Ezreal?
I don't know.
Yeah, let's hope that the confidence can carry through, though, if you guys get 7th, because obviously Splice, maybe they win against you too. I mean, if you think it's unlikely that you guys took down Fnatic, but you did very confidently, there might be a chance. Final question, how are you then going into if you get 7th? Of course, you're in a safe spot. You have some time to prepare in the next split, because that element 7th spot again, to aim higher might be a goal, Rallis.
Yeah, I think we're doing quite well in practice at the moment, so I think we have a chance to do better than 7th place next split. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Steve?
I have nothing else to add. I agree.
Cool, and that was it. Congratulations, you guys, on a fantastic, fantastic victory. We're going to take a quick break, and in just a few minutes, H2K will face the Unicorns of Love with playoff seeding on the line for both squads. Don't go anywhere. The European LCS will be right back. Welcome back to the European LCS as we see a fan meet for the guys of Elements. If you ever come join us here in the studio or the road shows, you'll get to meet your favorite pros. But for now, we're going to zoom in on H2K versus the UOL as they are about to go at it as the fight for playoff seeding continues to play out. Very interesting things happening, obviously, with Fnatic getting taken down as well. H2K, however, is vying for that #1 spot, which they are in currently with G2. Off the back of a great performance last week, H2K, much as we know them, 2-0, however, versus Splice and Rocket, so you could say those are more of the easier teams to take on, but they keep their high form.
They do, and H2K are a team that, unlike Fnatic, have been able to beat teams below them in the tables much more regularly and shown up throughout the split, even with the roster troubles that they had. But H2K, they've got themselves a battle today against UOL. UOL also play tomorrow against G2. It's a very tough road, and we're actually getting set up for a best-of-1 tiebreaker for seeding. And it's so important not only to get that automatic berth into semifinals, but to make sure that if you are first in the league, you then get to avoid the stronger teams below you for longer.
Yeah, and this is something we've touched on a couple of times, but it is made easier by looking at the bracket. So the long story short on this one is if you are first place, the first time you can ever meet teams 2 or 3 from seeding is going to be the finals. There is going to be a reseeding after the first round, so it means the highest seed will not be playing against #1, they'll be playing against the #2 team. It's all complicated. It is beneficial when you look at the teams that are going to make it to the finals and the road there. If you're first spot, you get a slightly easier road.
It makes it so important to continue a high level of form throughout all of the spring split. And this is something that teams are starting to feel the pinch of, because you look at the playoff bracket and you go, those 1 games I dropped, that surprise loss for Vitality to Rocket might put them into 3rd on the assumption H2K and G2 finish this week out 2-0. Fnatic's gone down. What more upsets can we have?
Yeah, exactly. And talking about upsets, indeed, the Unicorns of Love have not been looking good. Let's put it the way it is. They had really good signs in the beginning of the season. Of course, a famous quote from the Fish Show about their decision-making, but it did look good. However, all those changes in the jungle, and now Lulex joining in the end, they're 1-3 in the last couple of weeks. It's not looking good. I didn't see them taking this, but after that last game, hey, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, but it's been rough with Lulex coming in. And not all of the problems that Unicorns have been showing us have been on a jungle role, but on a more holistic decision-making area, like especially late game, Unicorns of Love just have been in this situation where they're unable to do too much on the map. They don't really commit to anything, and from that, they just end up stalling out in games, and their opponents take a fight, end up winning the game because, they're still dead by the time the Nexus turrets are going down. So it's rough for the Unicorns. It's not a simple fix here. This is kind of like a how to coach for the late game, which is not something that's like a seminar you can take.
And it's made so much more complex when playing against H2K, a team who have traditionally all split long, been phenomenal at macro and map play. So the weaknesses of UOL can get exposed very heavily by the strengths of H2K.
And on top of that, Lulex is playing versus his ex-team to spice everything up a little more. It's time to see this playoff preview unfold. So let's kick it over to the casters and load on to the Rift. Oh, 3 of them.
Whoa! Thank you, Shocks. And we'll bring Crepo for more Alice firepower onto the caster desk as we load up for the draft. Let's take a look at those lineups. For the league leading H2K on the blue side, it is top lane Odawame, jungle Yankos, mid lane Ryu, AD carry for Given, support Vander, and coach Prolly.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'll take over from here. Yeah.
Actually, I'll take over. Division is feeling a little ill here. For the top lane, Visage Chachi in the jungle.
Hitting
Lulex
here, that's all.
Fox in the mid lane. Steelback on AD carry. Hillsang on support.
And
their
Sheepy as the coach. Yeah.
Teamwork.
Okay. We nailed it, guys. Good job. Good job, team.
Thank you.
All right. So, yeah, Unicorns definitely had a rough last week, losing up against Elements. And Elements took another name in the last game that we saw. But, yeah, it will be an interesting one in this one.
Will it though?
I mean,
it should.
We were just all very occupied with Division not dying here.
This should technically be a game where H2K goes in, outplays Unicorns of Love for most of the game and just closes out like, 35 minutes in? Because Unicorns right now, they're not looking very strong.
But in the spirit of the day though, where
upsets,
Origin kind of wins more heavily handled than they should have, where Fnatic loses, H2K are expecting linear trends, they should just throw the game here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how trends
Let's see what happens. I
Because
said
there's
35
this
minutes.
negative energy in the air, you know? You're feeling the karma, the mantra.
That's true. That's not a good zone for them to be in because they're in this negative zone. All right, let's see if it transitions into Champion Select. H2K up on the blue side. It's going to be the Gangplank first ban. Interesting first ban, yeah. With Gangplank definitely falling off in terms of priority. Rammus will be the next one, followed by Corki and LeBlanc out from the Unicorns.
Don't feel like we've seen a player from Unicorns really stand out on Gangplank, but clearly H2K respects it enough to just ban it away. Maybe don't want to risk it as a potential last pick coming in.
This could also be just a remnant of scrim results. Say H2K didn't scrim, obviously Unicorns of Love this week, but last week or 2 weeks ago, and they had like an extensive couple of best of fives where Vizichachi whipped out the Gangplank and won every single game. Or H2K just simply don't care and only need 2 bans. Who knows?
Maybe, because the last one will be Kalista aimed at Steelback in the
And
AD
Forgiven.
carry role. And Forgiven.
Yeah.
Well, he's been playing it a little bit recently, but maybe he hasn't done well.
Probably not done well enough
Maybe
today.
that's the
Ban
problem,
it. Yeah, you don't have to risk him yelling. He wants it as a first pick. You just ban it away. Smart decision here from H2K. That's why they are a smart team. First pick wise though, Poppy is open. And we have seen in the other games, it is picked very early. Otherwise, a Nidalee pick, which is open now. And
I would like it.
Jankos didn't hit a lot of spears last week, but it is still Nidalee. She's still fantastic.
That's the beauty of Nidalee. You don't actually need to hit your spears. You can actually just power farm your jungle, get an advantage, and then you can still 1v on the enemy jungler while missing spear because you're so far ahead in farm.
I think they're debating it though. Nidalee, Poppy. What do we first pick? Surely Chachi will take Poppy here for himself, and then you can always go Gragas for Lulex, and you pick this strong team fighting composition. Because the way Unicorns of Love has been playing the last few weeks, team fight, and team fight some more.
This is where, on the last patch, we could easily see like a Nautilus, a Gragas come in as a rotation. It does guarantee you at least one pushing lane in the top lane. Generally when you play against Nidalee, and a good example of this is the Rocks Tigers, that the series they played against Samsung, yeah, with Ambition, you need pushing lanes to make counter jungling work. So, and it also showed if you don't have pushing lanes, how hard it is to counter jungle, because Ambition got caught a couple times on that Nidalee. So you need to see if Unicorns prioritize some pushing lanes in the early draft. Obviously they don't because they pick Lissandra trash.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Lissandra has decent push, but a lot of mid laners will just push it straight into tower, so I definitely agree on that one. I'm also surprised with the pick itself.
The need to pick it this early.
Poppy's still there, and again, now obviously we are the new cool kids, me and Pulse, because we casted the last 2 games on 6.5, and Poppy was picked over Nautilus, over Rammus, over that kind of stuff.
I tried to pay attention to the games, but your casting kind of, you know...
It was so fantastic, you just couldn't pay attention, so you were just listening to the casting and writing down every word I said. So
Malphome is like, oh, so good.
I assume you will now repeat my opinions of Attack of the Titans and so on. For this game.
I love how you said Attack of the Titans just to trigger everybody.
Oh, the Titans, yeah, no, man, it's going well.
It's all deliberate.
But I did predict the Poppy here. We like the Poppy, me and Paul.
You also said on the first rotation we're looking at a Poppy. Oh wait, sorry,
I'm
meant to be on your side. Sorry.
No,
okay, yeah,
it should have been a Poppy. I think this first rotation from Unicorns is actually weak, honestly. I don't feel like they're taking anything away from H2K.
Yeah. They didn't take away any of the popular picks overall. And then they get just a strong draft, you know.
That's
strong
what you spend your time on, huh?
Strong winning top laner, an AD carry that suits Forgiven, and probably the strongest jungler if left untouched in the game. Generally, the Gragas matchup has been okay. Lee Sin has been okay into the lead, but you still need to kind of equal it out and then pull ahead.
And you gotta hit level 6 before you can deal with Nidalee at all. You need that ulti. Jhin could have been an option to have a strong 2v2 bot lane, and you would try and put pressure on the bottom side of the map with the Jhin. But it looks like we go for the AD carry that all our marksmen here in the EOS love to play, Sivir.
Well, thank you for stalling for a good 7 seconds so I can
I was
now
waiting
say
for it to see if it
that
got locked
Sivir
in.
has been locked in. Okay. Lee Sin also picked up in the jungle, so you're talking about the matchup versus Nidalee. Also, if Lissandra ended up going mid, that's such an easy gank to make happen at level 6. You just bring the Lee Sin in, pop the ultimate in from Lissandra, target's probably dead.
Yeah, it does mean though that say Unicorns go for a Nautilus as a last pick or flex Lissandra in the top lane, that the pushing lanes will be at their side, because Thresh Sivir will push in any Alice or Lucian lane provided they get Q flashed on and all in at one point, which I don't think will happen. So there's one push lane already. They have the control to make the second, any of the second lanes also push, and then Jankos will have a hard time invading if Lux can play around that.
It's gonna be Lissandra mid almost 100%. We don't really see her top laning anymore. She just can't deal with all these tanks. She can't kill them or anything. So what is he gonna play mid here from Rio? Because Lissandra does have a fine laning phase into most of the things.
Azir?
We've seen this before, where again, Azir will push in the wave and like will have pressure in lane, but Lissandra outside of lane is very good at obviously forcing these engages onto him, and the big zone control she creates makes it hard for Azir to stand there and just deal consistent DPS. But it does give a pushing lane over to H2K, which Jankos can then play around and when he invades.
Yeah, that's also the Alistar locked in as the final one for H2K, making that the full composition. We're seeing more and more Azir come back into the meta, just kind of out of nowhere as well. Like, why is that happening?
I mean, if you look at the bans, it's also an indicator. Sometimes LeBlanc was banned, sometimes Scorpion. Now, like, a lot of people have put so much value on that Corki, don't want to be on LeBlanc, so suddenly 3 mid lane champions are already banned out. You want something that can contest push, that doesn't really get pushed in because you're playing with Italy, and suddenly Azir is a good champion. There's also the changes to his kit in fluidity. He can so easily enter the jungle too when you're invading. He can dash over all those walls, join in the fights, and the new mechanic that you can actually kind of boomerang people instead of doing the old Shurima shuffle, just make him such a versatile pick, and he really has a really high skill ceiling.
Well, final pick from Unicorns of Love. Timing it out will be Trundle going into the top lane there. So seeing more of that coming out of IAM as well. Interesting that Europe has now adapted, and we'll see how this one works out that we've had the full composition.
In many ways, Unicorns are trying to copy what Elements were doing in the last game. Oh, you want to run Azir, you want to run some of these teamfight comps where we play 1-3-1 with the Trundle against the Poppy, the same matchup we saw before, and then of course Lissandra always bringing teleport, and you force Azir to run cleanse when you pick Lissandra. He has to go cleanse, meaning he cannot follow you to side lanes. So Unicorns with a very good 1-3-1 setup, and of course that's Sivir to always sit in mid and just push waves, instant. I just want to see what happens with Jankos in the early game. If he's able to actually get into the jungle and find Lulix because Rio can push mid. And I also think there's a high chance we get a lane swap from H2K.
They should.
Just to avoid that, you know, severe Thresh lane and even also the Trundle.
Yeah, well, H2K, big game for them. They had that 2-0 week last week. It was very convincing, and looking for that first seed, of course, it gives them that round 1 bye, which they're really looking for coming into this one.
Definitely, and we just saw Fnatic drop a game. If H2K is doing the same, then suddenly G2 is in prime position to take first place.
Well, you've seen the compositions. Now it's time to see these playoff contenders hit the rift as the race to Rotterdam continues.
I think their overall strength is just that they have good individual players, to be honest, and good macro game on top of that.
You cannot underestimate them or you're gonna lose, but I think if we focus and we play 100%, it's easy win.
And we are not into game. Runners.
It was a hype video for more caster talk.
The hype for Diffusio.
And here we are. And I felt like Unicorns of Love there. They basically described every good team in the world. Good individual players and a good macro game. I mean, that's basically what League of Legends is about. There's nothing else. Good players, good macro game. There you go. You're the world champion.
I'm just listening to that. The H2 Corns of Love are going to win this game.
From the Fnatic fans as well.
H2 Corns.
H2 what?
Fnatic
H2
fans,
Corns.
Their own team couldn't win, so they jump on the H2K wagon now.
Wow, FPM. Anyways, I just got a note from our stats guy. In terms of impact on the game from a particular champion, teams that pick Nidalee on average have 1,100 gold lead at 15 minutes. So that's the most out of any champion that can really influence on game states, and that's because her play pattern is like that. You know, you just power farm your jungle, which is gold, and then you go take away more gold in the enemy jungle. All you have to do is make sure that your lanes survive. Now, once Lux hits 6, however, on that Lee Sin, we have some really exquisite like skirmish potential because he can show up on any lane and make that into a kill.
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit left out here because I didn't get the stat in my ear, so now Crepple gets.
You were talking.
As well.
Okay.
You're talking. If you're talking all the time.
Yeah, stats bias. I get it.
Thank you, Spellsy.
Remember, you can jump on Twitter and use those hashtags, hashtag H2KWin and hashtag UOLWin for the team you think is going to take this one, as we do now get into game. He's just playing with your hearts just a little as we go onto the Rift once more for a very entertaining matchup here. Definitely a big win for both of the teams. Lots on the line to try and secure the positionings and jockey into the right positions as we head into playoffs.
Unicorns of Love fighting to get number 4 in the standings against Fnatic and Origin. Of course, with Fnatic losing, if Unicorns are able to upset H2K here, it certainly looks very good for them. And you want to get either number 4 or number 5, because you do not want to play Vitality in the first quarterfinal.
Yeah, barring any upsets.
Sure.
Vitality jumps up, but yeah, under the current situation, you just don't want to play the 3rd seed, whether it's Vitality, H2K,
Yeah,
or
matter.
G2.
You don't want to play any of them.
They really don't want to face them. As for the gameplay, like touching on that point that you brought up, Fisher, the lane swap, I definitely agree. Lucian Alistar, it's going to be so hard to lane. Yes, you can go even CS, forgiven won't drop, but you just get pushed in over and over. It's very easy for Sivir and Thresh to control that lane, especially since they're playing Ignite as well. Vander going for the late game exhaust completely nullifies Hylissang's early Ignite.
And just Sivir, I mean, trying to deny her CS is just so hard. Like, unless you can zone her off completely off the wave, give her 2 seconds, wave is gone.
Yep.
Like Ricochet, Boomerang, that's it. She stays even in farm. And she might push her back, which obviously is something you can do, but not with this setup, and that's why H2K are swapping. We'll find Chachi trying to do that old top lane cheese where you sit in the bush and you try and get just the 3 melee minions of experience and then you leave. But
was it TIP that hit there like for like absolute ages in any LCS?
I think it was, yeah, I think it was.
He walked out at level 4 and was like, surprise guys, you figured out the chicken crush.
He did a recall though, instantly. He decided not to sit around.
I wanted him to, that would have been cool, but not today. Hylissang, he's just he's over here. He's looking at that red buff, putting down a little bit of pressure. He doesn't know that Oda1 and Yankees coming around the corner.
He stopped them at Crux though, so he's aware. He's just trying to slow them down as much as he can.
Maybe he's a goldfish and he forgot already.
Yeah,
it's very possible.
We have noticed that a lot in LCS and just in the history of people playing, that there is information on the map, but they choose to ignore it. So goldfish cosplay is completely possible.
They didn't ignore it, they spotted it, but then they forgot. That's the point there. Fox in the mid lane. It's just Lissandra versus Azir, so it should be going fairly even, but that's a lot of damage being put out by Ryu.
I mean, again, this is what we talk about. Lissandra early on, her Q is lower range than the soldier, so it's really hard to really do anything. You have to all in the Azir, but he has cleanse, so it's more for outside of laning phase where Lissandra will get the side lane pressure. Standard lane swap so far, not a whole lot there. Wave is coming from both teams. And now I want to see if any of them dare pushing like we saw Gamsa do in the last game. Push it down on the Poppy and then suddenly Trundle got to pick up some extra waves for himself.
It was definitely a different adaptation, but I think we're just going to see both of these towers fall here as normal. And out of the jungle as well, Jankos and Lulex looking at this matchup in terms of what Lee Sin's going to be doing early game. And Lulex as well, I don't know what to make of it, because Unicorns have loved 1-3 in the last 4 games with Lulex versus the other junglers they've been throwing in over the split. So definitely been on the downwards trend, but I don't know if we can just attribute all of that to Lulex.
Yeah, we obviously have no idea of who's to blame for some of these decisions that they make in the bigger picture macro-wise. What we do know is that when they had Diamond in the roster, their macro play suddenly skyrocketed. It improved drastically, so perhaps he brought a shot calling element that Lulex can't really bring himself, because in the times when he played on H2K, it was still Kasing kind of spearheading the vision and everything, and they were very disconnected. So maybe he wasn't on the same page there, maybe he's on the same page here in the Unicorns.
Definite possibility. So we've got the duo lane coming in from Unicorns going into the top lane, likewise from H2K. Jankos now clearing up the jungles.
We see the same setup though. The bot lane, top laner, he kills the tower and then he starts pushing in the wave. So Oda Amne is now going to just go straight down and catch the wave, which is slowly pushing towards him. It's actually going to push back out because of the position of the minion wave. The blue side minions is going to join faster than the red side one once we get the next wave. The wave coming here is not the one that's coming from base from H2K. And therefore we get the 2v2 top side as well, just getting past the first few early levels. So big wave coming down from Chachi, going to be joined up slowly, pushing toward Amne and forcing Chachi then to give up some of the hits later on. For now he can't push out because he's ahead in experience. He's level 4 to level 3, he's not really afraid. Just has to respect the jungle gank.
Yep, but there's also no Lulex there to cover him if he wants to shove it all the way to tower. Now Lulex and Hylissang going into the jungle, but the Rift Spirit is there having the smite on the Merkwolf, so they know that the Unicorns invade comes out. There's still a pink ward though, and Jankos jumps into the bush. What's that? It's the pink ward. Going to be taking that one away. 30 gold in the bank. And Steelback will be back in this top lane with Hylissang. Still looking at this bot lane though, the wave is still going to hit the tower. Bit of damage there, took a tower shot. But Chachi really wants to get this into tower.
Yeah, it should be fine. Also, whenever Poppy gets a last hit, the shield gets bounced back to her if she has her passive up. It really helps with getting her ass on the tower. And then into a melee matchup too, it's very hard for Chachi to punish because he'll just eat random tower shots. We see Oda1 even boldly trying to freeze the wave here, using that, again, that passive here for that little ranged Alt-attack extension.
Jankos is here though.
Oh, spear onto Chachi, and Jankos will follow with his damage. Level 5 versus level 5. He's tanking the minions, but I mean, Chachi is just straight up dead. Just needs one more auto attack. Gets him with the takedown. That'll be the first blood over to Jankos.
And again, this is why teams, when they see the early push, they like to swap around and send the top laner down, because you know the other guy has to overextend for the wave, and he doesn't want to leave early, because then he falls behind in experience. And Jankos was actually spotted top side, then just pathed all the way down to the bottom side after his recall. Pick up an easy kill.
Yeah, and Chachi, he was torn. Like, do I let my enemy top laner freeze his wave? Because I can so easily win the chunk. But obviously, when you play against somebody like Odoamne, you just have to respect that. When he's freezing, it is likely that he does that because the jungle is nearby to punish you then for trying to challenge a freeze. Maybe if he's a Chachi, he should have just backed off immediately, swapped around, see if he could have get anything in the top.
Could have got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Done it.
Well, Jankos as well, he even landed a spear. You were saying earlier, Crepper, that they don't even need to land the spear to be effective, but if you land the spear, then you also get a kill, so
helps.
It does help, definitely, for sure. Forgiven, top lane, farming away. Did he go for call? No, he didn't, but Steelback did. He went for that on his first back. That's how interesting that's.
I think it will be a cold day in hell when Forgiven buys a co. Does not sound like a Forgiven build at all.
Well, he does do a lot of selfish decisions, but I don't know. What would be a selfish decision?
Lulex is level 4 on this Lee Sin to level 6 of Jankos, who also got the first blood, of course, to help him out. But like, this Lee Sin has been set so far behind in this swap here, so there's no jungle really for him to farm, because when the swap happened after the first tower died, he went to top side of the map and he invaded in. There was no camp for him to take, so he didn't really gain anything, while Jankos was just farming. He was just farming, and now he's taking away his camps. This is a proper Nidalee game where you just bully out the enemy jungler. Such a massive difference, and Lee Sin doesn't really have an impact pre-level 6.
And also gets enabled by this kind of 2v2 phase starting, where Forgiven and Vander are past the rough point, and they can kind of tie farm. Because in lane swaps, obviously, there's just pure trading of the jungle camps and lanes, and Nidalee can't really exert that advantage. And then Lee Sin spirals forward to level 6. But having to switch up at level 4, and Jankos then power pathing, getting the gank off, and now putting behind Lulex, it's really detrimental to Unicorn's approach to the mid game.
I think that's one of the very big risks when you decide to push the bottom lane, because then you expect it to become standard lanes quicker, enabling the Nidalee to play the style she wants, where if you keep the lane swap for longer, just keep trading side lanes, over and over and over. Nidalee doesn't get any extra farm at all. So it's very big difference in how the lane swap plays out, because yes, right now Trundle is ahead in farm, but there's like 3 waves at the tower of Odoamne, so he's obviously going to catch up. So I don't 100% agree with the decision from Unicorns in pushing it out and taking that standard lane so quickly, because of the Nidalee pick, simply.
Well, Odoamne is going to be catching a lot of this wave, but he's definitely behind when it comes to Chachi in terms of farm. Picked up the Tiamat now, of course looking towards the Titanic Hydra, which is the first item, and even that first item spike is really good for Trundle. Odoamne on the other hand, of course, just going to go towards the Sunfire Cape. It will be the first item. Mid lane, Ryu, probably going towards Nash's, whereas Fox will just do normal thing and go Abyssal. So we've seen some of his ears actually go for an early Abyssal versus the Nash's, or one or the other, or at least get Nag and Trunk though, because you were talking about in the last game to Fischio.
I like it though. I mean, Ryu is actually building up for both here with his choice. So he has the option to go both ways. He just wants instant power.
He just feels comfortable in the matchup.
Yeah.
He can go on the aggressive.
It's the same thing, because you play against a teleport mage who doesn't have enough damage to actually burst you 100% to 0. So you just stack as much early power, and then you just keep pushing lane. Like, you just keep pushing. That's all you do in this matchup, and you need to take that tower as it is here. You need to take that tower.
Also, Ryu's just a smart middle laner, so he can gauge the damage output from Fox. Hook goes wide, so we can continue talking here. Unless the jungler kind of intervenes, he can always escape the 1v1 when he knows it's going poorly. And because Jankos is invading and has a deep vision, they can keep perfect track here. Hang on.
Oh man, Fox going in. Emperor's Divide will bump him backwards towards his minions, and equal trade.
Yeah, he's always fine. 1v1, he's always fine, because he can always cleanse out and then ulti him backwards. Unless Fox maybe did a hero flash there. Jankos getting caught though.
Hook in from Chachi over the wall on the tip of the death sentence will force the flash out.
Chachi changing it to Hillisang and poking Jankos. And oh, engage!
Flash W. Ryu will be jumping away. The slide and glide back to his tower. He'll be living for another day.
Close engage there. Flash is being traded. Jankos still around the jungle. Vander as well.
Combo onto Lulex. Jumps after a pounce, and he'll be using the ward jump, tossing that out. Throws that to the turret. And he'll be backing away. A lot of close calls in this early game.
Still an issue for Unicorns of Love that are getting pushed down in mid lane, in top lane, because again it sets up Jankos to just keep invading in. He has backup. Ooh, we are just missing. Red buff over to Lulex and potential engage.
Oh, he's level 5. There's no unbreakable will from Vander. Forgiveness there to follow up. Lulex, the damage going on to him from the corner. Spear out from Jankos. Fox rotates from the mid lane. Killer Sang's there as well, trying to put some damage down. Some CC helping out his team. Vander coming in from the backside. It doesn't quite land. And Ryu now follows up. That'll be the first kill. The second, the punish onto Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, zero hesitation on the side of H2K though. They opted out of the fight in the top side. Vander realizes his jungler is caught. He W's in, flashes, goes in for a hero exhaust just to buy more time as Odoamne comes in with a teleport too. So that's fantastic communication overall to turn that fight around.
And also again, H2K can just play so aggressive, even getting caught out slightly, because Silpai could never join. He was sitting top at his own tower. He's never going to join this fight in time. So as long as Jankos doesn't die instantly, one of the good things about Nidalee, the fact you can actually kite around and buy more time, rest of H2K can join in.
Yeah, and the beauty of playing this aggressive invade-heavy style is that you're challenging the opponent's resources. So should a play go poorly, yes, you drop a kill, but they can never get an objective off the back of it because they're so far pushed in. Let's watch this again though. So Vander kind of gets hooked here, but not much happens. So Forgive comes in with a good calling. The spear will connect, but just keep your eyes on what Vander does after this.
And also, Steelback, he keeps running into the fight and runs back from the fight. Now he wants to join in. Right now, though, again, the wave is pushed so far back on top side. He's actually in the fight. He's not doing anything, though, with it. So I actually thought he was staying at the minion wave, but it's just them chasing Jankos, getting collapsed on, then TP coming in, no response from Chachi.
He had to cancel it.
Cancel straight away. Okay, he saw basically like, I can't join.
Yeah, but he's like, guys, I'm TPing in.
Like,
two of you are dead.
Don't.
Okay, cancel. Eject, eject.
I'll take the 2-minute cooldown, thank you, off my TP. So 80 seconds left on that one. Chachi is chilling out in the bot lane. Odoamne is on his way, but I think he'll go back to base, so that one will just level out in the bot lane. More taken away by Jankos as well. Just they have control over the river now, so they'll just constantly be taking away these rift scuttlers, getting some more vision, gradually pushing up into Unicorns of Love's jungle.
Yeah, whenever they feel challenged or they're at the verge of making a mistake, HK can always fall back to their own jungle, which will be full of camps anyways. So it's so hard for Unicorns. They need to win a fight in their own jungle, then they can't even get an objective out of it. It's so hard to get out of this kind of grip that HK has on the game, especially if they put deep vision. You become very predictable. So it's once you're at this stage where HK is at right now, it's actually a pretty risk-free environment.
Well, Unicorns now basically have to survive until the point where they can put Lissandra in the side lane, and you can start playing with this double global. So in case H2K are invading again, you have double TP coming in, and then H2K will only have like 4 members at most, and you trap them 5v4. Problem is with Rift Hell being taken now, another big wave pushing. Chachi is setting up a trap. Who's trapping who though?
I'm not sure. We're about to find out though.
Ooh. Respect flash.
Okay. Forgiven will have that one on cooldown now, and Jankos will actually head into the jungle here.
This was something similar that the Fisher was describing here, because they pushed in, they had the Trundle hiding in the brush, and then the Lissandra walked over from the mid lane. H2K knew something was up, so they checked the brush, obviously found out Trundle was lurking there. And that's a good flank opportunity, but that's what Unicorns need to do. Wait for the push, try and go around, double flank, pincer, call it what you want, and see if they can find an answer that way.
Alright, so also looking at the junglers and just how much Jankos is taking from camp to camp, he's at 5,000 gold versus 3,700 from Lulex. There's such a big disparity because he's just taking everything from him.
We'll add in an extra tower, now soon to be more towers even. Also the fact he has a kill and 2 assists. Yeah, Jankos is super far ahead of Jankos, or of Lulex at this point, but now another tower. Again, it's using the Rift Hill. Just keep pushing in these big waves, and because Unicorns are so far back on the map, they can never really push further in the river. You get to river, you leave. You're like, alright, we're not going to take it any further. So it's very easy for H2K to pick a lane and just fast push it back into towers. Vander, is it bait or is he caught?
I don't know. Well, he's taking a lot of damage, hasn't popped Unbreakable yet.
He was
I don't
caught.
think he's in kill range. He was caught, but there was good clarity there because he didn't even pop the ultimate.
Yeah, nor the exhaust, and that's the beauty of Alistar though. When you play the style where Unicorns, that all they can do is really double down on a single lane and try and pick a member off, having a support like Alistar that can freely walk at the front line and then just ulti out worst case, it makes the style look easy.
And you also have a Sivir, who in a game like this, when you play 1-3-1 with double TP, her ulti doesn't have the same value you normally would see, because she normally does extremely well with these big tanks, and then she engages with the tanks to speed them up, and they like get to the backline, and the enemy AD carry does like 0 damage. In this case here, she's mainly just here for wave clear. Like that's her main purpose, is just wave clearing, and you win on side lanes. But because you've been pushed so far back, setting up your 1-3-1 is very difficult.
If you do get ahead with the Sivir, yes, the ulti kind of changes from rushing into teamfights into a more let's speed up the rotation from one lane to the other. Let's pick somebody off that wants to defend this tower in between these towers in the jungle. You want to pick them off. That's kind of the approach you take with the Sivir. But if you're losing lane, Sivir becomes utterly useless because any action you do is so telegraphed due to that deep vision.
And H2K, they just have such control, and they engage in the bottom lane. Chachi is going to be CC to high heaven. He really can't get out of here. I believe he just flashed towards the minions to try and clear these away, maybe try and stall them, but the front line of minions are still there, so H2K are easily going to take this one away.
And you can see how far behind Unicorns are on the play because they were making somewhat the same on top side. Odo Amne said, you know what, I'm not even getting close to this tower because my team is making play on bottom side, engage on the Trundle, get the kill, push in further now. Recalls are coming from Unicorns a lot. Not sure if Odo Amne can stop any of them.
Yeah, and this combo actually has really good siege. You know, the trample on towers, the attack speed from the Nidalee, both range just whacking away. This tower is going to melt immediately when
16 minutes in.
Not being defended. And H2K just complete control of the map.
Again, it's the same thing, right? Every time Unicorns takes a wave and they're like, let's go push a tower. They started their own tier 2 tower.
Yeah.
And they slowly push it out. H2K is seeing the wave the entire time, going like, all right, how much time do we have? All right, we already got the wave on bottom side. Push in for that, and then just 2 slow reactions.
Yeah, and this game is also indicative of the downward slope that the Unicorns are kind of skiing on right now. This is the most gold they've ever been down the entire split at 15 minutes. Yes, obviously it's against H2K, but the Unicorns that entered the split was so kind of ferocious, you know, 8 out of 8 first bloods or something, if I remember correctly. Diamond just being involved left, right, and center on the map, and right now they're just so passive, and they fall behind almost every game lately.
And not to only just praise H2K in-game, the pick and ban phase, as we talked about, you know, that first rotation of Thresh and Lissandra. When you already had Nidalee locked in as the first pick, and then it gave a Poppy over, Lucian for Forgiven, a lot of really strong power picks, and by taking Thresh, you don't remove anything, because there's Alistar, there's even Braum, if needed, so...
Oh. Here comes an engage from the Unicorns of Love. Hillisang's there from the back lines, and this is the TP also coming out from Fox. Odo Amne is going to get locked down. He goes down, but Fox goes flying. Forgiven now under attack, and that is a hook landing onto Forgiven. That will result in the kill. The death sentence was issued out there. Now, Chachi is onto Yankos. He doesn't have the CC just yet. He'll have to flash away. Respect the E coming out, but Fox will flash, come into the W. Chachi finds another kill with the Chomp coming down. 3 for 0, good punish from Unicorns.
And this was basically the best play possible for Unicorns at this point, just get a hard engage on top side here. Ryu was running from mid lane, but he was still pretty far away from the fight when it started. And H2K dropping the ball.
Yeah, but imagine if Ryu just didn't run to the fight. He could be at tier 2 tower pushing it down already. That's the position Unicorns find themselves in. Even if they made this play perfectly executed, Ryu could have just pushed down tier 2 and mid. Luckily for them, he did chase in though.
So it's H2K chasing here, and they're not respecting the fact that there's a Lissandra teleport. So when they're going this deep and their mid laner is at their own mid tower, this fight is very, very tricky to take. Sivir also gets popped, TP in as well from Lissandra, and suddenly it's a 4v5. This is what we mentioned, use side lanes. But then also H2K should never have been in this situation, like ever. Wait for your lanes to push, then start chasing kills. They got super greedy, and they got punished.
Yeah, and this is something we don't usually see from H2K. Very calm and collected. This seems more like a G2 type of play to me sometimes. Yeah. Really, okay, we see a fight, we take it. H2K usually more composed. They got baited in by the gold lead. Luckily for them, they were so far ahead that in the grand scheme of things, this fight may not matter as much.
Big difference though between if we take H2K and G2. If G2 had chased for those kills, Perkz had already been running from mid lane way before the fight even started. This time here, I'm not even sure if Ryu had time to move at all, so I'm not going to put any blame on him. It's on the rest of H2K for picking a fight they never should have. They got greedy for kills, basically. Probably is noting it down, and the team is going to get punished.
But this is the way that Unicorns are going to come back into the game. You said this earlier, Crap, they have to win a fight in their jungle or somewhere in River and actually come back into the game that way. Yes, okay, maybe they haven't come back into the game completely because they did also lose the dragon, and now they're being pushed in mid lane.
They're being pushed in. Vizicachi has teleport available. There's no flank wards though, so that's why Fox is moving over obviously without the teleport.
Odo Amne should already be back here though to take the wave. He has TP. He's recalling now. Tower being put up by Ryu, one of the best looking towers by the way ever.
Oh yeah, pretty sweet.
But Chachi can do a lot of damage to this turret.
I'm not even sure if it's dead frozen to make
that. No.
The backline of minions and the rest of the team
trapped.
closing in here. It's Alistar, Nidalee, and Poppy following up here.
Yeah, look for the reaction in mid lane though by the Unicorns. They're putting pressure in mid, so Jankos kind of has to deflect the path and go defend. Unicorns may have overstepped their boundaries a little bit in the mid lane. Vander's looking for some aggression.
Steal
I'm
back.
TP.
Defensive ultimate used from Sivir, but Odawame goes in deep. He gets locked down. He gets frozen up and taken out. Fox will eliminate him from the battlefield. Ryu, oof, the Q almost landing on him from Lulex. And they're getting a lot of chunk damage in return. Unicorns have some time to play with.
Another overly aggressive fight by H2K. Played in the open, very predictable, and honestly, fantastic job kiting by the Unicorns. They turn on Odawame the second they can. After he uses his ultimate, he finds himself completely alone in the backline.
Just playing out the blue. I was about to say, hold on, H2K. You lost your top laner here. They're going.
Wow, they actually are.
So they cleared out the blue trinket. So Unicorn should have an idea. At least they are around here and could have stayed. Chachi's coming toward it. It's going out
This
so
is dying.
fast. As Zero is gnashing tooth there, just destroying it.
It's gone. Wow, what a play from H2K.
They lost the top laner.
But you wouldn't expect them to do Baron because traditionally,
the blue
why
ward.
would they? You don't have a tank to do it. But Alistar ulti, even with the Alistar ulti, Vander dropped to half HP right there. So that is kind of the thing that changes because usually they would be so chunked by that Baron overall that if anybody faced X, like a Sivir would just like one-shot them.
Everyone, yeah.
And like the whole setup from H2K, they had Forgiven and Ryu just hide around the corner when the blue ward got killed. So they only saw Alistar. That was it. Engage happens here. So Odawame coming in very far back. His team has no way of actually following this engage from him because the TP happens from Trundle and you have to respect that. You can't just walk by it.
Yeah, and they were looking to trade situations top laner for top laner, but the instant flash from Vizichachi actually makes that happen. A little overreach. Again, the reaction is mid because Trundle is seemingly getting caught top. Then they think Unicorns overstep, so HTK want to punish. But the second Sivir ulti gets used, HTK should be happy with the ultimate usage. If you then get a fight, it's only because Unicorns allow you to.
I mean, still that Baron setup here.
Yeah.
They hide around the corner of the Baron, so the blue trinket doesn't spot anyone other than Vander. He clears out the blue trinket, and basically Unicorns is saying, well, the top lane is dead, so they're not going to do it. It's just him getting a trinket, he's walking back, or he's getting a ward and he's walking away. But because Azir is so good at taking down Barons with his Nash's build, and you probably haven't even played like, that much against Azir lately, you probably got, I mean, Unicorns got super surprised.
It's almost the inverse of kind of standing in front of the pit and faking the Baron with 4 members, really just using vision to your advantage and baiting your opponent into a scenario they don't really expect.
So what does this Baron now mean for H2K? Because they've exposed the bottom side, and now they can actually take this one down. But actually from losing all of these fights and then starting to be able to take base structures is kind of crazy. Odawame being dragged into the team here. There's the culling. Gonna knock him away with the Keeper's Verdict, but Odawame goes down. Lulex kicks everyone into the team. Forgiven is getting chunked out. Vander into Unbreakable Will. There's the jump in by Jankos, looking to go huge here, but he can only go so far. That's the first kill, but straight up Chain CC, triple kill, Alpha steal back, 4-1, advances to the Unicorns.
I mean, absolute disrespect from H2K. Where was the Azir ultimate so late? You know, use it earlier. Disengage Poppy just completely overextends. They never respect any zone or semblance of engage from the Unicorns, and then of course you will die. Just need the H2K to really start respecting this more teamfight-oriented Unicorns of Love.
I mean, we can praise the early game from H2K as much as we want, the macro play, but in a lot of the games this split, when it comes to team fighting, they've been a lot weaker than the other top teams in the EU LCS, and some of it might be disrespect, some of it is not understanding, you know, how to coordinate your different abilities to defend yourself and kite back when you play Azir, when you play Alistar. So like, Engage comes in, Lissandra is gonna TP in behind, so super good engage here from Unicorns of Love, and just catching out Forgiven in the back.
Yeah, they just disrespect another TP flank. Every time they start a fight so far this game, it has been ruled by some TP of sorts. Obviously, the kick here from Lulex has to be praised. A 3-man kick to really buy enough time for Dylan Lissandra to land and turn on Forgiven. Also, Hillsang, whenever he hooks, the entire Unicorns of Love lineup is ready to commit to that target. They don't wait to see if the hook connects. Like, it's like he's calling it as he's flying. Okay, this guy is going to get hooked. They're ready to pounce on him, and they just immediately drop. Blue buff. Jankos takes his revenge. You kill my team, I take your buff.
Yeah, well, either way, Unicorns of Love have been playing exceptionally well this game, like specifically in those team fights. You're talking about the flank engages with the TPs and just generally playing it well. Like, Lulex mechanics in that last team fight hasn't even died yet this game. Kicked a tank into the team.
And he was really far behind early.
Yeah.
Like, he was
so far behind, we even called it out in terms of gold.
He was really, really far down, and then bounces back, good team fight. Same for the rest of Unicorns of Love, the entire team were behind. And now the problem for H2K is, you technically don't want to opt into more 5-on-5s where you can get flanked on, but you can't really play the 1-3-1 setup because you're against double TP. There's a window because the Sandra TP is on cooldown. Once that is up again, Unicorns of Love will control side lanes.
Also, you're looking at a very strong Sivir here. Forgiven is forced to go QSS third, Well, Steelback's looking to finish his Infinity Edge as soon as he can. You have a tanky frontliner that can usually keep Sivir busy, but because of the Trundle ultimate, Odoamne will melt a lot quicker than usual. I think that's something that's throwing H2K a bit of a curveball here. They're not used to their frontline tank melting as quickly in the fight.
Even then, it's also just when one tank goes in, 1v5, he's obviously going to die very quickly. So when he's been able to engage in, the rest of H2K were not able to follow. And then Odoamne has just gone down in the front. He got hooked in that last fight by Hylissang. Again, got singled out, got chunked down. He's in a side lane, put Trundle in the same lane, and Odoamne won't be able to do much. We might see QSS come in for him against the Trundle ulti, but it's not going to help him in team fights. Big issues for H2K. Slightly ahead of goal. Can't really play their 1-3-1 here. Can't really use the Nidalee as they want to.
Yeah. They're kind of stuck right now. Like, thematically, like, on the map. So they need an outplay from Rio. I think that's the way to break it open, is just simply an outplay. Something where Unicorns are not used to playing against the Azir. Don't see the combo coming. He can split up the fight. H2K need to single out some members of the Unicorns of love. Or just flash the hook, because if Thresh stands still, he hooks and he misses, he is useless for the next few seconds. Yes, he has Box and Flay, but he really relies on landing that hook, and that's why he's kind of fallen off in support priority, because he's so conditional or so dependent
on getting in range,
getting the hook actually landing, because you overextend so far into the enemy team when you do miss.
Well, Unicorns of Love in this game definitely itemizing a lot now, as you already called. The Quicksilver Sash had to be picked up for Forgiven. It's difficult for him in team fights as well, because they're always getting pincered. Fox always just point and click the ultimate. It's like, okay, you can dodge skill shots, but you can't dodge a point and click. And continuously they've been able to pick up the kill. Maybe now Forgiven will be able to get out of that and maybe survive for a little bit longer, but still the damage is so big just from the ultimate by itself. And the last team fight, he just got hit by a random ricochet to finish him off, and it's just like, it's so difficult to play out this game as Forgiven's position.
And you're also just going to get to the point where Lissandra just ulti yourself.
Yep.
Right in front of him. You're like, well, you can't move past me, because as soon as I'm out of my ulti, I can just snare you and Q you and you die. So,
followed up by a Zonias for another 2.5
sides. Exactly. Yeah. So Lucian always have that problem. In team fights, his low range will really punish him, especially when you go static shift as well and you don't get the rapid fire cannon extra range. Yeah, you get more wave clear, but it hurts him in team fights. So Forgiven is relying on these fights where it gets completely spread out almost, and he can like single out one target and doesn't get zoned completely off.
Also, these fights are very explosive. People die in like a fraction of a second or maybe 1 or 2 seconds. Azir kind of needs some time to build up the fight. Like, he needs a couple soldiers up and then do repetitive damage overall. Rio may very often not get the time, because by the time he has everything set in motion for his play, one of his team members is already dead.
The fight's already over.
Very fun though, we get to see what both teams have been doing, especially looking at the last few weeks or for H2K the entire season. You know, the strong early game, understanding how to play the map, use your jungler advantage to put pressure, and they were really far ahead. But also Unicorns of Love, the way they've been playing games is just like team fight, team fight, team fight. And today they're showing they understand how to engage with flanks, especially from this Lissandra pick, which has been working out well for them. And Chachi now is that monster split pusher.
In addition to that though, Unicorns, their AD carry is like the complete opposite from last year. Consistently shining. Steelback has had so many good performances overall, knows how to position in teamfights, and he's kind of the invisible threat that always cleans up. Complete opposite of, for me, for Vardax from last year.
Definitely. Now we get a bit of a slow moment in the game. Unicorns are just farming side lanes, and as we mentioned, H2K can't really play side lanes. They've also learned rushing 5-man straight up towards the enemy base means you get flanked. You have to constantly like clear out an area of the map with pings and sweepers to make sure there's no ward right behind you they can TP on, but that takes way too long to do, and it's so hard to set up without getting engaged on.
At this point though, H2K can repeat that Baron whenever they want, with any 4 or 3 members, so that's why we see the Unicorns up for 3 blue trinkets. They're really scared of it, but that hurts the foundations of the remaining vision, the actual vision that lasts longer, you know, the wards that you want to put on the map. That makes it very hard to split push. With only a side stone and 1 yellow trinket, it's incredibly hard to get a safe split push going, so that's why both teams are kind of never extending too far across from the river. H2K is scared of flanks. The Unicorns don't have the vision to really cement their split push with it.
H2K have, in this game, been really proactive, but it's not always worked out. Specifically since like the 18-minute mark, Unicorns of Love have gotten 8 kills and only died once, because Unicorns just receive H2K coming into them and then they just murder them because H2K overextends.
And we just see, look at the side lanes again. Push in on top side, no one's there to stop it because you can't. If you move someone there to stop it, engage happens around the mid lane. So Unicorn should have first dips on getting in towards the Baron pit. and setting up wards for themselves. They have 3 pings in the inventory. You just need also a ward in the enemy jungle near the blue buff that you can TP to. In case they want to go in and contest the Baron vision, you TP in and you take the fight. So Unicorns are definitely still looking for every opening possible to fight.
That's why I really like this triple pink ward setup that H2K have done. They're making sure that they at least can't get flanked when they do step into the Baron area. Really defensive pink wards, and then they can build on that foundation with some deeper vision. Overall though, the 4 remaining parts that are not split positions, so not Odoamne and not Visage, they're also squishy. So one mistake can immediately mean so much for the game because everybody will just blow up.
And this pink ward area, as we talked about and Purple just mentioned, is like, we don't want to get TP flanked. The only issue is, it only sets you up for one play, and that is actually go and fight for the Baron vision and then the Baron later. Because obviously if you start moving, let's say to Dragon, you don't have any pings. And then the TP is going to happen behind you. So entire focus for H2K is saying we need to pick up a Baron and use that to push into the enemy base. Otherwise, we are afraid of fighting and moving too far forward.
Another thing to keep track of, though, in this game is H2K has gradually been picking up dragons. Now it's just spawned, and they will be trying to contest this because then it'll be on the tipping point for Aspect.
Yeah, that's a combination of both points. That's actually where we may see the deciding point of the game, because at one point H2K may get greedy for that 4th or 5th dragon.
They shouldn't be able to, though.
And Unicorns may just opt in for the fight. They shouldn't.
Yeah,
but it may still happen.
Again, as long as you keep pushing top lane here, H2K shouldn't find an opening to just go dragon. And as we see here, it was pushed down. Azir shows up to clear dragon for Unicorns of Love. And yeah, it looks nice and fancy, 3 dragons. It is useful, especially the 2nd dragon now. It just gets broken so easily, and Unicorns are playing this 1-3-1 correct. And H2K only has one play with the map setup, and that's just wait for Unicorns to make a mistake, move in, rush down the Baron one more time, and then use that to try and go and close out the game. Or wait long enough for more defensive items to come in, so this burst from Lissandra drops, because Lissandra is awesome in the mid game. Late game against BT, Moore, QSS, she struggles to burst down targets and she becomes more of a zoning tool.
Yeah.
And then you have like this Sivir who's the main damage dealer, but the Poppy will try and single her out every time.
And Azir's just getting scarier and scarier on Ryu. He's sitting on 2.5 items and case in point, ladies and gentlemen. Fox is getting absolutely busted out. Ryu trying to get in range. Instant cleanse, instant soldier, instant kill.
And can he recall? Steelback is coming though. No, Steelback will get him.
Yeah, he's dead. He is off the rift. That was a 1-for-1 mid laner's exchange, but he got the flash out from Fox. Ryu didn't even have to flash for that kill.
Well, that was one of the plays H2K were looking for. Had they been able to just instant pop the Lissandra and then back away, they could have maybe gone Baron right after, and that was the whole setup around this top side of the map. But Odoamne and Chachi is not very exciting to look at.
Not at all, but the percent damage is gradually whistling Chachi down, but as soon as Chachi decides he wants to go in for a trade, throws in Domain, pops the Subjugate, and then he starts winning. Odoamne getting a lot of poke damage though. Jankos from the side, Spear didn't land, there's the Subjugate, and he is growing in size, and he is piecing out. See you guys.
Yeah, it might look like...
Baron from Unicorns, 2 on the bottom side.
Jankos on bottom, but Ryu's dead. TP for Lissandra in 8 seconds as well. In case a fight breaks out, it should be 5v4 for the Unicorns of Love.
Odoamne TP on the top of your screen, watch him.
Vander trying to buy time, forgiven off to the bottom side. Odoamne looking for the flank, and they are pinching in Unicorns of Love. They already got chunked out. Fox is now coming into the fight. He finds Vander. Jankos tries to get into the fight, but not going to be successful. Lulex takes down the cow over the wall. Odoamne couldn't get into the fight.
A lot of TPs used, and Jankos hiding in the bush with the pink ward, and suddenly H2K with their Azir back alive have the pressure around the Baron, and suddenly Unicorns of Love have to now fall back. Everything was used there. Double TP used, Baron being started now. No pinks on it, so they can see everything.
A little overeager maybe on the Baron. Look at how quickly it's going down here. H2K with absolute confidence going for the Baron.
Forgiven, moving on to Chachi. He's going to respond with the damage. Lulex over the wall, comes in maybe a little too early. 50 health remaining. Jankos will pick up the kill onto Baron Nashor. Now Odoamne finds them and shoots 2 people back to their base. Odoamne, he'll be going down for the pleasure of that Baron. Jankos over the wall, looking for the assassinate onto Steelback, but he'll find him with the crit. Double kill in for Steelback.
I think the Baron attempt was a little early, because if you look at what Unicorns used to start that Baron, it was double TP. That means their entire strategy of 1-3-1 was no longer viable, and H2K could actually slowly push the vision line forward and guarantee them Baron. Right now, they're losing on the Baron power play, and they're looking to lose some more towers in the mid with an ill-advised, slightly too rushed Baron.
This is 30 seconds. Unicorns can close out this game here. You have Sivir pushing in, you have Trundle to tank the tower. Forgiven is the only man alive who can really defend.
Well, this is not a good Baron power play. Unicorns of Love pushing down the middle lane. They've got a big minion wave there. Vanda, he's going to jump in, try and get some CC down. They're going right onto the tower.
Oh, Forgiven to die.
He's out of there. And Vanda, what can he do? Nothing at all. Unicorns of Love, he'll take him down. They'll take down the Nexus itself. And Unicorns of Love with the upset over H2K.
Nothing is going as expected today.
No.
Called it.
It's reverse day.
There's negative, there's
Yeah.
negative space in the air here, you know.
But like, this game showed a fantastic early game from H2K. We couldn't praise them enough, you know, the pick and ban phase from it, criticized, you know, the early rotation from Unicorns of Love giving over Poppy in Italy and everything. But then H2K also showed the main weakness of this team is team fighting, disrespectful chasing, getting TP'd on from behind multiple times.
For me, it's more that they stopped thinking ahead.
Yeah.
Like at one point, they were just not thinking straight. They just got Unicorns of Love to commit for a Baron play that they then traded 2 teleports for. At that point, the whole reason the game was stalling out was that double TP. That was now on cooldown for 4 minutes. They could simply just group up, push out, get the vision, set up a bait, potentially do the Baron. That was even a 50-50. Luex almost stole that one.
Stole it.
If he used his Q maybe 1 or 2 seconds later, then the Baron would have been in steal range.
Yep.
And you were supposed to just have control around the Baron because you just pushed them back, used the TPs. This, by the way, only the second game H2K loses where they're ahead of 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's obviously a big surprise. Also because Unicorns of Love in the last 3 weeks have been looking very, very shaky. But suddenly they're now stepping towards number 4 in the standings, and H2K might have just lost the first place to G2.
That's massive.
If you look at that spear from Yankas too, it connects onto Steelback, and he wants to trade 1 life for Steelback there, and he just ends up suiciding, and he could have been the fundamental part that maybe have at least the Nexus being able to be defended.
It's hard to say, right?
It's very short term focused for H2K.
Yeah.
They try and go for the play, and they don't kind of calculate the repercussions if it fails, because they're so used to all their plays working out. But I think major props to Unicorns of Love overall for coming back in this game, because I had written them off personally. I thought there's no way this team, with their current level of teamwork, would actually break home that game, and they win 2 or 3 fights in repetition.
Yeah.
Mostly by singling out Odoam there.
Yeah, and that's what I want to highlight, though. Like, H2K, to me, were like this smart team, right? Like, they think 5 minutes into the future, they're setting up plays. And to me, in that game, like, it didn't seem they were setting up anything. It was like, we're looking 5-10 seconds into the future. Can we make this fight happen? Probably. And then they go for it, and then they just lose.
I mean, making the fight happen is easy, yeah, because you know they're going to engage on you.
But you've got to win, right? And that was not what happened in that game. So we're going to send it over to Pyrotechnics to speak to the winners of this game, Unicorns of Love.
Thanks very much, Pulse. I'm joined by the top laner from Unicorns. It is Viz Ichachi. Congratulations on your win. I want to talk to you a little bit about how you guys pulled it off. That's some of the crispest team fighting I've seen in several weeks. How did you manage that?
We had a really good team fighting comp against theirs, I feel like, because they had Nidalee jungle, for example, and it's really easy to catch. And I had Trundle top lane, which is right now the natural counter to other tanky top laners, because you can just steal their resistances and become like twice as tanky as them. Meanwhile, you can just kill them fast. So our team fighting was better, and we knew that in game. So we just tried to force them. It worked out really good.
It definitely did. I'm glad you mentioned the Trundle. I wanted to ask you about that pick in general. We saw it a lot in support to the start of the season, and now it's moved back up to the top lane. What do you make of the top meta at the moment?
It's mostly tanks right now, but I feel like Graves, GP, and such are still really strong too. So like they are playable into the tanks. It requires a bit different playstyle, but they are fine too.
Well, please see more of that explosive action. And of course, moving ahead into playoffs, you guys have gotten yourselves another win on the board towards the end of the season. A good trend as always. But I want to ask you now, going forward, looking at the playoff seeding, where you guys expect to fall, and what do you think of your state of the team going towards that postseason?
I think we are pretty good right now. We just won against H2K, and it will depend a lot tomorrow how we play. If we can grab a win there as well, I feel like we are really good to go into the playoffs.
Well, a lot of people are cheering for you. As you hear, unicorns chanted all around here. Thanks for joining me, Chachi. You can go ahead and join your team. For now, though, we're going to send it back the analyst desk way to break down how unicorns pulled off that big win over H2K.
Thank you very much, Pyra and Chachi over there. The UOL, indeed, when a lot of us had written them off in that race for 4 and 5 and put them in 6th place, they come back and they pull out a win versus H2K.
Yep, I called it. I said they were going to lose their games. I said they were going to play 6th. I
uncalled it.
did not anticipate it at all. And we've gone full Europe. All of a sudden, we have 2 back-to-back upsets, which is something we've not seen really at all. And Unicorns of Love find a performance that really got a chance by punishing H2K's over-eagerness. I still feel that H2K had made mistakes that then ended up costing themselves.
Yeah, let's take a look at one of the replays. That was one of the deciding ones to get UOL back in the game. Exactly what you say. H2K, they have everything in control here, but the Unicorns of Love managed to capitalize on the overextension.
Yeah, it seemed to be so good for H2K throughout the entirety of this game, but again and again, either Odoamne was getting caught out or he was over-aggressing into fights. This time was the former. He gets caught early on, and from here, it's kind of all on Forgiven to somehow outplay here on such little health. It's never really going to happen, and Steelback is so far ahead right now when he's picking up these kills. Steelback is a player that kind of is silent for the majority of times, but is putting up these massive score lines in games.
And it's really interesting because when you look at H2K's games throughout the split, they tend to get their leads and snowball from towers, and then once they have map control and vision control, they make informed, smart decisions. This was a game where they tried to do that, but then they got over-eager. They got into team fights, they got into these aggressive skirmishes that actually they're not super comfortable with because most of their games don't go that way. I think it's a very rude awakening for H2K. It is slightly better to happen now in week 9 than in a quarterfinal or a semifinal where you can, be put on tilt. But it is something they have to learn to do when we look at the postseason.
The thing is, and Deficio, Crepo, and Pulse talked about this on the end of the game, this is a team, the Unicorns, that typically aren't good in the late game. So they are going to make a couple of errors. We've seen that for the last couple of weeks. And H2K just committed to a play because they felt like this game was running away from their grasp. They thought they had it, and then they started losing it. And there was a couple of desperate plays. The Jankos jumping over the wall. Odoamne couldn't really play the 1v1 for a long time until very late on, and was struggling to try and get himself into fights as well. So H2K just looked desperate, and I think that's one of the first times we've seen them look like that.
I completely agree, and I just want to give some props to the Baron call from Unicorns. When there was the engage down on Chachi in the bottom lane, he manages to peel away from 2 members of H2K and instantly TPs for Baron. I just really like that decisiveness in terms of their teamwork and their cohesion. It managed to work, and you saw Lulex's grin at the end. He took down UOL. And it was great to see. H2K, sorry. Took down
his
H2K,
ex-team, and that makes that 4-5-6 UOL, Fnatic, Origin very interesting, as well as Vitality possibly still having a chance to move up in the standings. H2K can drop down. Whew, it's all crazy. It's all Europe here. And up next, it can get even crazier as Roccat takes on Team Vitality. And they have to close that window to avoid the summer promotion tournament as it is continuing to close. Yeah, I nailed that.
Level 5
Stay right
versus
here
level
because
5.
we will be right back.
Chachi is just straight up dead, just needs one more auto attack, gets him with the takedown. That'll be the first blood over to Jankos. And Ryu now follows up. That'll be the first kill, the second, the punish onto Unicorns of Love. Flash away, respect, the E coming out, but Fox will flash, come into the W. Chachi finds another kill with the chomp coming down. There's the jump in by Jankos, looking to go huge here, but he can only go so far. That's the first kill, but straight up, chain CC, triple kill, Alpha, steal back, Jankos over the wall, looking for the assassinate, onto steal back, but he'll find him with the crit, double kill, in for steal back. Unicorns of Love, he'll take him down, they'll take down the Nexus itself, and Unicorns of Love with the upset over H2K.
What? I applied it. I did apply it. Apply?
I remember us expecting to win the summer split back then with Alliance in 2014. I did expect us to go to Worlds, of course, because we were the best team in Europe. Our team was always confident in being able to go up against the Korean teams. It's probably the game I remember most. It's the most important game, I think.
It's going to be focused. Shook gets the spike down. They turn it on towards them. They take down Najee White Shield.
And that's what the perfect game looks like for the beginning. They rolled straight on through from that early advantage.
Like, we didn't think they were that much better or better at all. We were always confident going into the match, and we can get early leads against them, and we kind of just did our thing and lost one game against every other team, as per usual. And we managed to go out in group stage due to an upset by Kaboom.
Decimated by Kaboom Esports.
I'm still not quite sure why Elements failed as a team. We got Reckless, who was an upgrade over Tabs, I think. We just didn't mesh well. We got problems into the team outside of the game, inside of the game. Scrims we were still winning most of our scrims, but we just couldn't translate it into stage. We somehow just ended up failing. You go from first to being bottom tier, so it's not good it's a not good feeling. I think our players also individually were not that top of the table anymore. A lot of new talent came into the scene, and I rather win than lose. The game is very team-orientated. Right now, teams don't make that many mistakes. I just ended up wanting to play again, so I just ended up joining Copenhagen Wolves. Tried to keep them in the LCS, but sadly we got auto-relegated. But it ended me up being asked for team vitality, and it's working out great so far. I also want to win LCS. I have done it once before, and I know I can do it again. People respect me as a player as well. That obviously helps my confidence. I don't really care if people think I'm inconsistent or whatnot. I couldn't care less because my team knows what I do, and I know what I do. As long as we win games, I don't really mind what the general opinion is. If I do something, I want to be the best at it. So I want to win. I just want to finish my career with a win, and that's what I'm striving for.
Strong words there from Shook. Wants to finish with the wins. Welcome back, everybody.
Don't we
I'm
all?
Quick Shots. I'm joining Crepo here on the caster desk for the matchup between Rocket and Vitality. Crepo, we'll talk about this matchup in a second. Let's quickly look at the rosters. On the blue side, it is a Team Rocket with Fred in the top lane, Airwax in the jungle, Betsy in the mid, Tabs and Noxiac the AD carry and support their coach Grabs. And this is a team that's going to be hoping the upset juice has not all been drunk as they're facing off against Vitality.
Yeah, they'll have to look in the fridge for some more of that juice. Obviously on the red side, we'll have Team Vitality. Top lane, Cabochard. I wonder what shoes he's wearing today. Maybe glitter on it. Jungle is Shook, mid lane, Nuketog, Hjarnan as AD carry support Kasing, and as always, just a Sean's composition. He was very happy that his Zillion Bard was played over in the LCK, I believe.
Yeah.
So he wants to leave a mark. Maybe that'll get to his head. Okay, envision this. Sean's is so greedy that he wants Sean's compositions named after him, so he'll whip out some Timo Valbar composition, lose horribly, and suddenly Rocket take another victory.
He needs to make sure that all the juice is gone, or at the very least it has expired, because if Rocket are drinking from whatever potion we've seen happen today, there's been two back-to-back upsets, which was really quite impressive. H2K and Fnatic, I feel, made, I don't want to say uncharacteristic mistakes, because I think it's
They were
kind of false, but their headspace wasn't there.
Yeah, magnified mistakes of what they were previously doing. It was in a more severe degree or extent. And honestly, game one for me was a slight upset because I didn't expect Origin to win as convincingly. I expected Giants to lose, but not in such a
dramatic fashion.
Yeah, dramatic fashion.
Origin looked phenomenal against Giants. Make of that what you will, but we're now into game 4. The possibilities for tiebreakers are getting very interesting, especially when you consider Vitality now have a shot at the top 2.
And don't Airwax and Shooks have a bond, both former Copenhagen Wolves junglers? So maybe that is playing into this negative aura that we have here.
We will find out.
I doubt it though, because I think the team that is least likely to be upset is Vitality, because they have generally just a safe and kind of collected approach. And yes, they lost to G2 with a drafting error and kind of in-game error with in terms of playstyle with a Nasus pick last week, but G2 is probably the only team that can really force an advantage that hard where it matters. I think if Vitality would have similar drafts here versus Rocket, they would actually make the Nasus work, for example.
All right, so let's see if they decide to opt into that strategy. Didn't work out last week for them. Fiora, Lulu, Kalista. The band's Fiora, a little bit of a surprise, but we know how much Cabo likes his carries. Corki, Rammus, Nidalee the reply, and a very, very quick lock-in of the Gragas here for Roccat. Safe and secure.
Continuous hits to the AD carry pool. Every single ban phase. Kalista has nearly banned every game. Corki is continuously taken off the board. Yes, he's mostly mid laners, but he was at least a flex pick. So when Lucian goes off the board, people have to be creative. Ezreal seems to be picked a lot, but that means at least there's a chance to see more Jhin, and I enjoy that personally. I do like the early Gragas pickup. I think it's just a safe building block for compositions, and there's no really clear big first picks unless you really like Poppy that they lose out on.
I want to see if anyone is brave enough to run the Azir. It has skyrocketed in popularity today on 6-5. 3 games played, all 3 of them are losses. It seems to be the trap card that has been pulled. Poppy's already locked in there for Cabo, as we can expect.
It's weird that such a... I mean, it's a decent nerf to Nautilus, but that completely decides who is a tier 1 pick. Like these small changes. When Gragas got changed, when I read the patch note, I was like, okay, these are noticeable, but to swing a jungler from non-existence into tier 1 almost with Italy banned, it's such a big swing for such a small change in numbers. For Nautilus in the case, it's because his passive just gets used so often, or his Riptide gets used so often that small numbers add up to a larger amount overall.
Roccat, see what they decide to run in. Just heard from our stats man that Azir is in fact 0-7, so not only just a trap card today.
I got that from Reddit.
And
they beat our stats man to it.
Oh, you see, he's much quicker. Reddit is he, singular, one person. Got a bit trapped there myself. And there's the Jhin you were looking forward to.
I always look forward to some Jhin.
Strong front line here for Roccat. Without Rammus. Without Rammus.
Especially after casting with you 2 games to each other.
Hey, listen, you're still going to get through 2, buddy. Make sure you survive. Nautilus is one of Freddy's top played, and it would work if you want to put your eggs in the Jhin damage boat. I've seen teams just with like a Jhin Lissandra combo win games. Actually happened earlier today in the LCK.
Yeah.
Albeit it took a very long time.
I like the... I don't know where I saw it, but I saw Jhin poke comp today. Like, my memory is like fading me, but like, the main problem with Jhin very often that you have is, as long as it's not ran Jhin Woo, because I saw that in LCK, and it completely defies the purpose, because you don't need to protect the Jhin, because he'll stay out of the fight, because he's firing his ulti anyways. Right now, Roccat needs a little bit more damage though, so more sustained damage output, because Jhin alone can't carry fights. The reload, the auto attacks are too slow. Obviously, he will be out of the fight too, but he has a beefy front line to at least set up these W traps into, obviously, the ulti firing away.
Let's see if we can find any of those routes. Thresh is locked in for Nuke Duck. That is just a graphical error in case anybody was wondering. Roccat looking to pull the trap card. Betsy's not played Azir this split yet. It would be the first time if it gets locked in. We're expecting a mid laner and a top laner for Roccat.
Yeah, and this is... Hello, Crocodile.
We're going back in time.
This is Freddy back to his staple pick. Aggressive. Used to be really good at it. Obviously, now you have to run Teleport, unless he's going for the Ultra Cheese with Ignite. But it kind of plays into the point that I wanted to make. With this Silver Thresh lane locked in, you almost guarantee that the enemy will have to lane swap on you. It's going to be really hard, I feel, for Alistar Jhin to do anything because they'll get repetitively pushed in over and over. That means the Renekton will be playing in a lane swap where kind of the utility of the champion early power spike goes down. So I wonder if Rocket's going to take that 2v2, because the only way to win that Alistar Jhin is to combo aggressively and get a Jhin snare off, or get a Q flash on the Alistar, because otherwise you will just get pushed in over and over and over again unless the jungler comes and ganks for you.
Alright, unless the jungler comes to gank, Shook has had the ability to make that work. Has been very aggressive in the early game. I think it's somewhat fair of Airwax as well, albeit significantly less successful. But at least during the early stages of the split, he had some good performance. The last lock-in was LeBlanc for Nuke Duck. So heavy pick comp as far as the combos and skirmish comp on the side of Vitality.
Again, not a teamfight Sivir comp, as we all know traditionally. This is, again, a double split push composition, or at least a 4-1 to say the least, oriented on making picks, catching people off guard. Indicative that Rocket's not looking for the lane swap is the summoner spell Ignite here on Noxiac. You would never pick Ignite against this team if you plan on going for a lane swap, so it does look like they want a 2v2, and it's... I look forward to seeing the 2v2 play out, because it can go both ways. It's not necessarily a hard win for anybody else, but it's just a push advantage for Yana and Kasing, and they really understand looming threat. Whenever you play against them, it's really hard to not make the gank super telegraphed, and then they just back off and you feel really dumb.
I really like that phrase, the looming threat. And I want to see how well Hyonan actually makes that work for this particular matchup. Interestingly, with Renekton locked in, it's the first time for him this split. He's the
so we're at
70th unique champions.
Because you lied.
I did. Yeah.
You lied about Soraka.
Yeah,
so
I did.
Renekton is the new Soraka, number 70 on the board.
I had forgotten that Extinct had played it, in fact, with Roccat earlier in the split. So, ladies and gentlemen, will the Crocodile pick up a victory here today in his first showing in the Spring Split? Hashtag ROC win, or will Vitality get one step closer to a spot in the semi-finals and an automatic trip to Rotterdam? Hashtag VIT win. Head-to-head is 1-1.
Should just become a caster.
Then
you get an automatic trip to Rotterdam anyways. And you don't lose.
Oh, I like that. I must admit, the crowd has been awesome today with chants. Earlier, hearing the H2K and UOL chants like combated back and forth. It's nice to hear support for both sides of the rift, but we need to stay on screen as Vitality.
Do we really though?
Yes, we do. We do. This is now serious business.
Transcend the screen.
Not
All
yet.
right. Deep invade
Mate,
here.
I just got on the screen.
Deep invade here to find the lanes because I really think I almost feel like Vitality want the lanes. I'm unfamiliar with the Renekton Poppy matchup for the great reason that I've never seen Renekton in professional play in a while, but I feel like Poppy should be able to do fine enough to survive that.
Well, there's a body slam already. Airwax gets... Oh, that's a great interrupt! Noxiac with an aggressive pulverize. Nobody's gone down yet, but Cabo will be the first victim. First blood picked up by Tabs. And Roccat hand themselves a great start.
Yeah, complete pincer move here. Roccat, while we were talking about stuff that didn't really matter, suddenly the Lantern comes out from Kasing and it makes you wonder why it has Thresh skill Lantern level 1. Well, because everybody's getting caught. And Q flash here from Noxiac to find it open, uses the Ignite.
Works out.
I mean, this is bold, you know, from Vitality. See people coming here. Jarden, there's one Lantern for two guys. Just straight up knock 3-man pulver. That's beautiful.
That's fantastic.
That's what dreams are made of.
Especially for a player like Noxiac, who was removed from the Fnatic roster, joined Rocket. We heard from Tabs last week saying that him and Noxiac have actually pretty good synergy in terms of the way they play the game. Now they can use this advantage. First blood in a 2v2? No, it won't be, because lane swap was initiated by Vitality.
Yeah, now I think it's wise to swap away. You don't want to get snowball on. Just nullify that advantage and just start trading towers. Sivert still does final lane swap because she's so good at clearing out that wave. Obviously, we say this all the time, but we'll repeat it for somebody that hasn't heard it just yet. You want to be using spells on the creeps and hitting a tower, and for Sivert, that's absolutely beautiful here. You avoid this really aggressive early lane that now has an experience advantage on you too. So in this case, I think it's good for Vitality.
Oh, good trade here from Nukeduck. Actually, exceptionally good trade from Nukeduck. Just weaving in between those Arise calls from Betsy. Freddy and Tabs, they're pushing down bottom. Tabs with that reload mechanic going to be a little slower to shove these towers down.
Yeah, he's hitting the creeps over and over. So in the ideal scenario, just have somebody tanking the creeps while you wait for cooldowns to come up again, while you keep hitting the tower. Heal obviously helps a little bit keeping these creeps alive, but it doesn't really matter too much because you'll never make them live another shot.
Yeah.
We see there the Q, even though there's no minions nearby, from Noxiac just to prop his trample again. He really wants to get his trample off, and he doesn't want to hit this wave because this wave is the one they want to bounce. So that's why Noxiac used Pulverize on the floor, proc trample, does damage to towers, keep these minions as high HP as he can. Little nifty little trick, but it's nice to see.
Clever play then from Noxiac, helping out the team. So towers have been traded 1-1. Roccat with the first blood gold advantage and a cull already secured. That's an interesting ward from Roccat deep in the lane.
It just has become standard. This is phase 1 is take the tower, then phase 2 starts. You swap around, but obviously since you swap around, you want to see who's coming down lane. If it's a bot lane, you see Poppy pushing right now. She knows the AD carry is coming. It's not the top laners that wants to kind of surprise you by catching that freeze. So this is super standard mirror lanes here. The only deviation may be if this Alistair goes for a cheesy play. You see Freddy again, you know, he will push in immediately the second he spots Sivert. The reason you want to do that when you spot him and not preemptively is because then you can get screwed over if the suddenly surprise top laner shows up to catch that wave and you lose the early game. So mirror lane swap as expected.
Alright, so Vitality then just playing marginally from behind. They've avoided that Tabs matchup thus far. As you can see, Hyanan, we've caught him on camera going down bottom. Noxiac will rejoin Tabs up top, and phase 3, is that what we're in now? Where we're going to push over the second tower?
Top laner goes top again, and then we need to look at where does the Herald go. That is kind of the important part. This is where you see some deviations, like Shook. They're trading tempo for Yankee in mid lane.
Let's see, it's going to have a very nice slide out.
That was pretty.
And Summoner spell blown for that one. Concrete Sands and the Shifting Sands used perfectly timed.
Now Rocket's pinging tier 2, so they want to push on. What I like seeing here usually is actually just take tier 1, bounce it, and then go for Herald. And then go for a second tier 2 tower push that they'd have to mirror, but they'll be slower on. Perhaps they actually do it. They're communicating right now.
Ooh, Nuketook not really going to get the better trade. Tower will get secured up top, and Nuketook actually loses most of his HP. You can see the passive on the minimap got procced as
Yeah, I like it from Rocket. They pinged the tier 2, but they're like, hang on guys, why should we? We can just bounce wave, get Renekton ahead. Right now Vitality's on the back foot. The Herald's being taken, so this could mean that Rocket will be way quicker with a way bigger wave. What they're going to do is this wave right here that you see, building up on the bottom lane. They'll bounce that, and they go for tier 2 bot lane with the Herald buff. If they don't die, this is still Europe, so we're good.
Okay, so theoretically they've gone to the play that you were hoping to see. Now we need to measure just how effectively they can pull it off.
Yeah.
Freddy's got his teleport available as well.
Exactly, so he can stay in the top lane as long as he needs, while this wave amasses in the bottom lane, and then he can teleport down, at least force enemy TP2.
In actual fact, Freddy's almost a full level ahead of Caboshot. 15 CS, Freddy's about to hit 5, Cabo's just about to hit 4.
Yeah, Freddy pushed in that wave. He's just lingering around, getting as much resources as he can here. Obviously, Vitality have to go for the mirror because they understand the game, but they'll be a lot slower. It doesn't look like they're going for like a 3-man defense here on the bottom lane, because obviously they can get 5-man there, 5v3, against an Alistar with Ignite, a Gragas with E-Flash. So tier 2 may actually go down here, maybe a minute from now.
All right, let's see if Rocket can pull that one off. Cole's still continuing to stack between Hyanan and Tabs, and you can actually see Hyanan making his way towards that bottom lane.
It's because Freddy pushed.
Vitality.
Freddy should have kept freezing. Just the wave could have been at a way different spot. I don't like the push because now although Caboshot is farming for free to kind of equalize that advantage, I think if Freddy throws the wave in the top lane, yeah, the play is different. And Rocket don't really have the cojones to go for the play, and they completely sacrificed that big wave they were building up with a potential Herald buff, and they're rotating to the mid lane.
So one little decision all of a sudden thwarts what was 2.5 minutes of prep, but there is an adaptation here, Crepo. Rocket, they've grouped up as 4 in the middle lane. The Herald buff comes down. Nuketook is rooted by the Flourish, but there's no follow-up. Noxiac doesn't have access to his ultimate anytime soon anyway, and they're just going to try to put damage down. We've gone full ARAM, boys. Everybody in the middle.
Yeah, but with good reason, though. Usually you just play ARAM if you're bored. These guys are doing it with thought put into it.
It's significantly better than how I play ARAM.
Yeah, but Caboshot kind of caught up here, though, giving that push that Freddy gave him. I like how Vitality adapted on the fly. They didn't go for the blind mirror. They were in time to defend their mid lane. They lost some momentum, but the damage could have been greater. I think that's the big thing to really remember here. But Airwax is level 6. He has Body Slam Flash. See if he can find an opening.
Let's see if Airwax can. So Rocket, they've got themselves off to a pretty good early game. Still maintain a semblance of control and the lead. Very good vision in this bottom right quadrant of the jungle, and Nuketook is in trouble. The man that they were talking about was Airwax. Body Slam will bait the flash out. Airwax decides not to follow.
Good play by Nuketook. Has to overextend for farm, then knows he has to back off when people enter his jungle. That's the thing though for Rocket. They have the liberty to make these plays and not even make them work because they're playing in the enemy jungle. They're contesting enemy objectives. Cost of failure is very low unless Tabs dies right here.
Oh, great headbutt away from Noxiac. Buys time for Tabs. Deadly Flourish doesn't root anybody in place, and Cabo is instantly knocked up as the explosive cost comes down. Noxiac, the only member to go down. That could have been worse.
Yeah, we gotta question the pathing though. Good reaction by Vitality. Zero hesitation. Guys, you got way too deep in our jungle. We don't respect you here. Instant teleport from Caboshot. He may pay the price here in the top lane. I'm just gonna look over. It's not a frozen lane, so he's fine. Obviously, Freddy will get something for it, but I like the plays from Vitality. It's impressive how they're playing from behind. It's all in these little decisions. It's very hard to tell sometimes, but yeah, they're evening out the initial deficit.
Mechanically, I'm quite liking what Noxiac is doing on Alistar today. Pretty good plays. I want to see if he can make that work later in the game, but Vitality has evened out the gold. In terms of CS, with Cabo picking up that kill, he's marginally ahead of his lane opponent with about 200 gold, so all of that like positive work you did to shut him down has now somewhat gone the other direction.
Yeah, even is also ahead for Poppy because G scales slightly better than Renekton. Renekton is very early game oriented top laner. He used to be so strong because he ran Ignite and he had one of the strongest level 1, 2, 3 trades in the game with that Ignite 2. More importantly, he would challenge the wave, put it in front of your tower, park the bus there, wait for the jungle, and then dive you, and then you could watch yourself die and lose your minions, because you obviously didn't have teleport. You would then lose the game straight up. That's why Renekton was so strong, but now he can't push that advantage because he doesn't have Ignite, and the enemy has teleport to just TP back to lane when low.
And unfortunately, Freddy's going to get turned into a pair of shoes. Look at the minimap. There's so much support coming up for Cabo.
Why a pair of shoes, though? Maybe a purse.
Purse would do as well. And Vitality will be able to go all the way to the bank, pick up some items. It's a party, and it's Nukeduck. He'll grab himself that purse. Golf claps.
Clap for that kill.
I love golf claps. They are my favorite. The respect. Yes, you killed a guy who was way too deep.
It was in World of Warcraft the first time I heard the term golf clap, and I tried to imagine like what does golf to do with clapping, because my English was so bad. Just have no clue.
Oh, interesting. I never knew that either.
Yeah, it's a cool anecdote.
I know
I'll put it in the memoirs.
Very good. I watched golf when I learned it, so.
Oh, that's actually where it's from?
Oh, no way!
No, actually, I had no... I legitimately did not know. I was like, is this like an English word or something? No, because people don't care about golf.
Trolling me.
No, I'm legit serious. Is golf that boring that people don't actually clap?
It's not boring, it's respect. It is a gentleman's sport. It is one where polite claps will be all the appreciation necessary for the golfers.
Ah.
Yes. You don't hoot while watching golf. Gentlemen,
let's hoot for
there
this tower.
is a curtain call coming down. Tabs tries to clear the wave, does a very good charge. Spell shield comes up from Hjarnan. Won't be enough to keep him alive. It's pinned against the barrel, locked under the floor. And that Rift Herald push from Vitality's thwarted with a few ultis.
Yeah, little things though, like Kasing stepping back into tower range. I think Hjarnan was rooted in tower range, but there was a chance that he would get more additional tower shots on him. So Kasing stepping in for a little bit of zone, a little bit of peel. Vitality walk away with their lives. It was a good push though. Good use of Herald.
So, approaching 12 minutes on the clock, Vitality have evened out that deficit. Gigantic CS advantage for Betsy, as Nukeduck has been responsible for roaming multiple times. And the tower is taken over, or knocked over, again, because of the fact that Nukeduck has not really been able to go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, what's dead may never die, so new tower gets put into place right there.
So, Betsy now has got that Sun Disc, or the Undead Disc, I guess it would be on the skin.
I like that tower.
Yeah.
The Fisher pointed out too, it's a fantastic skin. I don't play Azir, I'm not mechanically gifted enough to play that champion. I hide my weaknesses very well by playing Alistar.
You mean support? Sorry.
Support. Support and then Alistar. It's like double degrade. It's like I have 2 buttons, right? Also made it a lot easier for me to combo right now. Hang on.
Combo onto tabs. Oh, don't do it, man.
He's doing the respect walk.
It's not worth. The cocoon finds tabs.
So if you're an AD carry, what you need to do is you can never walk in there straight because people blame you for face checking. So what you do is you act as if you're doubting. You know that you're going to that wave because who lets that farm, the juicy farm, walk anyways? But you act as if you care about the brush, and then you die.
Made a little oopsie, and the kill is secured by Cabo. 2-1-1. Boots of Swiftness, got that Sunfire Cape. He's becoming a real beefy poppy. I want to see exactly how Freddy's going to become involved in this game, because he's on a champion that's not going to have the same level of team fight. I don't think he's really going to be able to out-split push a Poppy.
Yeah, he's not built for solo 1v1 kills, which he can't get. He doesn't win the split push in the Sunfire race because Poppy is stronger. On the side lanes, everybody's losing. Sivir has the wave clear in the mid lane, at least equals down. Now Azir is forced to go bottom lane versus LeBlanc, so that lane's kind of dead. Jhin is slower at clean wave, so Vitality now have the momentum on every action. They always act first, like they're playing chess and they're the white side. Rocket will have to react.
Let's see how they do it. There's no queens on the map just yet to counter everything. Combo comes out, Sigil into the distortion. He took with a good burst.
He's holding spells back, so he didn't want to go for a full combo because he didn't know he wouldn't kill Betsy. Just letting his presence be known here. So he doesn't know what a jungler is, so keeping some spells on cooldown.
And Vitality is somewhat committed to this 1-3-1. They've left Nukeduck alone in that bottom lane really for a while now. Cabo with TP available. He's shoving out top, and Hjarnan's on wave clear duty mid.
Actually, looking back at that trade, it's really fun to get into heads of like really good LeBlanc players. He went for QW, which means his last cast spell is W. That means he has the Mimic ready to distortion out if he needs to. He knows he can't kill Betsy, but if he goes for a full combo, gets cleansed, then gets knocked into potentially the jungler, he will die. So he could get a bigger trade-off there, but the cost of failure would be too high because he would never kill Betsy.
I like the theory. And Nuktuk, definitely one of the more mechanically adept mid laners. Still down 35 CS. Like, what does that equate to in gold? It's about 800 gold, so almost a blasting one difference.
I like his LeBlanc though. I've seen him play it against some Zeds in Dynamic or so, you can call it what you want, and he made some really good decisions. Actually, like, distorting aggressively to then dance around the shadows so you don't have to passively react to when a shadow comes out, and then really using those warps back to distortion and mimic distortion really quickly. I would get dizzy.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Really interestingly, it's the first time he's played LeBlanc this split. Whole bunch of Ahri, Quinn, GP, so slightly more... I don't want to say off meta because that's not the right term, but like slightly more interesting picks.
Yeah, just not standard for him.
There we go, there we go.
But it is a meta champion that you need to master, especially once certain mid laners get banned out. You can pick it blind and still guarantee almost an even or winning matchup in a lot of cases.
Yeah, Quinn has somewhat fallen off over the last 2 weeks, banned out a lot, and now slightly less optimal.
Got us a bit of a stale mid game on our hands here. That's because of lane swaps, of course.
Yeah.
Because they killed the esports scene. Not because it's the current version of lane swaps, which are stale. No, it's just lane swaps in general. But Vitality like this style though. They know they have the superior shot calling late game. They have to, let's see, do they have to worry about scaling? You would say so, and then you look at Renekton and you're like, okay, they don't have to worry about scaling because Poppy will always have the late game pressure in one side lane. And as long as your TP lane has winning matchup and really good impact in the flank or in the fight, you're generally okay. Sivir late game does an absolutely monstrous amounts of damage too, so Vitality's fine there.
Just gotta be a little careful to avoid tabs getting too far ahead.
Yep.
Earlier today I was watching CJ versus Longzhu, and had a 70-minute game where Jin just kind of went off. So keep our eyes on that. Death Sentence goes wide. Noxiac is flayed backwards. Look at the mini-map. Has cabo shots coming. He's flashed for this one. Airwax and Noxiac on the front line. Freddy's TPing in. The hammer drops, and that boots away. Freddy's instantly killed. He simply had 0 impact and Vitality, 1-0.
Yeah, Rocket looks like they buy into the play just because it's happening. It's like, okay, we're fighting. I guess we are. And Alistair goes forward, misses Pulveride. Nothing happens. Cabo shot came first. Freddy just TPs in and gets melted here. As a hybrid tank with good base damages, getting popped like that is a really worrying trend overall for Rocket.
Yeah. I was going to have to see how Freddy comes back into this, if we can find a flank. Rift Herald will be secured 17.5 minutes in. There's a little bit of threat, actually, because Rocket, they fancy a fight. Emperor's Divide is available for Betsy. Death Sentence finds Airwax, and Noxiac is knocked the nuke duck up. But it just means Airwax goes down. Rocket are throwing themselves to the slaughter. Kianan takes out the Rift Herald, and another kill donated to Vitality.
Did I miss the memo? Since when do we care so much about Rift Herald? If it's Baron, maybe, but Rocket placing very high value on that objective, trying to go for the contest, but 4v5. When these pick champions have the reload on all their spells, yes, they may not have some flashes or ultimates available, but LeBlanc obviously doesn't really care. Sivir doesn't need the ultimate for combat stats. 4v5, really bold move to take that fight, and Rocket paid the price.
Yeah, they certainly do. Look at all the summoners blown on the side of Rocket. Only Airwax has summoners available. 4 members have blown everything, whereas Vitality are looking a little healthier. So passive play expected from Rocket and Vitality. Pull themselves further ahead. Play the map game.
And Betsy will be pulled into the side lane too. That's the problem. He used to be the cornerstone, push ahead, win his matchup. But he needs to deal with this LeBlanc in the side lane, and we see why a lot of these teams are picking Sivir, because she's so comfortable in the mid game, in the mid lane with this 1-3-1, and she can run over with her ulti quickly to the side lanes if something happens, or go for some deep vision. Obviously Sivir plays very poorly from behind, but Vitality as a team, they rarely trail. They're just so good at negating like small disadvantages and then even out the game.
And it's so important for Vitality as well, because of the upset victories that have happened earlier today. They might be able to challenge for that second place seed. Currently in third, Vitality have got a 1-1 record with H2K. We'll see how the game continues to play out. Rocket are also potentially playing to guarantee 9th seed. If Rocket lose here, then tomorrow's matchup with Giants straight up determines who's 9th and who is 10th. So this is that long fight. Freddy actually looks like he ended up winning that trade. with a full channel on the Dominus and the AoE, Cabo's in trouble now as Airwax has come to play. It should be eventually a kill here for Airwax. It continues to run down. Steadfast Presence will interrupt the body slam, dancing through the minions. Slice and Die should be available for Freddy, or he may have used it already. One more barrel comes out, and Freddy picks up the kill. It looked like he won the 1v1, though.
Yeah, he definitely, he won the 1v1. Obviously, we're still not at the point where Poppy failed ahead, but I think later on she should. Betsy gets grabbed here and flayed. Look at Shook into her side.
Let's take a look what he can do. Flashes over the wall. Betsy goes in for the Emperor's Divide, but it simply throws him too deep. They've traded 1 for 1. Bullet 1 connects. Bullet 2 finds a target. Kasing eats the third, and the fourth one will not be threaded through the needle.
No
His
Angelina
Vitality
Jolie.
lead. Not this time round. That'll make it way too OP.
You could bend the bullet. There was actually a design somewhere that I heard. Actually, I'm not allowed. Am I allowed to talk about that?
I don't
we'll
know,
find
dude.
out.
You
there
do
was a bend the bullet, so you send it one way, then you activate it again, and you can angle it by 90 degrees, which is a cool.
You mean Vel'Koz Q?
Yeah, Vel'Koz Q, but then for an ultimate on like a marksman.
Okay.
Somewhere. Please don't fire me. I like the design. I'm just giving you props for the design.
Betsy caught up by a great death sentence from Kasing. I don't know if Shook didn't have repel available because he went spider form and then instantly flashed the wall.
Yeah, he got gibbed. Good ultimate there though, right before dying from Betsy. We see the power here from getting that ultimate from Jinup around like a turret from Azir, because he's very low mobility, but obviously if you have a tower defending you anywhere you fight on the map, it's easier. You could force really advantageous fights, but time is gonna be interesting in this game. Betsy on Azir is really good in late game. Azir late game damage is absolutely, for lack of a better word, disgusting.
OPL word. I knew you were going that way. I could
It's
just
actually
feel
an EU
it.
word.
I could feel it.
The EU pro players use it a lot.
OPL casters use it in disgusting
Synonym.
amount.
Find your synonym.
Excessive, extreme, large.
But is it excessive?
Impressive.
Is it actually excessive?
It is. Listen, I have a stat because you said something about time. Roccat went behind at 20 minutes, have lost all 8 games when they've been behind at 20 minutes. So,
I mean, how many wins do they have?
There's not a lot. There's 3 to the name. So it's
sample size.
The scary thing is, it also means in a lot of those remaining games, they actually had a lead themselves at
And then
20.
lost.
And unfortunately, because of their mid to late game shot calling, fell behind. I want to look at this Cabo shot versus Freddy match because Crepo.
I think as long as there's minions nearby, it's really hard for Freddy to push his advantage, because every time Cabashard can just proc his shield on dying minion, get it back up before Freddy can step on top of it. I also think he fought on low resources, because I don't think he should ever die 1v1, because he has % damage and he can cancel that slice and dice. Now he needs to re-engage.
Let's take a look. Dominus comes up. Freddy's already used his ulti, and as you mentioned,
Oh, this match is over. Like right now, Cabashard wins. If that doesn't even put him remotely low, where the AoE shred from Freddy puts Cabashard at a disadvantage, that means from now on, Cabashard will always push. Because it's not like Renekton can magically become a better champion. His play pattern is super obvious. Slice, dice, stun, Q. Ulti. At any point in between.
At any point in between, whatever your preference. There is a Tiamat thrown in, so that's one extra button to push. But Cabo, gonna challenge for the Krug, ends up getting secured by Freddy. Cabo does not care. He's diving deep for this one, takes 2 tower shots. Even Cabo realizes he can't dive through that tower.
Yet.
But has continued, yet, okay. We'll hold you to that one. Freddy readjusting on the player cam down bottom. And Vitality, they've got pressure in 3 lanes simultaneously, knocking on 2 towers. And Kasing's even zoning Betsy away through the jungle.
Yeah, they're slowly putting the foundations for a Baron play later on. Getting some deep vision. Then he has to base again because he runs out of wards. Then he has to get more wards. Secure the Baron area and eventually force Rocket to face check. Or simply do the Baron. It's a little early for that. Rocket can still use creative pathing or come in there with one of the 3 blue trinkets. Obviously mid tower needs to fall first. Noxec will have to ulti here.
Oh, in so much trouble. Tabs is gone. Nukeduck just insta-gives him. 100-0, even without Ignite. That was a fantastic play.
Yeah, he just gets gibbed. Like, they just use Noxic as a distraction cow. It's like, we're not actually going to kill this guy. Kasing going for the preemptive box. When you have faith as Thresh, what you do is you hook and he's like, okay, this guy, I'm going to box. He's going to get pulled into my box and then I can flay him. I'm slightly off on the angle there.
He might not be sitting on the right number of pillows today. Threw off the angle a little bit on the skill shot.
When your left butt cheek is slightly higher than your right one and your hook just tilts slightly to the right.
Yep, he ended up doing very well on PTL's 1v1 me bro. No idea how he knew some of that the answers to those questions. 6.6 billion acres belongs to the Queen of England. Did you know that?
Yeah.
He did.
I did.
You did. Well, I'm sure you did. Noxiak again. The bait cow. Unbreakable will. Not even needed because he flashes away. Actually, would have been needed, but nobody from Vitality chased. And Vitality have got a 2,500 gold lead. Set up some vision.
Hang on, look at Cabo Shard. Oh! How low can he go?
That would have been epic. That would have been so good if it picked up the kill, but unfortunately, Cabo's verdict is not dead. All right, the Sun Disc goes down, or the Undead Disc. I think I'm going to start trying to call it with this Grave Lord Azir skin.
Okay, he was on 60 health. I just checked, so it wasn't as...
Not really
that exciting. It was pretty cool, though. Cabo set up his own snipe. He used the blue trinket to locate the cow, and then he starts swinging his hammer.
Hey, Cabo's already shown that he's a good marksman, finding all those shots. Cocoon finds Airwax. Not a lot of support, though, from the rest of Vitality. Teleport is available for both Cabo and Freddy.
Yeah, this is what Rocket kind of want to do. Siege, poke with the soldiers, have enough backup that if Tabs or Betsy get hit, that immediately re-engage comes out from Airwax and Noxiak. And all they need to do is lock down one target. 10 Tabs can just unleash or just build up a crit on the minion waves, get 3 hits down and use the 4th one to poke. Really destructive.
Yeah.
Just need to ward your flanks, that's really important.
Get that 4th shot, movement speed as well from Whisper, make it away. Spell Shield used relatively early there from Kjarnan, respecting the possibility of the Body Slam flash. And Cabo is continuing to pressure Freddy, pushed him all the way back to Tribush. The moment Roccat showed middle, Cabo played aggro. Nukeduck doesn't find anything with the ethereal chains, but the root, ooh, repelled away. Spider comes up, comes down, Shook is down. Easy kill by Tabs.
Really strong in his 4-man squad here, though. They're pressed by time, because usually when you 4-1, you expect your 1 to be winning, but this matchup is already kind of outdated, outscaled, despite the early advantage. So they have forced to play here with the long-range W from Jhin, completely unexpected. Obviously, Azir soldiers can protrude so far forward to really proc that mark, and then Jhin W will snare. That's why I like Jhin so much in poke compositions, because you have other people enabling you to actually snare your opponent. It puts so much zone, so much pressure on your opponent.
You have to dodge so many skill shots if you're a Vitality member. We're 27 minutes in. Dragon number 2 and that damage over time has now been secured. There's not a lot of MR on Freddy, but Nukeduck doesn't fancy his chances just yet. And you know, considering sort of the level of control Vitality have, their gold lead is not that much.
Well, they just exerted very well. They need to split them up, though. They need to get them back to the 1-3-1, so there's less protection here for either Tabs or Betsy. Shook tries to be creative by going to the center of the fight, but he just gibbed immediately. Just overextended a little bit.
Pays the price, unfortunately, for Shook. 1, 2, and 5 on his Elise. The locket completed as we hear Tabs reloading with Jhin.
Biggest thing for this is, though, that Cabo Shard, his jungle gravity stat is going down. Because if you want to trigger him, just talk to him how Shook always counts for him, and he will just be like, he will be mad. It's like, I don't think you've watched the last 4 games. Because that's actually Shook has changed his behavioral pattern. Yeah. He used to play around top lane, let's not call it camping, but played a lot more around Kjarnan in the last few games overall, and right now obviously he's playing a lot around him because that's what Vitality's forced to do. Even when they 1-3-1, Shook will be in the mid lane.
Let's take a look. Cabo once again picks out the fight. Actually, don't even think Cabo really cares too much about Freddy. Pushing the wave seems to be the order of the day.
Ooh, this will be a Baron force from Rockout. They have to react to it.
TP's available for Cabo.
This is why Vitality's pathing over. They have a ward in it, so everybody's aware of what each other teams are doing.
This is going to get real scary. Baron is being melted. Betsy with the Spears destroying it. The Baron's going low. Betsy's forced away. Shook's coming in. The delivery from Cabo Shard. It's secured by Roccat. That's a Baron buff. But the first kills from Kissing onto Airwax. The jungler's down. Cabo throws out the verdict and flashes to safety. Kjarnan keeps staying alive as Kissing's death sentence goes awry. Freddy's rooted in place by Nukeduck, but no kill will follow. A 1-for-0, but Baron to Roccat.
Yeah, but I think Noxiak died with a pink ward in his inventory, and what that means is that he could have pink warded the pit, gotten that ward from Vitality, removed one of the flank opportunities from Cabo Shard, and then Noxiak could have played goalkeeper Alistar. The first target that comes in, you W, the second target you Q, and you just get a free Baron, and Rocket can disengage over the wall. I know it's a lot of ifs and buts and whys, but you really need to make sure that pit is clean of vision, because otherwise you give Cabo Shard a free point of entry, and instead of defending against one flank, you're now defending against 2, and it's a lot harder as Alistar, and that's why Rocket kind of lost some members on that Baron. Look at it again. Imagine if that ward's not there. then the center of the Baron entrance is so easy for Noxiac to play around, and then Betsy can play in the back of the pit and get out whenever he wants.
Fortunately, it wasn't the case, Crepo, and as the fight proceeds through, Rocket get a lot of damage onto Hyanan and Cabo, but neither of them lose their lives.
Yeah, and that's really important. Well, on the side of Rocket, they remain with a lot of Baron buffs here, and now that 4-1 that we were talking about earlier, the 1 will win because of the Baron buff. Freddy, to my knowledge, did not die. Let's double check. No, he has the Baron buff.
Airwax.
It was just Airwax, and he doesn't care as long as one of his teammates has this. And this is a really big point of the game. Vitality trying to force Rocket's hand by rotating to the bot lane, but they leave Baron exposed, and we see the power of Azir, how quickly he can get that Baron down.
There's one advantage for Vitality. Their wave clear from Hyanan Sivir will be relatively effective on the Ricochet and that Boomerang. So we're going to take a lot of time. The siege is on. The Baron power play stats are on your screen. 1 minute 24 remaining on the buffs. And Rocket have earned 1,900 gold, more than Vitality from the time they picked up that Baron. It's just basically the Baron gold for now, but they're looking for more. They're looking for CS, looking for towers. Freddy has actually joined the team as he doesn't have teleport. So it's not a 4-1 to really take advantage of that buff.
I feel like Freddy adds less to the fight than Kabashar, so removing Kabashar from the fight would probably be the better solution here. Because Vitality could actually, once the siege comes out, use Poppy Ultimate on 1 or 2 members and instantly engage on the remaining 3. So I wonder why Freddy chose back to the mid lane.
Just ends up meaning the game is somewhat stalled out. And at 32 minutes in...
Still lane swaps, man.
Crepo, we talked so much about this upset juice.
You did.
No, you...
It's karma.
You helped me out
negative
here.
air.
You helped me out here. I mean, Rocket are even with Vitality at 32 minutes. Unfortunately for Rocket, they do have a history of being a little out of position in the late game. But Vitality, they can't afford to make mistakes. They can't afford to let an Azir get to a tower at any stage, because he can destroy them.
Yeah, and the way that Rocket wants to go about that is obviously now they have Zonias on Betsy in case he gets caught in these 4-man group ups. And Tabs now has... or is building towards the Maul, he has the Hexdrinker, so it's a lot harder for Nukeduck to instantly assassinate him, and then Tabs can just fall back to the outskirts of the fight, still pop his ulti, do maximum damage. He also has that fire cannon, so when he sieges, preps the crit, 1, 2, 3, and then number 4 goes on a tower. These are all things that play into Rocket's advantage, and they're not superiorly outskilled that hard in the late game. The one matchup we still have to watch is Kabashar versus Freddy. Can he push that advantage?
So teleport available for Cabo. He's got 2-man stack up top. Shook will connect with the Cocoon, but Freddy is able to slice over the wall.
And there's not really a front line in Vitality's 4-part, though. If you compare Thresh versus Alistar, Alistar can always walk up and soak some damage. Or Gragas.
Out. Can he find the Lantern? Tries to make it out, won't even get the chance. Nukeduck's chains do not find Tabs, but Cabo does. Cabo's looking to run him down. Airwax flashes backwards. Keeper's Verdict comes out. Cabo manages to take Tabs down. On the back line, Hyanan's able to kill Freddy, and it's all left to Airwax and Noxiac. The tanks with very little damage. Betsy tries to be the hero, but Kasing's the only one that's low. Hyanan gets himself a double kill, and Vitality ace Rocket.
Yeah, Shook gets caught, but we see just how good Vitality is at team fighting and how all over the place Rocket is. They thought they were winning the fight because they killed the jungler. But suddenly the teleport comes in. The teleport that everybody could see on the screen for a full 3.5 or 4 seconds, whatever the channel time is. And still he gets kills. Noxiac turns around halfway during that fight to start peeling for Tabs instead of helping out before that.
That means Vitality are looking to crack open the base. Cabo's going to tank up as long as he can. Minion line will just conga its way in. Inhibitor will drop as well. 5 seconds before Tabs is up and alive. I think he has Curtain Call available. No, he does not. So
yeah, this Poppy really strong when he's on top of Betsy too. Didn't really think about that, but obviously it's dash as you're moving to his soldier, so that got cancelled. Look, she'll get the kill here. A lot gets used. Keep your eyes on Tabs. Survives the assassination from Nukeduck because he has MR. Teleport's coming. Still coming. Guess where he's going? On the 80k, of course. Airwax has to flash to get there. Noxiac now walking back with the W. At any point, if that was used, maybe Tab survives long enough. Obviously, Hyaran's going to win the frontline battle. And an untouched Sivir, once he goes to like 3v3, 2v2, she will always win if she's on full HP. So Vitality with the far superior team fighting here overall.
Yeah, really making it work. 360 CS, 208 for Hyanan. And Nukeduck gets a very good chunk onto Noxiac.
Pow pow on the cow.
Forces an unbreakable will. And Vitality are just going to continue to play the map pressure.
Yeah, they're starting to pull ahead here. Sivir late game. Really big damage. Can melt now through the tanks too. Has that Lord Dominic's regards picked up.
Look at that damage difference. You know, it's 6,200. Nuke Duck, 4,600. I feel like 3,000 of that there or thereabouts is on tabs.
Yeah, Hjarnan just dealt more damage than the enemy team in that fight. Freddy going low here. Melting, obviously, as you said, not much magic resistance.
So Vitality, 4,000 gold up.
Got a race here.
Roccat, they're racing with super minions against a Sivir. And the rest of Vitality. Recall's coming in. This is late from Roccat.
I don't think you can hold without your AD carry or your Azir here, guys, because you're only playing on base damage tanks, but they're going in.
On the hunt is thrown down, and Noxiac is gone. He had no will to be broken. Airwax is running for his life. Explosive Cask has already been used. The death sentence finds Airwax. He's pinned against the wall. Vitality string together two very easy kills. They're onto the inhibitor. And they have the opportunity to finish, but play this one safe.
And I love the Poppy Thresh combo. Every hook comes out. It sets up for Caboshark to decide, do I knock him into a wall or just go on top of him and press W? Because you can cancel Slice and Dice, Body Slam, the dash from the Azir, and the Alistar W.
Yep.
Like, there's 4 things you can cancel. Any of them you can follow up from a hook with that Poppy W.
Cabo's done that multiple times. So this was the 5v3 where just zero hesitation from Vitality.
Yeah, they see the AD carry mid, and they know Betsy's just based, so makes it a lot easier to not hesitate.
Sentence onto Airwax. It just looks so easy for Vitality. Very, very crisp. When Shook's not being caught out of position, Vitality do exceptionally well in these.
Hey man, they use their weaknesses and make it their strengths, you know. The winning team fight was Shook getting caught.
Responding to the bait, maybe. On the hunt, thrown down from Hjarnan. Looking to run down Freddy. He's already been made into a purse. Maybe a jacket is the next item. Steadfast presence will mean no slice and dice away. Cabo's still got access to the verdict. He's winding up and swinging. Knocks Betsy away. Vitality on low hit points, and Airwax still has access to the cast. Decides not to use it just yet. Kasing is down. Trades his life for Noxiax. Curtain call. Shot 1-2. Wide. The third connects, and Shook is assassinated. Tabs takes him down. It's a 1-for-3. The Roccat win.
Yeah, that's a big crit right there to seal the deal on the last proc of that ultimate, and it just confirms what you can't ignore is the fact that Betsy and Tabs deal incredible amounts of damage when not challenged. And Betsy, you saw it, you were watching Hjarnan in that fight, whack away, and suddenly 2 soldiers get their eyes on Betsy, and suddenly or on Hjarnan rather, and he was half HP immediately. Right now, Roccat looking to force a Baron on the back of that play. Nukta can challenge him now though, there's way less peel since Airwax is in the pit.
And Nuktak's got access to his Ignite. There's a flash available from Hjarnan, and he's around. Freddy's coming in from behind. Captive Audience is a small trap to slow things down. Freddy has found Hjarnan. Not going to be able to get the kill, but Airwax secures the second Baron of the game for Roccat. Nuktak tries to mimic the Sigil, and Betsy survives. Got some MR, got an Hourglass.
Man, that was
away.
Greedy fight from Vitality, overextending when they could have opted out of that fight at any given point. You really don't want to walk into a kiting Azir. Let's watch that again. Just keep your eyes on the 2 carries. Keep your eyes on Betsy and Tabs and see if they get challenged. The rest doesn't matter. It's all cannon fodder here. So they're whacking away, full HP. Hjarnan right now is going to get turned on. 1-2 soldiers whack. Half HP right now. Still, Tabs is fully alive. Betsy gets disengaged out of the fight. He gets a free trip home. Nuda goes for the flash into Distortion W, which is really smart, but he doesn't get enough damage here to take them down. Betsy re-enters the fight, and here we go. Something like 15 or 1300 damage. I got whispered.
1526, I think it was.
You think it was?
1529. 1529. All right, I got my 9 and my 6 upside down, but I was waiting for it, I won't lie. I was anticipating.
The read.
Yeah, I mean, my play-by-play at the time was like, count 1, count 2, count 3, count 4. That's all I was doing.
Willie, do you want to be a play-by-play caster? Can you count to 4? Apply now.
That's it. That's all you got to do. Count to 4. It's the principles. So, Roccat, Baron buff, 2,000 gold down. We're approaching 40 minutes, and Vitality are punished for a team fight. Teleport is not available for Freddy. He is grouped up with Roccat and the Undead Disc.
Cabo has a flank though. He wants to TP on a ward, flank and get behind the enemy lines because he really wants to get access to Tabs or Betsy, then cancel their dashes. In the case of Betsy, obviously Tabs doesn't have one. That's why he wants to get onto Tabs.
Oh, Freddy realizes he needs 2 lives to be relevant. He's got the GA. Banshee's Veil is available for Cabo. Nukeduck is continuing to poke down Airwax.
It's so hard to engage though, even if you find an opening, because that turret's there. Like, if Betsy can cleanse flash into his turret range, that deals so much damage over a long fight.
Freddy, he eats the chain, and that's a lot of damage put down. Frontline is being whittled away. The cannon, you do mean tabs? Or no, the minion?
Actual minion.
Maybe both of them, in fact. Second cannon has arrived.
Is it grand?
Barrel comes down. It will be grand if Roccat can knock over an inhibitor. There's still 50 seconds left on Baron. Airwax is the man that eats the chain, and Vitality are in trouble. Cabo's dashed forward. The lunge and the steadfast presence. Nukeduck gets chunked out. Big hit from that soldier. And Vitality now are the ones that have to defend.
Yeah, and this is what we've seen traditionally in the past too. 2 carry comps can work if your front line can keep them alive. Here we go though.
Oh, look at the sidelines! Airwax has caught Nukeduck, but it won't be enough for a kill. Super Minions, the Winions! Vitality's going for the base. They've lost Yonan and Kasing. Cabo's got a teleport. Does he TP into the Nexus? It has to be an option because Roccat are in a 5v3. I don't know who's going to finish it. Shook is trying to buy time here. Cabo, has he opted to defend? Look at the mini-map. There's pressure. Cabo's sticking in his base, Crepo.
Oh my god, this looks so close here. Cabo could have went for the maybe TP bait to make them back off right now. Minions though. Oh, down. This can be the game here. Betsy does so much damage.
He really does. 5 members of Roccat. They're onto a Nexus turret. Nukeduck is forced to retreat and to heal up. Cabo's trying to do the best he can, but he's got no keeper's verdict. Nexus turret number 2 is still alive. Minions are miles away. Roccat are tanking up the turret. Nukeduck is trying to get Airwax down. Will be unable to secure the kill. Freddy stays alive with Coldemik. Emperor's Divide pushes Vitality away. Roccat finally start losing members. Airwax knocks Yak full quickly. The Nexus is going down. And for the second time this split, Roccat destroy Vitality. And on this day, Europe went full EU.
That's deep.
Vitality, H2K, Fnatic, all fall in unexpected results.
Yeah, and just shows you why people seem to value 0-7 coming to this game. Guess what? Late game does a lot of damage. But Vitality really have to look at that game, and it's very easy for Shans to kind of identify the moments where it went wrong, because the losing plays, I feel, were all initiated by Vitality themselves. Props to Roccat for punishing, props to Roccat for hanging in there, even when Freddy was kind of fading away in that side lane, but he did some good things, especially that one time where he like, chunked out LeBlanc, because base damages, that's the way tanks operate. They operate by getting really beefy, but relying on their base damages. But when you play against the squishy and you get access to the squishy, you can still almost one-shot him, because they build 0 resistances overall.
And when you step back from even just the mid to late game decisions, Rockat's lane swap was pretty good. They had a lot of those steps down. You were mentioning the Rift Herald play, and Roccat were like, oh yeah, this is an option we can do.
Yeah,
they may have failed the last little bits, but it's good to see them actually playing it out.
Yeah, that's why I need to rewatch whether Freddy pushing that wave in the top lane in like phase 4 or 5, call it what you want, actually was the reason or the catalyst to the defense them working. Roccat did get a rotation mid to chunk the mid tower. Interesting food for thought. It's his little adaptations there. Like when you see lane swaps, it kind of goes standard for 2 or 3 minutes, and then you can actually see the beauty of the play come out. But overall, we have to give mad props here to Roccat. In the deciding fights, they kited so well. Use that, just Betsy, just so much damage with those soldiers. Like move 1, 2, whack. Yarnan was half HP, and suddenly the fight was like, oh, we're losing.
And they did lose. Vitality are upset by Roccat. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Expected. Just saying it right away. Predicted.
Thank you, Trevor. And we're also still joined here by Forgiven to break that one down. Roccat, it's upset day here in EU. First off, the Renekton, guys. The pick that you guys loved. Let's take a look at the picks and bans, because obviously there was a lot of criticism, but also for Vitality's comp and what they wanted to do or wanted to achieve.
I mean, if we start with the Renekton, I personally think it's a horrible pick, because I don't think he even destroys the likes of Poppy in lane anymore. And when you go even, Poppy will have more impact in late game team fights, the way I see it at least, compared to Renekton. You just lane swap on him, as we saw in the game. But the comp from Vitality here, what do you think about Sivir in this case, and like the setup they have for Sivir?
I think Sivir in general is one of the best champions as in terms of AD carry in the game, but the thing is that nobody from Vitality comp would actually benefit from having this except Poppy. And there are two ways, in my opinion, that Vitality could do something, is if either Poppy started the fight with Sivir ultimate, which is lackluster in my opinion, or if LeBlanc finds a flank on Jhin or Azir, which is almost not likely to happen. So I think Vitality were kind of limited by their own picks, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what we saw in the game as well. The engages were the sort of Elise trying to flank as well. We want to take a look at two team fights in this one. First one where it does go well for Vitality. We're going to get that up on your screen because of the zoning of Cabochard in the end. Show?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough start again for Vitality because, as we just talked about, the way to engage fights is either by having Poppy flying with Sivir ulti, but she's obviously sitting in side lane and wants to TP in, or then like a random cocoon from Elise. So the comp is really bad at team fighting or starting fights. And now we see like cocoon lands, but then Shook gets snared, he gets CC'd, everything gets popped onto him, and there's the flank you talked about onto taps, but it's not enough. And here, Forgiven as an AD carry, when this happens and the top laner dives you, what do you think?
I think you pretty much give up if you are Jhin, even with Summers against Poppy, because Alistar and Gragas used their spells aggressively to take Shook out, so there was no backup Jhin left for him. So Jhin would just flash out and just bail out some seconds more. That's pretty much it.
And it's fun always with these team fights because target selection means so much, and how you use your cooldowns, obviously, because if you use everything offensively just to kill an Elise, who's not that important in these fights, your AD carry dies. How difficult is that, though, as an AD carry and as a team to practice?
I mean, even if Tabs wasn't Jhin in this scenario, like what else champion could he actually had to do something against Poppy in this scenario? Like, I think maybe Ezreal, Blue Ezreal.
Sure. Like,
even if he had Kalista, even if he had Lucian, if he had MF, Caitlyn, I don't know, pick whatever champion out of the available pool and you put it in this scenario, there is no escape there. You just extend the death and buy time for your team. And I think Rocket was good in a way because they actually found an opportunity into Elise and they make a pick. The thing is that there was no call or like information the next seconds for peel on Jhin. So pretty much I think it's pretty much it.
And later, it goes even better for Rocket. Let's get another team fight up on your screen where they do well in these team fights, honestly, or how much here is on the shoulders of Vitality.
I mean, it's tough. Again, we talk about how Vitality's comp is not that good at starting these fights. It's just Poppy kind of diving in, and then you have to get Azir. You have to be able to kill Azir when you go in, because late game, he's a monster. We can just roll the clip here. And here, Forgiven, as you see, Nukeduck doesn't get his flank, and the lovely Azir late game damage comes into effect.
Yeah, I mean, the moment someone gets rooted, like, you're gonna get rooted for a lot of time from Rocket, and Sivir gets wrecked by Azir, and you already see that Vitality are extending for this fight, in my opinion, even though they could actually just let them base, make a pick, and then take top tower or Baron even. And I think this was way too much forced, and then you see American Sniper Tabs. It was decimating Shook.
So nice, that fourth one.
Especially also because Vitality's comp mainly wanted to play 1-3-1. You know, Nukeduck in one side lane, Poppy in the other side, and when you push in the side lanes, then you can roam in towards the jungle and you can get the flanks and, you know, create the picks in mid lane on Jhin with no mobility. It just happened so rarely, honestly, for Vitality.
Can I tell my opinion? I think Rocket in this game had incredible big ban phase. They, in my opinion, they had like Alistar, Azir, Jhin is okay, I guess, like Renekton is fine. I mean, it's Freddy pick, it's a pattern.
Sure.
Players always will have. And Gragas too. So, and if you put what they had in comparison to the other team, like they had Elise, which can only cocoon in the fight, team fight. Like, sure, it's great early game, but what then? And they had Tress, which is not as efficient as Alistar, for example, like we saw it. And the moment Rocket are gonna get a good team fight, I think if they play it properly, it's over. And I think it showed like 2 or 3 times. If you combine it also with the Baron calls that they had, which actually for me gave them the opportunities back to the game.
And how happy are you now to see Vitality lose? So you guys are still right now
in the same race.
top 2?
I mean, it's a gift, I guess, from Betsy because we were players together in the past, and it's good that we have one more opportunity to at least get first or second seed. But I always wanted to think like it's our spot to lose, and today like we didn't have good performance in a very important game, and that becomes, in my opinion, a pattern for us, like all the way back from IM Cologne against Ever and to the games we lost today. Like something happens, like we just go down in a specific amount of time, and I think if we don't fix it, then I don't know how we're gonna do in playoffs, in my opinion. But thank you, Rocket, for giving us opportunity for the first, second seed.
There we go in that one. And this also means that if G2 win this next game versus Splice, that they lock in the buy spot. They have one of those 1 or 2 spots in that one. So the odds in their favor at least. Sure. We're going to take a break though. There's one more match to play out today between Splice and G2 Esports as both teams try to defend their spot in the standings. Don't touch that dial. Week 9 of the Spring Split continues right after this.
Nobody's gone down yet, but Cabo will be the first victim. First blood picked up by Tabs. Emperor's Divide is available for Betsy. Death Sentence finds Airwax, and Noxiac has knocked the nuke duck up. But it just means Airwax goes down. It's all left to Airwax and Noxiac, the tanks with very little damage. Betsy tries to be the hero, but Kasing's the only one that's low. Hyuna gets himself a double kill, and Vitality ace rock. Explosive Cask has already been used. The Death Sentence finds Airwax. He's pinned against the wall. Vitality string together 2 very easy kills. Curtain call. Shot 1's 2. Wide. The third connects, and Shook is assassinated! Rocket finally start losing members. Airwax, Noxiac fall quickly. The Nexus is going down! And for the second time this split, Rocket destroy Vitality!
It's all set. Are you nervous?
Yeah, actually I'm nervous.
Really?
Oh,
Are you scared?
oh scared. JK.
Where is my second pillow? I am so triggered.
Princess Ray needs his pillow.
I can't focus. I need my pillow.
Just go for it, go for it. The listen no Q.
Throw! Okay!
Oh my god, finally. Thank you. Oh, but actually this one's weird. Why are they different?
Man, casting our princess.
Perks is playing really well. Like he's playing the style that I know he wants to play. Like he's really aggressive, and he has Trick as a jungler that's like he's maybe one of the smartest jungler in Europe, one of the best at least, and like it gives him a lot of space, I feel like, to play the way that Perks wants, and he's obviously a good mechanical player.
And we're about to watch these two mid laners do a battle. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, settling in on stage for our final match of the day. It is the Splice versus G2 Esports. It is apparently opposite day here in the European LCS, so I'm just going to start this one. Who do you think is going to win?
Who did you pick? Because you've been wrong like every single time.
Okay, I said G2 are going to win this one.
Splice is going to win it then.
Right, and how do you figure that?
Well, they're just going to listen to Yamato and he'll be like, visualize the rift. Close your eyes and breathe. And I can't do that because my voice suits up because I actually never went through puberty. And that's how they're going to win this game.
Right, I'm going to save you now. Let's take a look at the roster rundown for a team that is now hoping to secure 7th place. They need a win to stay alive. It is Splice, Wonderwear in the top lane, Trashy in the jungle, Senkux the mid lane, Kobe, Nisbet, and the man that Crepo so horribly tried to impersonate, Yamato Cannon.
And as they visualize the rift, look at that guy here. Fierce, strong, preparing for their opponents. And their opponents obviously are G2 Esports. Top lane still is Kikis, and the jungle Trick. Mid lane Perks, fantastic player overall. Emperor and Hybrid on the bot lane, and then Coach is still Youngbuck.
Yeah, well, let's find out how Elements, rather Splice, handle themselves because of the fact that Elements picked up an upset win. Looking at these two teams, though, it's the last time they're going to play this split. It's a tale of opposites. One challenger team has a fairy tale ending with G2 this close to a top 2 place, and the other's a horror story where Splice are now maybe going to be going to the promotion tournament. What's your take on these two former challenger squads?
I mean, G2 just surprised, really. A lot of people came in like, yeah, you know, G2, they just practiced a lot before the weeks. They're playing mindless aggression. Surely this will not last. Kikis is a one-trick tank player, and turns out Kikis can play multiple things. G2's second half of the split was actually even better than the first half, and they're becoming almost consistent.
Yeah, if you look at the goal differences there throughout the spring split, really fantastic numbers. And in 6 out of the last 6 games, G2 have had a lead at 15 minutes. It actually goes even further than that. In 12 out of the last 13 games, G2 have had a lead at 15 minutes in game. Splice, on the other hand, is a completely different story. They're significantly struggling. Down, on average, 700 and then 2,000 between the 10 and 20 marks. But Splice have had positive growth, albeit it has been slow.
No, they're finally really, later in the split at least, the first few weeks they weren't really growing, but then they started identifying, hey, Wonderwear is getting an insane amount of farm on the side lane. Let's see if we can use that. And hey, like Yamato understands macro, let's perfect our lane swaps. Splice have been looking better in both regards. Sometimes putting Senkux, who is a carry-oriented player, on utility champions just to fit their team play.
Yeah.
You know, taking a hit for himself, but then towards the progression of the team, and Splice have improved. But against this almost mindless aggression that turns out to be calculated anyways of G2 Esports, it is incredibly rough.
We'll see how mindless it is once we get into game. No
Instant
real
combat.
surprise to see Hybrid not have access to Braum. Very quick from these teams. Rammus, Lulu, Nidalee, Poppy is still available.
So if you're new to these teams, you don't give Nidalee to Trick, but apparently you don't give it to Trashy either. G2 just really respect the value of that Nidalee pick overall. You have to ban Braum at this point against Hybrid, especially if you're blue side. Corki's left open, which I think almost has to be a lock-in, because if you give it to Perks, he gets such a easy laning phase with pressure, and he really makes great use of his package. Need to see if Senkux has the same package handling capabilities.
We'll find out as very quick pick and ban. Both teams not surprised by what is happening.
Poppy Graves is the answer here. Usually you would expect Poppy Gragas. But Trick's style really is these aggressive junglers that have a really sustained clear that can then start counter jungling. So Graves is kind of more up his alley than a Gragas, I feel.
Crepo, in the 3 games that Trick has played Graves, do you know how many times he's died?
No.
He's died once, Crepo. And he's managed to secure 14 kills and 18 assists.
You have really a fantastic memory.
I know, just picture... photo? No?
Photogenic memory?
Thank you, there we go.
It's actually not photogenic.
I don't.
Because you're definitely not photogenic.
Oh,
I'm just, my brain is fried after the results. The Gragas is locked in by Trashy. Lucian to follow it up. So FLICKR are going to get themselves this poke siege style, maybe. Hybrid's going to get the Bard and Emperor on Sivir, so still very quick.
Yeah, they just don't want to give much information away. Like, you get one jungler, we will too. It's not about rushing picks at this point anymore. It's about hiding as much as you can. Lucian, just strong pick here for Kobe. But laning Lucian into Bard Sivir is rough because you have to challenge the wave, and if then a range support comes out, this is a very fun 2v2 to watch because both sides can win it. Thresh is a good pick into Bard, one of the better laning picks into him. So I really hope we get standard lanes.
I really want to see how Emperor handles himself on Sivir. It's only the 4th AD carry that he's played this split. Lucian, Ezreal, and Kalista are the only champions he's played all 9 weeks long. FLICKR are going to lock in their solo lane top and support. And it's going to be... I don't know. Nautilus is available if they wanted to go the tank route, but you don't really want Naughton to Poppy.
No. I mean, you can.
Trundle?
Just play the early game for the push. Just get triple pushing lanes if you play it well. Fiora's a pick there you can do too. It just all depends on how you want to play. I like Fiora, honestly. But Poppy still has the early pressure on her. Fiora then pulls ahead for a little while, and then it's up to the Poppy to get QSS by level 16. That's kind of the condition you want to have, and then you outscale again.
What is the reply?
By the way.
What is the reply for G2?
Time ticks down.
The drumline puts pressure on. It's up to Perks. LeBlanc is available. Bit tough into Corki, at least in the early levels.
I think you go for the LeBlanc though. I mean, Lissandro's up too, which is a Perks champion, but I think LeBlanc Corki is fine if Perks is the one playing LeBlanc. It's rough generally as a matchup though, but I feel it's skilled.
Bird is the word. Bird is the word instead. So it's still going to be a little challenging maybe early. What do you make of this?
Oh.
It's a slightly interesting team comp from G2.
Yeah, I feel like they've picked a lot for lanes. Here, I feel like the late game Azir pick. Azir kind of fits into everything. That's the first thing I have to say. You can almost always pick it, but it's very hard to make him work. But if you use him right, he can always work. I wonder if Azir gets the push on Corki. That's something I'm not so sure about. Because the early trades, Corki can win if he lands false bomb and then has Stellar procs with the E up. But Azir just has a really good repetitive push overall. He generally was the king of pushing mid lane overall.
Interesting pick and ban then. There are options for both sides. Interesting solo lane matchups, and I can't wait to see how they play out. The flags are lit on stage. G2 Esports are 1 victory away from holding sole control of first place. At the end of day 1 here in week 9, they are looking to get themselves their guaranteed bye into the semifinals, and a win here would do that for them in at least one of the 2 seeds. But I want to see this Azir.
Uncomfortable feeling. I don't know which comp I like more.
Oh, and an uncomfortable feeling on upset day.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the right term.
Great disturbance in the force here. I do like, you know what?
I tell you what, Cripple, let me help.
Hard.
If you've got an uncomfortable feeling, let's ask the guys on Twitter to let us know what they think. Hashtag SPYWin if you think Splice will continue this trend, or
if you agree with Trevor and you will undoubtedly be wrong, hashtag G2 then.
Hey, listen, they've got Bard, so you've got to be split here.
Yeah, this is a 50-50.
Because you both want Bard to win and me to be wrong, but you can't...
If only.
You can't have both be realities.
You can't have your cake and eat it too, is what they say.
I just bought a cake when no one was around.
Turns out I don't like cake anyways. It's bad for the gains.
So, gentlemen and ladies.
Oh, we got the ultimate cheese here. This is the predict lane swap. When some guy goes into Lone Island here in the top lane. Ah, he's not there.
Oh, would have been so good.
Oh, there's Fiora.
Ward kill. Ward kill, ward kill. 1, 2. Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. Advantage G2.
That's more of a tennis clap. It's more of a tennis clap than a golf clap.
That's true. That's very, very true. We'll have to ask our producer to verify. We know he is a very avid tennis fan. I think...
Just don't ask him how Justin Hernandez is spelled.
I think Djokovic is his favorite player as well.
These are too many inside jokes that sadly the crowd will not get.
Sorry, people watching at home. Watch tennis, it's fun.
Tennis is fun.
Yep.
Belgians were actually really good at tennis for a while.
I didn't know
Females
that.
were.
Okay.
Justin Hernandez, Kim Klasters. Fantastic players.
South Africans were better at golf than tennis.
I see.
Just, you know,
I feel like we're really getting
some
of this context nailed down.
We are.
We are also seemingly getting a lane swap initiated here by G2. So Sivir Bard away from Lucian Thresh. I think it's smart. I think on equal skill, Lucian Thresh should win that lane. It's a rough lane for Bard Saver. Bard Saver can go AFK push, but one Flay Hook can just be an untimely demise here. Obviously, he's gonna get full XP to his AD carry here, right, Hybrid? No.
Okay, so Emperor and Hybrid share that one. Last hit does go to Emperor. First time on the Civ, he's played 8 games as Lucian, 4 on Ezreal, 4 on Kalista. So, real big shift in the playstyle dynamic. Oh, here we go. Crowd likes that one. That poke is secured, but not a lot of synergy in skins, because they could have both gone for that Snow Day.
I hate Snow Day Bard.
Why?
It's just the...
Is it
the
too
W
happy
triggers
for you?
me. Yeah, I don't like joy. You know me, Trevor. I only want misery.
We'll see how much misery is caused in this lane swap. G2 are earlier on the push, earlier to the tower, trashing a Wonderwear. Gonna be a little late to this bottom lane. We'll see just how much time G2 have bought for themselves, but it's really the next few minutes that we have to judge. So I think we're 2 lane swaps, 3 standard lanes today, just trying to keep track.
This is where you obviously start talking a little slower. You drag out your words so you can fill as much time without saying anything, because nothing really happens in the early stages of the lane swap. All we can really watch is the race for 3rd HP. In that race right now, it is seemingly pretty equal. Both sides have not chosen to enter their jungle into the equation. They are power farming their way through, and will soon pick up a merry Scuttle Crab, likely.
All right, we'll see what the next stage is. Minion Wave dies, so G2 got it down to about 10% HP if we look down bottom. In actual fact, Splice may be able to secure this tower maybe a few seconds before, not that it really matters. What does matter is the next step. And all of the gold will be given to Wonderwear. How does he handle this next wave, Crepo?
So yeah, he's gonna catch it. If you don't know what catching means, obviously 6 minions on the side of G2 pushing towards his wave. Next wave will meet there sooner, so it will end up freezing. The second he sees Sivir on that ward in the lane that he has right there, it's probably the 3rd time I explained this today,
yeah.
He will start pushing out. The reason he does not push out any sooner is because there is potentially a top laner coming out to catch that wave, and you don't want to hand farm over to the top laner. You do hand it over to the AD carry. So right now, Sivir passes the ward. So does Kabe.
Nisbet was smart. Kabe just walked straight over it.
Yeah. I mean, they both know the ward's there, and you have to reveal yourself. Both top laners will prompt to kill as many minions as they can before leaving. Then they base. They will join their compadres.
No, I like
friends,
compadres.
Compadres.
Yeah, compadres works. There's actually somebody in the audience with a sombrero, so I think it's applicable.
Then that works. Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Any other
for
instance?
that
does not
person.
work?
For that person, yeah.
Yeah.
And we caught a brief glimpse there of Senkux into Perks. Still even CS. Perks with the Flash Cleanse versus Flash Exhaust for Senkux. Double Dorans into Sheen, so small itemization differences.
Both AD carries pick up Cull, obviously, to make gold efficient item here. Top laners will join their bottom lanes and push. If there's any champion you do want to break the mold with in this lane swap though, is Bard, because a lot of this, these mirror plays are based around vision. Enemy does X, so we also do X across the map. If you then magical journey in an area where people don't expect you to get to, you can break the mold, but you have to be quick about it. The same thing will happen here. This wave will usually be bounced unless some team decides to push for tier 2. Generally, that is not the right choice. If you do this quick enough, you can put Herald up, and then you go for the mirror on the next tier 2, which then you will do slightly quicker. That's where we see deviations, where people actually defend the tower, because they know they will lose the mirror in a Herald race.
Now, if memory serves correctly, did G2 not make an adaptation on this next phase of the lane swap last week against Vitality, where they're hid in a bush, waited for Vitality to push in lane, and then punished them by securing
that's kind of, it's not even an adaptation, it's kind of a solution when you're behind in tempo. It's like we're so far behind that if we mirror, we kind of lose something extra down the line. So we really want to just kind of cheese almost. It's also a mistake if you don't ward that brush. But even with that play, things are unequal because that's just the lane swap. Here, Herald gets traded for Dragon here, so if G2 successfully defend and not mirror, they kind of pull ahead. This is what they opt for doing right now.
Backing off. Kikis remains in the bottom lane. 12 CS to the 14 of Wonderwear. Both players level 3. Perks and Senkux. That's basically as even as you can get in CS. A wave still in front of Senkux. And both players at level 6 at the same time.
So Splice's play is completely locked right now. They have the Herald, they lost the Dragon, so they really need to push and make a massive wave on the bottom lane. Kobe and Nisbet by no means should freeze this wave. They should just stack it up and push it in. Then they should push mid with Corki Gragas pressure and rotate to the bottom lane to see if they can get a 4-man type of push there, potentially, or 3-man, and have Wonderwear be able to teleport in. Because in top lane right now, Emperor is there. So if Emperor is stuck in the top lane, they can become a 5v3 or a 5v4 dive in the bottom lane, depending on how quickly Perkz comes over. So that's the play that we have to watch for.
It's also going to be a little difficult pushing towards Perkz, or even trying to, because you see how quickly he shoved that wave in. If they want to try to rotate between lanes. As it stands, though...
But you can push in, at least kill the wave right now, because Perkz based, so Senkux has push advantage, and he can then clear the wave and rotate bot. So this play from Spice could work. Wonderway can still choose if he teleports or not. We need to see if there's wave clear. Trick is level 6, so a QR plus maybe a Q from Kikis could be enough to clear this wave.
Doesn't look like there's a commit from Splice, though. So all of the build-up ends up just resulting in a rotation to the middle lane. There's support down bottom, so Perkz, he's got the wave pushed in. There's a cannon minion as well. And just a threat of Trashy. Wow, Perkz really aggressive.
Because Trashy's not level 6. That's the whole change to that play. Trashy was level 6 here. The momentum gained by Splice could have netted them a dive and a turret in the mid lane.
Fortunately, it didn't work out that way. Perkz reading the situation perfectly. So just a little bit of damage traded onto that outer turret. As Trick, what is he doing? Oh, that was
tried to steal the red buff. He knew it was still up. He knew Trashy was level 5.
Okay.
So he just went for the blind steal. He knew Trashy was on it too, because that was a logical decision. He just didn't have time to actually ward. And this buff coming in here doesn't flash with the lantern. Forces the teleport though.
It does. Instantly cancelled though by Kikis. So on the hunt blown from Emperor and teleport. So Wonderwear is now in a teleport advantage in what is still somewhat of a skill matchup at this stage in the game between that Fiora and the Poppy. Let's see if he decides to go toe-to-toe at any point.
I mean, they won't farm, so if the farm happens to coincide in the same lane, sure they'll fight, but other than that, they just really want to pick the side lane with the most farm. G2 equalized, so they traded Dragon for Herald and didn't end up losing anything. Trick also pulled ahead in experience overall, had 1 camp more, so he was level 6 where Trashy wasn't. Kind of was a deciding factor for Trashy not being able to punish Perkz in the mid lane. Overall, even game. Just keep your eyes on the top laners. They are the most crucial matchup right now.
Let's take a look at how G2 handle themselves. 9 minutes on the clock. Still even with Splice. The lane swap has not netted major advantages for G2, but they have had those small benefits. The level difference you've mentioned, the Dragon. Earth Terror will be up fairly soon, and in actual fact, Kikis and Wonderwear they'll be meeting relatively soon. Kikis will have some support from Trick though, if he sticks around.
And Hybrid has to be careful here. So much that on that Bard. Yes, he has Portal, but he can get E-flashed on, knocked back, get hooked at any point. Lucio comes in with some really good burst. He can drop in a jiffy. This bit also running that Ignite, obviously not that useful later in the game.
It is if you want the kills. See big general head nod.
Oh yeah, you guys can see this. Yes, I'm nodding.
Thank you for the head nod. Crapo, 10 minutes in, and I mentioned this right at the beginning of the game, but G2 have actually had a gold lead in 12 of their last 14 games. They're now even with Splice.
Again, that memory.
I know. On opposite day, where 3 of the 4 results have been surprises. Is this an early indication that surprise number 4 is on the way? Come on, putting you on the spot.
It sounds like you're getting like a 4th kid that you really don't expect and you can't really afford. I don't know. Let's wait until somebody actually dies. It's 0-0 right now. We've seen PvE. We'd have to see the qualities of the PvP aspect of the game. You know, first, it's like an exam that's split an oral and a written exam. Like we've seen part 1. Let's actually see them fight each other.
So
hopefully.
Okay, that was a slightly weird analogy. You've lost me.
Yeah, it's 2-part. It's two parts. I don't care which one you call it.
Got it. Right, I'm on the same page now. Senkux, he had the package a little while ago, didn't make real good use of it. Keeper's Verdict comes out from Kikis just to boot the minions away.
The ultimate mind game. You think I'm going to hit the tower? I'm going to hit the champion away here? No, the minions go flying away, buying some time, which means G2 can push in on this inhib tower.
And they've got uncontested. There is support coming from Trashy and from Wonderwear, but it's a 3v2 at best. Trick and Hybrid running out of minions. As
they only have 1 tower advantage, and they use that pressure on the next tower to then force Splice being unable to trade, and then Kikis gets more farm time. I really like that ulti. It's very creative, because if you aim it at a carry, you kind of have a 50-50 chance that they dodge, but obviously minions walk straight and just knock them away.
It works out. So G2, they just jump 1,000 gold in the lead, just after I make that bold prediction.
That's the adaptation we're looking for in lane swaps now. 12 minutes in. What do you Poppy ulti the minions?
Poppy ulti the minions.
Perhaps we do need to change our lane swaps.
We'll find out if the trend sticks tomorrow when we're back, but for now, no real big changes. Fade Sheen, Sork Shoes for Senkux, Nash's Tooth for Perks, tanky items getting tankier for Wonderwear and for Kikis as their bases are continuing to grow. And we're still just in this powering up phase until a team feels like they have been activated itemization-wise. Gonna happy to be playing these side lanes and farm.
Late game team fights definitely go to the side of G2 though. As long as Sivir and Azir can set up a fight for a while and Kite, they just do so much damage, and Poppy will just be the front line. This time there's no Trundle to steal the ultimate, to steal the resistance either. So I think for Spice the win condition really is that Fiora beating Poppy hopefully later on, or just getting a quick like one shot on somebody. Gragas E-Flash or a hook, one of the carries.
Ooh. Senkux started that well, but took 2 autos from the Sand Soldier that ended up hurting him. And Emperor shoved this wave in. I feel like G2 have done a very good job at pushing to those those inner turrets rather. No real reply as Kikis has been there to catch the wave that's funneled to him by Splice, and G2 take the second dragon.
Yeah, G2 are comfortable with scaling. They're now 2 dragons up to 0 at a very early point in the game due to the lane swap decisions that they made. Hybrid is safe because he has a portal. Overall, this game will likely be slow because I think it's very hard for Spice to force an opening. If you look at their engage, what do they have? E-Flash from Gragas, or almost Hook Flash, Flash Hook. Because you can't actually walk up and hook anybody because they'll literally just walk away. So, G2 is fine scaling. They have the scaling components both in terms of objectives and champions. And Spice can't really engage, so we could see a very slow, methodical chokeout from G2 Esports.
And that would be quite impressive actually, because that stigma that G2 are kind of hot-headed, are maybe reckless in terms of their playstyle, is still kind of with the team, but they're really showing a good understanding of how to play the tempo.
They group for siege on mid against the Corki, which works for one wave. They need to send somebody down to the bottom lane though. Let's see if Kikis can hold this, otherwise this tower just get taken for free. They're looking to trade tower for Herald.
Alright, I don't know if they make Herald work, maybe. Keeper's Verdict, it will knock away the minions. The box is already put down, and Kikis should be able to survive. Cobby's deciding to chase forward. Support comes in from Trashy, in from behind. A good stun from Kikis. Body slam flash into the barrel. First blood for Trashy.
So yeah, G2, in their mind, they take Herald and they go for a big push in the top lane. What they should have done though is probably send Azir to the bottom lane, let the Sivir hold mid, and then 2-man defend that bottom lane tower against the dives, especially with a Azir ultimate. Right now, the hook easily lands on Kikis, who overextends. And they shouldn't be able to get anything here. Hybrid doesn't get the stun.
Good damage down onto both Hybrid as well as Senkux. And one of the benefits of these slower paced games, Crepo, is that I get whispered sweet nothings by our stats bender. Do you know that 14 games this split, First Blood has taken more than 12 minutes to secure?
I did actually.
Oh, fantastic.
I did not, actually.
Yeah, you completely killed my buzz there, dude.
What does it mean, though? That's one of those stats, like, okay, now what?
It's just fun. It's just fun. Trashy picks up First Blood onto Kikis under the tower.
This macro mistake, though, G2, like, you have, in such a slow game, you have to be able to predict the enemy move there. Spice, they make the correct decision. They see G2 have both their wave clear carries in the mid lane, Sivir and the Azir, and both of them take a left. They go towards the Herald. It's like, okay, I guess we'll take this tower in the bottom lane. Nobody's here. It's a Poppy. We are free to dive it. Easy hook there. Good hook by Nisbev. If that misses, suddenly the play is genius by G2. Because Poppy can stall.
Yeah, but it didn't. And of course, Trashy was able to...
I like this. This is better than War Cheers.
Make it all the way around. Emperor's going to continue to shove that wave in. Actually just funnels farm to Wonderwear, really. Titanic Hydra already completed. Trashy and Nisbet.
And he got 30 CS up on that now, too.
Yeah.
Because,
that's a lot.
Oh, is it 30, though? It's more like 25.
I'll go with 30. I like rounding up.
You like rounding up?
Yep, yep.
Same when they ask for my height.
It sounds more dramatic.
How tall are you? 6 feet. You were taking
6 inches. I feel your pain, man. I feel your pain. All right. Tempered Fate is easily sidestepped. It was a longer distance. Trashy Nisbet heard that one coming a mile away.
Probably saw it too.
Yeah, Hybrid unable to connect to the target, so...
And this means Wonderwear just gets more time pushing in the side lanes. Siege comes out here, but there's plenty of wave clear from Spice. They just need to be able to get to the wave early enough. Don't get hit by soldiers, whittle those minions down, and then when they enter, they can finish it. So
Wonderware's average CSD at 20 minutes is 24. He's usually up. And this is just kind of a playstyle that Splice have. They tend to funnel him a lot of farm. They've been doing it earlier than beginning of the split. But at what point does this become worrisome for the Poppy? Or is it... it's just a matter of time, really.
The good thing, though, is that you can no longer switch between Titanic and Ravenous. So the whole way Fiora split push used to work is that you would buy time with Titanic early, and then later on, you would switch it to Ravenous. You would just trade, get very low, like, oh, I'm almost gonna die. Oh, here's the minion wave, 2 hits and you're full HP again. So that was what you used to do. Alright, I guess this explanation is no longer relevant because apparently a ward is more exciting. I've taken really deep dives in my career, you know. The point where you get replaced by a still standing ward in the picture-in-picture.
Crap, I was listening. I really appreciated it.
And that is why Fiora doesn't win that matchup as quickly anymore.
That was
she will still win.
A beautifully abridged version of the story.
Perhaps it's an indicator. Crepo, tighten that. Make it nice, short and punchy.
Oh, our observers sometimes have a little fun. Only sometimes.
We only allow so much fun.
Crepo, look at the mini-map. It is...
Oh, yeah, no, I'm supposed to do it.
It is a Christmas tree when you look at all the lights. Tons of wards from both teams. A Valk Ford from Senkax gets Thunderlord's proc onto Emperor as well as their Gatling Cannon. I want to continue asking about the wards in a second. There's a few pings. There's support from G2 and Spice are making their way up top. Body slam onto Trick. End of the line doesn't really do a lot, but relatively good deep vision, I feel, from both squads.
Yeah, because they're dividing the map up a half and a half here. They don't believe in fights. It's a neutral zone here.
I'm not quite sure. Look, everyone's gathering.
Posturing, it's the frenzy, you know. Eventually, you need blood to survive. That's what they're looking for.
All right, Brambleback is reset.
You're bringing Brambleback?
Lost vision for a second. Everyone goes on a magical journey into the Dragon Pit. They're going to decide to commit. G2 are sticking onto the objective, and Splice, they're hungry for blood. The Dragon will get secured shortly, I feel, as G2 have bought enough time. Tempered Fate locks Trashy down as Trick was able to secure the 3rd Dragon of the game. Trick is forced to jump away. Grand Challenge is issued. It's not secured yet. Riposte comes out, and it's killed. Wonderware gets the heal. They've traded 1 for 1 as Trick and Nisbet are down. Perks is finally joining the fight from the delay. The Boomerang comes out, and the Cosmic Binding connects with no one. Perk still has Flash available and the Slide and Glide. He's gone over the wall defensively, and G2, they want the tower instead.
Yeah, it was all ruse, the Dragon. Rotation with the portal for the tower. A new tower rises. Take its place. I think Kobe played that fight phenomenally. Really good flash there at the end. G2 had the better setup. I think they need more help. Hang on, Senkax.
He's not going to go down yet, but this tower just might. Trashy fancies himself a chance. Tower drops. Steadfast Presence interrupts everything, but Kikis will get taken down. Kill will be secured here by Kobe and Red Buff. So, what was it? 2 kills.
Hang on, it's more.
A Dragon. Oh, we're not done yet. Wonderway teleported in for this one. He's taken down Emperor. Cosmic Binding will root him in place, but...
I think Spice is playing the fights better, but G2 is playing the approach better. On that Dragon, though, Trick was left alone way too long. His team should have helped him finish the Dragon and then get the hell out of dodge with the portal to disengage, because Spice ended up doing better in that fight overall, trading their support for the enemy jungler. Then obviously the rotation comes in, but G2 lingered too long, losing on a member, and now, more importantly, they lose control of their jungle.
Tower down, number 4 secured by Splice. Blue buff secured as well. G2 are going to be very happy they got that 3rd Dragon, because Aspect is now about 11 minutes away.
Let's watch that again. So, like, look at Trick. It's like, guys, anybody here?
Guys.
Oh, is this connection working? And then, yeah, he just gets left alone. Probably gets zoned here. Perks gets zoned too. Probably will step into the fight. Let's watch how good that flash actually is. Good casket there from Trashy to finish that kill off. Doesn't matter because we're fighting.
We are fighting indeed. Trick has gone golden and dropped by Wonderware. Kikis actually threw out the hammer, but it simply wasn't enough. And an easy kill. Didn't quite see the build up. We can argue maybe for blue buff.
I guess we'll see it again soon.
Maybe. We might just see, depending on...
Only there was a moment or a way to go back in time.
Well, I'm not quite sure we have the technology. But Kobe's got the blue buff. I'm going to assume the fact they're hovering over it, that's why. I think I'm going to assume.
And just good deep vision here. That was a trade-off. They lost the turret, but they got enemy control, or controlling the enemy jungle top right. That means they could come through the play on the left side with full information on where the members from G2 were. It must have been a failed engage almost. Hybrid used Tempered Fate. That wall goes down.
It does indeed, Crepo. And at 22 minutes, Splice have got themselves a small lead. Both of these teams are fighting to hold on to a position. Splice want to get closer to 7th, and G2 wants sole control of first.
3 dragons though, and you see how hard it is for Splice to now actually... If G2 kite, then they win those fights super hard. Right now though, they're locking into a position where they can't actually kite, which is doing Baron, and this is risky. Splice like this because it's going too slow still right now.
On the hunt, boxes come out. Wonderwear is somewhat soloed away from the rest of his team. He riposts damage, but it's Trick that gets the kill. A magical journey delivers G2 closer to Splice. And look at the Tempered Fate cooldown. Getting closer to being available.
I'm looking at it, Trevor, but I'm also looking at Wonderwear going in way too far for no reason whatsoever. Just wait for your team to take the aggro. You're playing as a Silver Comp. The goal is to isolate targets. Right now, Perks is looking for a good Chirima shuffle.
The slide and glide and delivers Kobe into the waiting hands of G2.
And then the Poppy W on top of the lantern, obviously, you shall not pass. You fall down, and G2 using Baron here to bait in Splice. Splice take the wrong decisions. That's exactly what G2 Esports was hoping for.
Yeah, Perks playing a little bit of Tokyo Drift there as he sets one up. And everyone takes a magical journey to safety.
They actually have the ultimate Summoner's Drift comp, because not only do they have the Azir, but once you get 5 chimes on Bard and you get that nice little noise, you go turbo speed too. You have the portals, so a lot of creative movement here.
I certainly hope they do something like that.
We need a race car skin. Get on it, team.
Yeah,
champion.
That would be pretty epic.
Maybe Yorick. Didn't have any skins, people feeling sad. Race car Yorick would make people happy.
Yeah, but how would you use a shovel to build a race car or work on a race car?
I don't know, there has to be some Flintstones reference in there.
I guess it doesn't have to be a shovel, right? I guess if it's a skin, you could change to a wrench or whatever.
He can have like a little remote control.
Oh, that's a clever idea. I like that. Sometimes you're just going to let them have
I love that the crowd cheers for my IDs. Thank you for the support.
That was a good cheer. Remote control Yorick, remote control car Yorick. Kickers took a big chunk of damage from Wonderwear. Grand Challenge seems like it was issued as well. So Wonderwear backed away from that, opting into safety rather than fighting in no vision. And G2, they've now got control thanks to a series of kills based around the Baron buff.
All these disappointed fans that had their team's favorites lose are now like derailing into absolute sadness and madness. Sanity. That's why they're starting cheering for wards.
Well, 25 seconds until the next dragon spawns.
What do you do when 2 wards go down at the same time? I wonder.
Cheer louder. Crepo, G2, they're calling Splice's bluff. If Splice go dragon, G2 go inhibitor. We know they put a lot of damage onto that top inhib turret a while ago, though, so let's see. Still about 60%.
That is traditionally how you get people off the dragon pit. You don't walk in and say, like, leave, please. No. You walk in the middle and it's like, do you really want that dragon? Is it worth your inhibitor? No. They will path to the inhibitor. Then you cut them off and go back to dragons and like, haha, fooled you.
Yes. You look at that combo, Graves, Azir, Sivir, they are going to deconstruct towers incredibly quickly. Senkax is coming in from behind. Emperor's Divide is already placed down. Perks is going to use that to peel. Trashy almost walks into it. Inhibitor turret gets chunked very, very low. 20% HP. Dragon is up, and G2 have given up positioning for it.
Given up positioning. Baron is still alive though. They could just start it. They need to start the Baron here just to tell Splice here, when you want to go for Dragon here, it's probably not a good idea, so just keep threatening that, hoping Splice face check, because there's no vision right now. They see Hybrid. They might see Hybrid basing here on a little ward. Anyways, Dragon gets stalled here. If Hybrid can get in time and ulti the Dragon, maybe they can buy enough time. But it looks like Emperor really likes his Krugs, so probably not going to happen.
Blue buff picked up by Senkax. Nobody from G2 is going to be able to respond here. So Dragon number 1 goes to Splice at 26 minutes. And more importantly, it delays Aspect.
Yeah, delays Aspect. They still have the base though, so that means vision control goes to G2. You can set up again. Emperor hasn't base though. Sitting on a lot of gold probably. 1.3k, not that much. Still fight. Or that goes down. Instant Baron gets started here. Just G2 is just saying, like, you guys are probably half of your team is in base. We can just start this right away.
They certainly are. Keeper's Verdict actually finds nobody. That could be big.
Why would you want to do that if you're not finishing the Baron overall? So Kikis probably had the idea of knocking away the jungler and finishing the Baron. G2 as a team overall wanted to disengage.
Pressure is building. Tension is continuing to grow, and as these Baron baits play out, if G2 overstay their welcome, if G2 mistime a call, they give Splice the opportunity to regain control in this matchup.
Yeah, more importantly, you just have to remember, when G2 get the setup and kite, Sivir Azir will win. When we get a flank, or engage, or hope, any of these carries exposed, that's when Splice have a win condition. If not, they need to win the 1v1 matchup with Fiora versus Poppy. But Poppy has finished the QSS, and there's no Ravenous to really whack away on these trades and then lifesteal.
There is not. Down bottom, Kikis and Wonderwear are in trouble. We're so busy looking at wards that Wonderwear gets a good stun down. Kikis is dropped. Wonderwear just straight up outplays him, flash for flash, and through the QSS.
Yeah, that Black Cleaver just dealing so much damage. Kikis thinking he would live, but he only has one really big armor item here.
That's huge. Splice have set up vision around Baron, Crepo. And they're going to play the Baron baits at some point. It's so hard.
I just want to ask the crowd what their favorite brand of ice cream is, because isn't it like all A? Like, I think maybe it's in Belgium.
I thought it was like a face cream.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I've been doing it wrong my entire life.
Dude, you shouldn't be eating face cream.
The first thing in Google that pops up is Ole Ice Cream South Africa, so maybe you shouldn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah? It's Ola.
Ola, okay.
That's the one in Belgium.
Right.
How do we know that?
Did you know that
I did not.
Germans as a people are addicted to ice cream? I have a very, very big theory. Oh, it's the owl. It's Kevin Owl. He won the name votes on Challenger.
Tell me more, Trevor. Germans are addicted to ice cream.
Yes, I have this very serious theory.
It's a theory.
It is pretty well documented with the 10 German people I've spoken to about it.
Nice sample size.
And they all know exactly where every ice cream store is in their hometowns and in their current town. There are advert breaks in the middle of movies, like when they have an intermission, they come out and they sell you ice cream. Legitimately, I will expand on this theory in a longer vlog one day. But for now, the Baron bait is on. And it is G2 that somehow have regained some vision control. Splice, despite killing Kickers, didn't do anything but buy time.
Yeah, in this game right now with these compositions, do you know what I would like to see, Trevor?
Tell me.
Ice cream. I'm really hungry right now. Didn't you get me any food in between the games?
That's because you're not happy about the ward cheers.
Yeah. Hang on here. Trashing base. We can see a Baron rush here. Emperor's Divide could divide the enemies.
Yeah.
Tempered Fate can temper the Fate too.
Teleport being used by Kickers. He's arriving in. Wonderware's got his available. Decides to teleport as well, but it's going to be far away. He's coming from blue buff. Baron has been absolutely rushed. Tempest Fate locks down Sengex and Nisbet, and they have been knocked all the way backwards. Hybrid takes a ride on a magical journey, lands in Wonderware's waiting hands. Despite the fact that Perksy is down, Cobby's trying to carry as best he can. Nisbet connects with the Dark Passage, and he's going to survive. Cobby has single-handedly destroyed G2. Kikis and Hybrid now want to close this out. It's a 3-for-3 as Nisbet is running for his life. G2 secure the Baron, only have available on 2 members, and that was a messy fight.
A messy fight with a good opening from G2. They see the enemy jungle base, they immediately started, and then they use every defensive tool in the book correctly. The Tempered Fate into a double stun is exactly what you want if you're playing Bard. But then G2 kind of overcommit for the fight. Hybrid thinks he's winning so hard that he aggressively flashes over the wall and leaves his teammates to die. So let's watch this again. Baron start, good. This ultimate, fantastic. Knockback on the Lucian too. Look at this stun here from Hybrid. Beautiful. Kind of overstacking though. I think Perks should have ulted away towards combat and just relied on his support to double stun, because he drops immediately because he can't get around. And now G2 can disengage, but Emperor thinks he has more support, but the Hybrid's here in the bottom kind of loitering around. Let's just call it that.
Yeah, Hybrid and Kick is chasing the kill, leaving Emperor out to dry. It's shut down, and Cobby does great work. 2-1-3 on that Lucian at the end of the fight.
Emperor divided. can't believe you actually haven't noticed this. This guy's actually called Emperor.
I know.
How have you missed this?
I don't know.
It's the war cheers.
Yep, I don't know. It's only because Zia's just become meta today.
Yep.
In Europe.
Today.
In Europe.
Even though he was played last week already.
Like.
I scream. Yes. That's it.
Wonderway gets pinned against the wall. No, he doesn't because of the riposte. Will lunge away. Flashes from the Tempered Fate. That is worthwhile.
Not today.
Emperor is looking to rejoin the team as he puts a blue ward inside the red buff of Splice. And G2 continue to try siege up this game. They've got a marginal hold. 3,000 gold and Baron buff on at least 2 members.
Yeah. We could see right there, Perks and Emperor weren't kiting. They were stepping forward into the aggressive moves for G2 here. And here in the LCS, we do interweave our analysis with some scenic vision here. That's a frog.
Oh no, don't
Rotation
shoot,
on the
man.
bot lane. Baron buff still present.
Kikis is going to be pushing in with a very big minion wave. G2 Esports will take a tower as the frog ends his time on the Rift. Only to become Gromp, I believe. A much angrier version. Much like...
It's actually...
Yeah, we'll get back to that in a second. Inhibitors dropping. 4 dragons secured. The hammer comes down from Kikis, knocking away Trashy. Cask is available, but the base is exposed. G2 have got a 5,000 gold lead at 33 minutes. And they're looking to take an inhibitor. Going to push this one down. The boomerang takes down Trashy before he can finish anything. Tempered Fate forces Splice away, and G2 have taken a long time to do it, but they've broken Splice's base open.
They've broken the base, the zone here from these soldiers put up. It's so hard for Splice to step into it. That's why they need the flank. You can't come from the front door there. And to get back on the point, it's actually a neural parasite that turns that little frog into a grump. It's actually very gruesome. Can't believe we're cheering that on. The little guy can't even control his movement anymore.
No, that grump is just a victim of his circumstances.
It's the wrong place, the wrong time. And like many of these wards, static, lifeless objects.
They do not deserve the punishment.
Time out and die, or be destroyed. Used for their vision.
Very morbid.
Maybe that's why people in bronze don't buy wards, because they're very caring.
Just very loving people.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And then Riot enforces their will by giving them an automatic trinket, even when they leave the base right now. If you don't buy, you get an automatic yellow trinket. So Riot's like, get the wards. That's it. Feed your frenzy. Place those wards.
It helps. Wards win games.
They do.
Disappointed dad Deficio wants everyone to buy pink wards too.
Oh.
I know. We're trying to get next level. But
I wonder if in a patch in the future we'll give people automatic pink ward.
Ooh, I don't know.
Surprise pink wards. Hey guys, these things exist.
Yeah.
They remove vision.
Oh, look at the damage there. Senkux was forced away. Flashing red bars just from one combo from Perks. He's fully activated. Nearly large rod, Void Staff, Rylai's, and the Nash's Tooth. As G2 are now sieging in the top lane. There's no outer turrets left to take, and they've already done some work on the middle and the top inhibitor turrets. They've had some time to regen, but not a lot.
Wonder split. We could see the use of Poppy here where you just ulti 1 or 2 guys of the team and then you just instantly go for the siege.
Zoning ultimate. It doesn't find anybody though, Crabbo.
Worked though. Half the tower's gone. Either you hit him and he backs off, or if you don't hit him and he backs off anyways, tower melts.
We need another wave. G2 are sticking around. Trashy's waiting in the wings. Teleport's available for Wonderway, so if a fight breaks out, he'll be a few seconds late. 3.5 to be exact. Bloodthirst as his 3rd item, so he's all about the damage.
Yeah, frontline Lucian here to survive. The goal is to kill Emperor and Perks as quick as they can, because if you leave Azir alive for just 5, 6, 7 seconds in the fight and you just eat all the damage, he will just literally 1v5. Technically 3v5, 45 if you count all the soldiers. Royalty goes wide, hook connects.
It does onto Trick, body slam from Trashy. He split up G2, but the tower's already down. Perks is in trouble.
Dead.
He's been killed by Cobby, and Trick will take down Senkux. It's a 1-for-2. Boomerang Blade goes out as Kick is just running amok on the back line. Wonderware flashes forward. He's got Trick. That's a double. Looking for more. Rides a magical journey. Kickers is killed by Cobby and Nisbet on the back line, and Wonderware runs down the squeaky toys. Hybrid's in trouble. Magical journey's out. Get the stun. Connect.
Yeah, you're not gonna catch him.
Gonna carry on running for his life. 2 for 4, and Splice win.
Yeah, it looked really grim when Trashy went down initially, but so many cooldowns are used on the disengage. Senkux went just, yeah.
I think it's
Moses
happening.
divided everybody, just Valkyried in with the package, then Valkyried forward, and he dragged everybody away while Perks kind of just got killed in the side, and then Wunderwehr stepped into the fight. Late Fiora, that's the ideal moment for Fiora to step in. She doesn't want to be at the start of the fight. She wants to be when every cooldown is down, nobody can disengage, everybody is ready to just get that sword pierced through their hearts. That's when Wunderwehr wants to step in.
Yeah, pierced through the hearts, and for Splice, that's okay. They take down the inhibitor. Still down in gold, but Dragon is up. Baron is up in 10 seconds. Dragon's up in a minute and a half, and here's a replay of that fight.
So Trashy's gonna E-flash. Burks is gonna cleanse out and knock up and flash out. That makes it so that he gets knocked to the side. Now Cobb is gonna go aggro on him, but Burks doesn't get out in time. Now we had kind of a suicide mission almost from Senkux, but he managed to buy enough time for Wunderwehr to come in. And once he gets the one proc, just keeps on killing people. Obviously didn't get his ulti off because that got Q assessed. So he needs to start putting that ulti on other people. Don't get a Q assist overall. Another Baron attempt here. That means G2 is stuck in there though. They can't kite, but it's going down quick.
The verdict, swing and knocks away. Trashy's gone. Baron is secured. The Tempered Fate has got Cobby. If Cobby's gone, this is trouble for Splice. They've lost their duo lane. G2 have got Baron and 5 members versus 3.
And they take the portal. I mean, come on, this game is likely over, Trevor.
Yeah, let's find out if G2 can push it in. Crazier things have happened today, Crepo.
Yeah, unless if Wunderwehr could actually have gotten that wave that's coming in the bot lane right now, maybe G2 still need members to win, or minions rather. Hyper's exhaust is coming up, that's what you need to look for. Kikis can stop any dashes, any body slam, any Fiora lunge forward can get stopped by Poppy W, and then Hybrid can exhaust.
So much damage. Perk's got 2 autos onto Wunderwehr. He's gone full DPS. There's really not a lot of tankiness. G2 are pushing the minion wave in. Exhaust is available. Wunderwehr's going to go down. Riposte blocks it for a few seconds. Trashy and Senkux are all that remain for Splice. G2 Esports are onto the Nexus turrets, and in a dramatic finish, they hold sole position of first place in the European LCS. Gigantic smiles from Young Buck.
It's a new angle.
Looking up, looking forward, G2 Esports are guaranteed a semi-final seed. Are guaranteed to appear in Rotterdam.
And Hybrid didn't seem too happy when he's staring at the screen, or maybe perplexed. Like, I want a game on a champion that is not Braum.
How did that happen?
How did I get here? Honestly, 1-0-11 on that Braum.
Bard. Got you.
Thanks, mate. Overall, didn't die a single time and had probably one of the game-changing moments or game-winning moments with that Tempered Fate into a double stun twice. Really showing the power of that exquisite part pick. Obviously, Yamato, did not have the base to maybe make Splice envision that win.
And it's tough for Splice because not only were they in the battle for 7th, Elements won earlier today, meaning Splice are currently in the 8th seed. Looking like they are going to the promotion tournament. There was a very real possibility that Splice and Elements could have had a tiebreaker for that seed to avoid promos, to make it to Summer Split. And now they need to hope that they can pull off an upset win tomorrow. Gigantic smiles there from Perks.
Yeah.
He had a few team fights where he got the wall down and then he was dropped very, very quickly.
It's actually very fun to talk to Perks when he does these sometimes misplays or questionable moves or the banter he pulls out with some of the mid laners. Sadly, none of that is repeatable for broadcast.
Follow these guys on Twitter. He's
a very fun personality, despite it being so young. So I'm actually really happy with the way Perks has developed, both as a brand and as a player in the ULCS.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope to see more of him. Unfortunately, Crep, I have to cut you off because
I'm used to it.
The analyst desk will take a closer look at G2's win.
Thank you. I'm also very proud of how Crepo has progressed as a brand and as a personality within the EU. No? Okay. Anyway.
Tie was a little bit tilted.
Tilted tie. All right, guys. It was going to be a theme of the day. Obviously, the lower seeds taking down the higher seed. And Splice, they put up a fantastic fight for Given. What do you think happened in that game that pushed G2?
Well, I didn't get to show all the game, but the early game was a bit stalemate. Some lane swap mistakes from both teams, I think. And then I noticed that Fiora was getting an insane advantage over Poppy. he played the advantage correctly when Splice had some really questionable positions, or like they didn't understood their limits properly. Like, I don't have any clear conclusion about it, but I think it was a back and forth game. Kobe clutched a lot of situations, in my opinion, and I was talking to the fish about how Kobe for me is like the rookie that is upcoming. So
it's a new Forgiven.
I don't know about it, but I think he has potential to be a really good player, quality player at least. So we'll find out.
We were talking about that quite a bit during the game, back and forth. And, you know, I made the comment to you during the game that I've seen 8 weeks from Kobe plus his challenger, and he hasn't stood out to me. I think, honestly, this is the first game that Kobe has actually looked to the level that you're talking about there, that he actually looks pretty good. I've found he's been quite a quiet player overall the last 8 weeks. So I'm glad to see some progression there.
Definitely. Defisho, you wanted to take a closer look at some of the Baron dances?
I mean, this game was all about Baron. You know, when we got to mid to late game, both teams were trying to bait out Baron multiple times. This is G2 baiting the Baron, and it's because we had a situation where Splice were always a little bit late to the party, and then when you have a Sivir ulti, you just pop it and your entire team just pile on to the first target. And what I really like him, what we talked about as well on the desk during the game, is how they now go back to Baron, because they want to bait it one more time after this play is over, by the way. And then look at Perks here. This is what makes a playmaker. He's outside of your screen right now, but pan down the camera. I'm using my mind here to pan the camera down to Perks.
Yeah.
Look at the trap he's setting. This is beautiful. And Copy.
Yeah, that's unlucky.
Goes down like Forgiven did earlier today.
He hit no summoners, otherwise he would have dodged, I think.
What do you think about that play?
I think it was good. Like, Perks played his role as an assassin in the Baron pit, and even if he dies, the rest are gonna clear for him. And I don't think he could have stayed at Baron. I mean, it's a decision that is happening based on like scrims, for example, like what role everyone has and what you have to do in order to win a team fight or to set it up better for others. I think it was a pretty good move, and ultimately it gave it to the Baron, I think. So.
Yeah, it did. Again, another topic we were talking about during the game was Azir and Perks Azir from Challenger. We have seen so many good games, and I was waiting for Azir to become meta. Forgiven, you were talking about Azir as a champion later in the game, blocking pathways, that kind of thing. What's your thoughts on Azir? Because we've seen him a lot today.
Rio as well.
I think like from every champion I have experienced in the game, at least until this very moment, I think Azir is like one of the most obnoxious things that ever went out. I mean, it's insane. And even if you're not an AD carry, like it works like an Orianna, but you have 10,000 damage more, and you don't need to rely on your ulti only to do something. Like, it works like an AD AP carry. So, I don't understand this. Like,
More or less obnoxious than Tom Kench?
I mean, okay.
Or Rammus.
Rammus, okay. I
okay.
deleted something. Sorry.
All right, no problem. Let's take a look at the next team fight, because this was the moment where we thought opposite day is actually a thing, because Splice actually do really well in this one.
It's another Baron, by the way, which again is the theme of this late game here. Even though Wonderway is winning the split push.
Baron theme of a late game in a League of Legends game?
I mean, there were more Baron calls here than normal.
Okay.
They kept baiting Baron and then they forced fight with it. And it's the same thing G2 is doing again, but it's also where Trashy just recalled, if you look at your minimap now, late game, and it's where the shotgun becomes very difficult because a lot of mixed calls, and we can just roll the clip. And we just get to see G2 take the Baron as fast as possible. And now, Forgiven, you like Copy here. What do you think about his position once he actually re-enters the fight?
Well, they managed to pick Azir, like the others are getting picked, and one guy from G2 gets to the tunnel, so he leaves Emperor alone, and Kobe is like in this position that it's either me or him, and so he just commits instead of backing, like a good player, a bad player will do. And he actually makes a difference, because he recognizes a mistake from the other team, and he capitalizes even if he dies. So I think it was a pretty clutch move from Kobe in this situation.
And I think a mistake from Kick is there, taking the magical journey. Then you suddenly leave your carries alive, you leave them behind. So they're no longer alive because Copy here took care of them.
Yeah, what's your impressions of Emperor? Of course, he's been a big part of that G2 stronghold.
I think individually he's a really strong player. I could legit say that he's like top 3 or like top 2 as a player, but he tends to do a mistake that a lot of people do that play the carry, that like he doesn't recognize his limits or he's not aware of his surroundings in a team fight, because yes, it's like a PvP game, of course, but there is also the environment that you have to calculate or like be aware of. And Emperor sometimes gives deaths, but he shouldn't. But he actually, the other good thing about him is that he will win games for you when you rely on him. Like, he will try, and most likely he will win. He's a gifted player mechanically.
Well, we're talking about AD carries and AD carry style before we move on to a bigger picture. I want to get an answer from you, Forgiven. You seem to be the only AD carry in Europe that isn't looking to buy Cull at any possible opportunity early game. Maybe you could give us a little bit of reasoning behind that?
I mean, okay, I don't buy Swiftness boots too, but...
Two things.
I think cool or color, whatever people call it, is fine, but in my opinion, it slows you down early, even if it gives you like 180 gold bonus. Yep. I mean, this gold is not gonna give you any advantage, to be honest. That's my opinion as a player that plays the game for long. But I have been wrong in the past. I mean, and as a player, yes, I can think stuff, but for example, I had this issue with Kalista or other champions I was getting criticized for. So you can actually either agree or like just not take away, but I don't think it makes a difference as an item.
Personal choice, basically. But it also depends on the gold you have when you back. If you have 450 gold on the first back, it is very likely you buy it. If you have like 900, you get a pickaxe instead, as an example.
Yeah. What made you play Kalista actually? Now?
I mean, I want to stop this trend of us banning Kalista on blue side. I mean, we banned it today, but it was more of a draft choice, pretty much. But I know right now that I can actually get this pick out as the main pick. I don't know if I will get to play it in regular season or playoffs, but when I pick something that I like to play, and Kalista is not one of them, but it is so powerful that I will be inevitably good on it.
Yeah.
That's how I would put it. So I give my team a banless, which we can put different. With someone who's famous for laning. I have Vander who is a really good support, so I think we can take advantage of the whatever.
The severe effect.
Yeah.
Basically. Or you can play Jhin, who would also win lane.
Yeah, maybe in the future.
Maybe in the future. All right, let's take a look at the standings because it was all kind of crazy here with 1 day left in the spring split. Okay, let's take a look. So, G2 right now undisputed #1, of course. H2K Vitality, well at 2 and 3. Then the battle for OG UOL Fnatic for 4, 5, and 6 is on, and Elements is locked in 7th, however, and that's just about the only thing that is clear now.
And tomorrow, Fnatic will play Origin. So if they win that game, we should have a tiebreaker between those two teams, unless there is a head-to-head I'm not aware of.
So if Fnatic beat OG tomorrow, and the UOL then lose to G2, there will be a 3-way tie for 4th. If OG beat Fnatic, OG gets 4th.
Okay.
And Fnatic is out of the running, is 6th because of the head-to-head with the Unicorns of Love.
And that means you play proper Vitality.
Yeah, and I have a bit of news to share. Tomorrow, the starting mid laner for Origin versus Fnatic will be FLICKR and not Power of Evil.
What a surprise.
Discuss. Not a surprise to you? Why not?
I mean, Power of Evil is a really good player, but he pretty much made it known, or like he just told early to some people in the pro scene that if I don't get to play that good, I guess FLICKR will come in for playoffs. I mean, I don't understand how Origin don't work. Like, they have really good players, like SOAS, like pretty much everyone on this team is individually good. Yes, they are maybe underperforming or they don't have some communication problem, but we all know from history that like playoffs is way different than regular season. So I guess we'll find out if that game makes a difference.
So there's a lot of different things here at play, of course. First off, you mentioned Power of Evil. What do you think for a young player like that, who was a shining star on Unicorns of Love and now in this lineup, what's the mental effect of this happening now for him?
I mean, it depends on the player. For him, it has to be, in my opinion, a challenge, because when a veteran comes and takes your place, it means something goes wrong. And you have to understand if it is your fault or if it's others, or you just don't mix with your team properly. I mean, this will happen. It's 5 people. It can be from different cultures, different gameplay, different everything. So it will happen eventually. But I remember a PoE from UL. Like on Origin, he's not the player that was in UL, but a talent should not go wasted, in my opinion. So I hope the best for him. He's good.
Yep.
And the worst thing is, it's very hard for us to judge. Is it the other Origin members who's not maybe allowing him to be part of a team for whatever reason? Do they not adapt to the way he likes to play or the champions he likes to play? It's so tough always looking just from the outside when a player doesn't fit 100%. A little bit the same with like Gambit last year with you guys. It was like Carbo Shot and forgive me, like this lineup is stacked, you know, and it just didn't work for you guys. You just guys didn't click.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in Origin to know their problems. I mean, as I said before, they're good individual players. I know they tend to play a lot around their bot lane. Fact or justified or not, it's up for discussion. In this meta, I don't think it's that good to play around bot lane, but Nielsen and Myth are good players. So it's preference. And in Gambit, I mean, it was... I mean, we were all individually good. It was like pretty much what you said, but I think it was more of mismanagement, I would put it, or like pretty much this way. Like, I don't want to talk bad about everyone, but I think the power we had as players couldn't transition into LCS states, which was pretty sad because, as you see, every Gambit player
is doing well.
Is actually doing well in every single team they are on. So.
Yeah. Just one last little bit about Origin, at least from my perspective on what we heard last week. Amazing talked about Xpeggy's influence on what he brought as a veteran player, holding the team together and how he was controlling things a little bit more in the late game. I mean, the one thing you can say for an important game like against Fnatic, to lock yourself potentially in 4th spot, to have that calming influence in the late game is probably very beneficial to a team like Origin, who are still 50-50 on who turns up.
I just don't think it's long-term the solution for Origin, because Xpeg has stepped down because he had so many things he needed to do with Origin as an organization. He's the owner of this organization. We've seen it before, you know, way back with Team Solomid and Reginald playing and so on. You had to kind of adapt and force a new mid laner in a sense. Maybe they're just doing it now because they want to make sure they get number 4, get into playoffs. But then what happens in playoffs? Is Xpeg playing again? What happens in coming to Summer Split? Do we have the same issue?
Yep. I think it makes for a very interesting mechanic because, I mean, they do have, if it works out and it isn't too much of a mental strain on power, they do have that card now, that special thing that none of the other teams have.
Which didn't really work.
No.
Because when they played the card,
that's true.
They felt like they had to do something different. So
interesting.
Yeah.
We will see tomorrow what happens, actually, what that was like. However, a lot of upsets today as well. Let's touch on the UOL versus H2K game once again there. Sadly, because I want to highlight Steelback actually as a player. Obviously, we have the big story of him playing in Fnatic, and now in the UOL, he just seems to shine more. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I mean, in the past, he was forced to be out of LCS in a way because Fnatic chose to get Reckless back, and he had no other options in Europe, so he went to NA. I think he has improved. I won't say that he is the best for various reasons. I mean, yes, today, for example, he outperformed me in a way. Props to that guy. I think he needs to do that in a way so he can actually make himself a contender for, like, to be the best AD carry in Europe or his region or in general, wherever he competes. But I think it was a game that we lost and UL didn't win. But, so.
Yeah, you touched on that beforehand. What is the main thing for you that went wrong? You mentioned the pattern from pre-IEM.
I mean, our team tends to struggle hard in crucial matches. Like, we have lost against G2, we have lost against Vitality, we have lost against Ever, we have lost against UL now. And it's a worrying trend in a way, because as a player, I got to play in many teams, good or bad, which, like, one of them was SK. And SK was a dominant team, and we lost crucial matches or crucial best of 5s. So I don't want to see this trend happening again, but on the other hand, I can do whatever individually, but it's a team effort. So.
Are you doubting yourself in that scenario? Or?
No, obviously. Like, I obviously have, even if the meta is not around AD carry or whatever you say about it, I still have a belief that individually, as long as I have a brain and fingers to play the game, I will always be the best player in my position, because I commit so hard to League, and even though I said that I like the competition that it brings a lot. And for me, it's way better to play against the AD carries that are now in comparison to the past. Like, I talked a bit about it with the Fish.
Yeah,
you can
I mean, it's a super good point, because we were just looking at like the 10 AD carries we have in the LCS, and some of the AD carries last year who weren't good enough, like Varax and Adri and Jeebus, who were here earlier in the split. You know, they've all been removed now, and picking the worst AD carry is fairly difficult, because you're kind of looking at someone like Sunstar, but he's only been here for like 3 games. It's kind of unfair to just point it at him straight away. And then you have a very good group of people who are all very, very good AD carries. They might not be the best, but like Mr. Rales and Koppe, these guys are very, very strong players, just not as strong as we would call the top 3, top 4 AD carries. So you have a very good pool of players if you just look at the AD carry position right now.
Yeah, I think the thing that you guys brought up was that the pool of even the lower players now are better than the pool of AD carries 2 years ago, so to say.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, whoever sees like the players that were playing in the past and how the game was in the past, and now it's a completely different game. Yes, it still has some sort of individuality, but every single time I read patch notes or seasons I play, this gets less and less, so it's more about team effort, communication, have a plan, have someone that can actually be the sixth guy that will tell you objectively what you did wrong and what you did not. So, sucks for me, but but it's good. I think it's way better because inevitably the players that are in Europe will have way better practice going to Worlds or to MSI or to wherever they have to compete. So they will be more ready, in my opinion.
They will be. Sorry, I was going to say, you touched on coaches briefly there, or the sixth man. How, for you as an individual player, has been working with Prolly? It's not something we've had too much of an opportunity to ask you about.
I mean, I was starting in the past. I never had a coach. I mean, in every single team that I played, I had like a manager or like someone that is day-to-day experiences and stuff. I mean, I respect Prolly in the sense that like he has played in LCS a couple of years. Like he has a legit opinion about the game. I like his personality. Like we have arguments, for example, or I have arguments with some people in the team, or maybe not. But that's up to grabs on what's going on the situation, what is being presented to us. But I value his input a lot. I think we can all improve in general. So does he. I mean, he's probably the best coach I ever had. But on the other hand, I think it's more safe to say that in the future in a way. Like,
sure.
I would like to see how I evolve or he evolves or whoever benefits.
Well, you bring up the best coach you ever had. Of course, Sean's is coaching Vitality. And today, they didn't have the best day, but however, they're still at the top of the table because of your loss. It kind of all aligned for them. They had that loss versus Rocket. What do you think of them?
I think in the end, in a way, we're all human beings, so we will do mistakes. We are designed to do that in a way by our nature. So Sounds had, in my opinion, a not so good draft. But when I had him in Gambit, he knew the game, not to the same extent as Prolly. He's an experienced player, again, not to the same extent, but I appreciated the effort he put for me and for others too, but in the end, I tend to disagree a lot with him about how Gambit could work way better, in my opinion, for example. So, sucks that it didn't work out, but it will happen.
I do think, though, if we look at just Vitality this year, them losing to Rocket is obviously a surprise for everyone. He was a big upset coming in, but we've seen multiple of those today. Normally, the pick and ban phase Vitality does bring is, I like it. Sometimes there are question marks, but there are oftentimes a reason behind it, like the Nasus pick, there was a good reason behind it. This draft, however, against Rocket today was so focused on snowballing early and just playing that 1-3-1 that once they got into teamfights against Rocket, they couldn't really do a whole lot because, like, compare some of the picks. Elise into Gragas, nope, that's a lost team fight. Thresh into Alistar, that's a lost team fight.
It's a pattern, though. We saw the Nasus comp, and they team fought instead of split push.
Well, that was because...
Okay.
So that was
Is it a pattern?
That was a mistake by the team in-game.
Yeah.
Also getting picked off, so they felt like they were forced to go in and start team fighting instead of playing that one forced split push they were supposed to with the fast push of Nasus. So there are definitely mistakes, 100%, but as Forgiven is saying, every team will still make mistakes. It's just now you need to basically get rid of those few mistakes you do have the next 2 weeks, because then playoffs are here. And yes, it's a BU5, but if you start losing 1 or 2 games to mistakes like this, you might be out.
I think, though, talking about best of fives, Vitality are one of the only teams that have shown us wide flexibility, right? Is like a lot of the top teams have been showing us different picks in certain roles, but as for completely different play styles or team composition styles, we've seen the Bardzillion, we've seen the Nasus, we've seen these kind of comps which are a little bit more what we expect from Vitality. There's a little bit more flexibility, but it's not always working. So I'm interested to see if they can flex that in a best of 5 and
Sure.
how that would play into things.
Yeah, definitely. Forgiven, G2, H2K, Vitality, you've mentioned some of the issues that you think you're struggling with. What is one of the things that Vitality or G2 does, or maybe some other team in the league, that you wish you could incorporate or that they are really good at?
I think they're really good individually, all of them, and this means that whoever gets the responsibility to carry a game, either by provided resources or either by a plan before the game, he will most likely do it. And they have a coach who is good enough to give them direction to the game. They're all smart and good because I got to play against them or with them a lot of times in the past, now in the future, obviously. So I think what Vitality has to fix, in my opinion, could be their instability in a way, or they're not consistent, yeah. And it's not about consistency in the game. It's about their inconsistency in banned drafts in picks and bans, but I don't think it's Son's fault actually. It's maybe more of the players forcing a plan. In my opinion, my humble opinion.
I mean, it can also be Vitality who are just testing different things coming into place, because they probably came into this week and saying, okay, H2K and G2, they're going to win their games. So we'll be locked into third. You know, we'll play a quarterfinal. Maybe you're testing different kind of compositions and seeing how it works out for you.
But H2K wins or loses that game before you, though.
Hey, I'm just saying, like, the game plan may be coming into it, but no matter what, almost no matter what draft was here, Vitality would be the favorites. They just didn't manage to capitalize at all on the ultimate game. So I think they're still testing different things. And then for playoffs, we might see a more consistent pick and ban phase.
And they played the late game a little bit riskier perhaps than they should have. I mean, that play from Airwax right at the end to hold the game for Rocket was the same kind of play we saw last week that Vitality lost to when Hyanan got caught by a Gragas on a flank. Same things cost Vitality 2 important games now. Credit to Rocket for making that play work, for Airwax just coming out of nowhere and blasting them back. But
it's a trend with the Gragas, man. It's sneaking around the bushes.
He's so big, though. Like.
Big bushes, I guess.
Time to move on to some tweets that you guys sent in. Earlier, we asked you which pro you thought would bring the most to their team in the postseason. And at Lord Charles tweeted, Reckless will be the most integral player for his team in the playoffs. If he steps up in calling and plays, his team goes off. But in that, is that not the problem exactly? For given, obviously, the storyline that has developed here throughout the split was Reckless shot calling. Yes, no. Transitioning to more people shot calling. What are your visions on that?
I think he was just the least worst guy to take the responsibility of shot calling. I don't think an AD carry shot calling is an ideal thing to exist, at least in Europe. Like except like Hyanan maybe. I don't know any other player in Europe all these years that I'm pro player that actually is a part of shot calling in a team. And we have seen time and time that if you actually manage to do good shot calling, it will take away power from your own play. And it depends, what do you want? Because in a Fnatic, struggling in the early in the season, Reckless, I guess, could have made a difference more if he didn't have the responsibility of shot calling. I mean, he's a good individual player too, maybe not one of the top of the top, but he still is a player that has played in Worlds, he has won the splits, he did a lot of things, so, don't know.
So your role in H2K in terms of communication, from what you were saying, you're actually not expected to really provide a whole lot in information on shot calling? Like, you're expected to focus on your own individual performance?
I mean, it's a mixture. I guess I still give information when I think I have to, if we didn't practice it in scrims or if we don't know it's a pattern or whatever. But I think information in general is really integral. I think the word's correct. Integral part of the game at the moment, way more than it was in the past. And I think every player should be balanced in this. Like, you shouldn't be a player that like plays for 40 minutes and you don't open your mouth once.
No, that'd be bad. You gotta call out team.
Where are you? Were you leaving me? All right. Our next tweet is from @LAT Road. Sven lol by far. Yeah, we got it in. I feel that when Sven is performing, Origin is performing as well. If not, Origin crash and burn. Of course, a lot comes down to also resource allocation, as you hinted to as well. It is very obvious that the resource allocation for OG goes down down bottom.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the stats, the post of Crepo about like Origin giving like 12 or 11 creeps per second, per minute into Origin, and like that guy getting like 20k gold per game, and everyone else getting like 10 or 12. But on the other hand, somehow you have to win. And how are you gonna do this? Who is the most reliable and available player to do that in Origin, like from the start of a split to now? I think the answer is pretty obvious.
Do you think that that's why? In the couple of weeks in the split, we noticed that Sven sometimes was being more aggressive and caught out than he had actually ever been for as long as we've seen him playing. Do you think that's also the pressure and wanting to make those plays and having not the team back him up as much as they did last split?
I mean, every player is gonna do mistakes.
Yeah.
For example, like today I did a mistake and I gave like one death that I could have dodged if I bailed off my team. But sometimes you can't do something about it. And I think that Nils has a lot of pressure on his shoulders on the current form of his team. And I don't think it's also ideal for an AD carry to play 1 year like this, or even like a split. I think it's really unhealthy in terms of mindset. It's only you and nobody else. I mean, I don't know. It's up to discussion about what everyone thinks, but my opinion is this. So.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Finally, maybe Tomorrow, OG versus Fnatic then, because we're talking about Sven, because we're talking about Reckless, because we know that Expect is playing. Predictions, guys, for 4th place. Who wants to go first?
I'm going to go first. I'm actually going to say Origin. Like, I feel like Peke didn't do a bad job while he was playing. He did a fine job, and I think his influence later in the game seems to have some sort of an effect on Origin. The games that they won with him weren't pretty, and they probably should have lost both of them, but maybe it'll just be enough.
Coming into the week, I would say Fnatic 100%. It's no longer 100%, but I'm still on the Fnatic. Very, very small and slow-moving hype train. I think the pick and ban phase will change a lot for tomorrow. I think it will go back to more of the picks that worked at IEM. I don't want to see Soraka. I think against, the options of 1-3-1ing Soraka is just so weak, and Clyde didn't really have an impact on it at all. So I expect him to go back to IEM pick and ban phase, and then I think they are still the stronger team, and they will win.
Forgiven.
I think Origin. I don't see how a Fnatic can actually do something against Origin. Yes, sure, they can drag the game for the first 20, 30 minutes or something, but at some point, I think Origin will prevail. If it's a Baron throw or whatever, win is a win. And seeding is up for grabs, so that's my opinion.
All right.
Yeah, there is a lot up for grabs. I'm just double-checking my notes very
We'll
quickly.
have the matches in a second.
Yeah, no, it's not the matches. I just wanted to double-check whether we've seen Trundle out of SOAS, because I think if we have, that is such a good pick to shut down Fnatic. As I'm flicking through like 10 pages to double-check.
I have it in my head, so someone buzz me and confirm, because...
I mean, I know we've seen it from him before.
Yeah, before.
We
but
haven't seen it
specifically.
specifically. But the thing about Trundle is, I can play Trundle.
Right, well...
So, SOAS can definitely play Trundle.
Right,
Does he
up
want
in the
to,
top
is the question.
But,
well,
I
if
mean-
you're against full tank top laners like Gamsu is...
And Elements today just went, okay, second rotation Trundle, good luck Gamsu. What have you got?
Worst case, it's a ban coming into it. I know it's not a great ban, but you might have to.
He hasn't played it yet. Some birdie.
Last year.
Last year.
somewhere.
Obviously, he has, but yeah, it's been around for a long time. Anyway, we still have to crown our Fantasy MVP, and in the final days of the Spring 2016 Fantasy LCS, Steelback is hoping to give you the last-minute surge you need. 9 kills, 6 assists you haven't, without dying once, for a total of 33 fantasy points. I'm sorry to bring it up for Given. Yeah, but, he was good.
Yeah,
Game
he
for
was
him.
good. He is on my team down in the Caster League. It's me versus Spellsy for the #1 spot. Hopefully he's going to win it. Spellsy has like 3 Immortals players though, so I'm not confident.
No. All right. There he goes. Okay, and the European LCS Spring Split round robin continues tomorrow, when we'll start the day with H2K versus Elements. You guys are up first, and G2 versus UOL. Very, very important game for possibly that first place, and Origin and Fnatic. H2K versus Elements, obviously. With the odds, how they have gone, Elements, that's our match of the week. Also, Origin versus Fnatic. We've discussed it a lot. After the setback of today, how good can you guys come into that matchup versus Elements?
I think it's up to its player's personality and what review we're gonna do later in the day. I know for sure that today I got really agitated on how we lost the game, because, as I said, it's something that we did a mistake, and then we continuously did a mistake, and then we did a mistake again. And I think in top level League of Legends, you shouldn't be allowed to do that even against teams like UOL, sorry to UOL, but like they're not G2, for example. They're not like, I don't know, like in North America, who is first? I don't remember, I'm sorry. Immortals. I mean, they're not Immortals, but they're still a good team, but not to that extent, And if you want to do something in playoffs, then this thing is, in my opinion, shouldn't happen again. So it's up to people, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the right mindset as well. Definitely.
It's a must-win game, of course, especially because it's one of the bottom 4 teams. You have to be able to take them out easily, almost. So, not easy. That's a bit harsh, because Elements are playing better, but HK will be the big favorites, and they have to be able to win this game. Otherwise, if you drop out of the top 2 now, it's on you. I mean, you came into this week big favorites, and you had 2 pretty easy games.
Yep.
And Elements are a good team too. I mean, one could make arguments about the solo lanes, for example, but if I look, for example, personally at the remaining players, Promiscure is like an upcoming support talent. Like, he's a good mechanical player. Rales always has been all around Europe LCS. Like, always a really stable player, will never do mistakes, will never win you the game either, most of the times, but still he is not a guy that is going to lose it for you, like randomly positioning or teleporting at 60 minutes in mid lane, Julius is like #2 in Europe West ladder after me. But
Steve's been doing good.
I mean, I can't say for sure for the solo laners, but I know the rest of their team is pretty good, and if they can have a healthy mindset in the future, they can be greater than they are right now.
And they're playing without worries because they have that 7th spot. They're safe.
I don't know whether I fully buy into that. I think if you look at their matchups this week, they go, okay, let's just plan for Fnatic. It's more likely that that is the one that we can exploit. So maybe they planned a lot for that. We'll see how they play loose tomorrow.
We will see what happens. We almost have to go. I do want to ask you one more thing, Forgiven.
Sure.
You always have those retweets that are super topical, and sometimes it's from 3 years ago. How do you do it?
I mean, I just join a profile on of a pro player, and I see if he has like 500 tweets, and I just scroll for like 10 years until I go to autumn. Like, I would like to do the physio, but he has like 5,000 tweets.
8,000.
So CPA.
8,000. That's how I make sure you don't do it to me. I just spam tweets.
That's almost as much as you say on air when you're given the chance, man.
Yeah. But it's very Forgiven. It's very, very entertaining. I'd also like to thank you for being on the desk. Some very good info. I hope you enjoyed it.
I mean, I had fun. I never did it in the past. Maybe in the future, if I'm available, I would like to do that again.
Let our people call your people, and we'll see.
Yeah,
what
exactly.
No, it has been a pleasure. Thank you very much, and good luck tomorrow. And in
Same.
playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Same.
I mean, I hope we do good for the sake of everyone. I don't know that. Thank you for having me.
No problem at all. We need to go on cooldown. We'll be back tomorrow. I'd like to, Forgiven, extend thank you and so much. And thank you to Stress and the Fisho also, and to everyone here. We'll see you guys right back here tomorrow for the exciting conclusion of the 2016 EU LCS Spring Split. Bye.
Bros before hoes, well,
Amazing doesn't have anything to keep him in place, but Jin does, and PowerV will win from the mid lane. He arrives, Income with the piercing arrow. 22 minutes into this game, and Origin run all over Giants. Gilias, now Reckless has joined the fight. Thevin from the mid lane. Culling will live up to its name and pick up that kill.
Kill Puppy, I ulti, kill Puppy. I W him, kill Puppy. Nice, guys, good job. Kill us here, we need to kill us here. Okay, don't go to this. It is. Good job. He's dead.
I can go. We fight.
Elements moving on to the Nexus, and this will be the upset against Fnatic, taking it as it comes down to the wire. There's the jump in by Jankos, looking to go huge here, but he can only go so far. That's the first kill, but straight up, Chain CC, triple kill, Alpha, steal back. Unicorns of Love, he'll take him down, they'll take down the Nexus itself, and Unicorns of Love with the upset over H2K.
And it's all left to Airwax and Noxiac, the tanks with very little damage. Betsy tries to be the hero, but Kasing's the only one that's low. Hyonin gets himself a double kill, and Vitality, Ace Rocket trades his life for Noxiacs. Curtain call, shot one's two, wide, the third connects, and Shook is assassinated! Rocket finally start losing members. Airwax, Noxiac fall quickly. The Nexus is going down, and for the second time this split, Rocket destroy Vitality.
First is looking for a good Churima shuffle.
The slide and glide and delivers Kobe into the waiting hands of G2. G2 Esports are onto the Nexus turrets, and in a dramatic finish, they hold sole position of first place in the European LCS.